Google wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money. It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at.
What?
Good morning, guys.
Hey guys,
How's it going?
How we doing?
Happy SpaceX
ready for
Eve
liftoff.
for all who celebrate.
Let's do it.
Jane, are you rocket ship Jane this week, or still airplane Jane?
Rocket ship. I got the white headset. You know, all I need is the jumpsuit. I'm ready to go to space. Let's do it.
I love it. We're here. We're monitoring the situation. I'm Steve Tileman. It is early, but I promise I'm up. It's good to be on the morning crew here for a change. How's the morning treating you guys?
Oh, look at the markets, right?
Kids are at school.
We're ripping, so I'll take it. A little bit of a
Yes, sir.
sell down yesterday. We're up today. That the continuation of the small cap rally, the small caps love and life. That's continuing. That's really all I care about, because we saw that a little bit early, so we popped over into small cap world. So as long as this continues, I'm happy. But you guys apply for an allocation? Did anyone get an allocation to SpaceX yet? No.
I'm just watching from the sidelines on this one. I'm wishing you your bountiful returns. For me, it looks like a headache that I don't want to deal with. So what's it looking like there? You won't know until morning of there.
Yeah, and I talked to my rep, and he's like, I'm like, when are you giving out the allocations? And he's like, oh, the morning of. And I was, I pulled the whole, I got a lot of money with you guys, I like that 135 price. I wouldn't buy it off the open or anything like that. Trade it, There's one thing that's awesome that you can do here that it'll be harder to do other places, is actually short it if it ends up, collapsing. But I just think that there's a very small world where at least the opening print is below 135. So I look at it as, like a 90% chance of free money if I can give it. So I put in a big, basically what we, with our broker, you could just you could ask for how much you want it. So I asked for 1,000 shares, and knowing my luck, they're going to give me like one and it's going to double. And I'm like, yeah, $200, good for me. And yeah, but I asked for a bunch, and again, I won't know. But the reason we got all this up, and you can see the stream details up in the corner there, is usually we don't stream on Fridays, but Friday morning anyway, but we are going to change that for kind of SpaceX. So I'm going to be here right at 9 Eastern. We're going to open up. We're going to chat about it for a bit. There's going to be, I think, people just kind of coming and going, because unfortunately, nobody knows when it actually goes live, right? There's this whole, back end process of bids and offers. And this is like the one time that an actual human market maker gets to do anything. So there'll be a guy out there, trying to figure out the opening price and all of that. I remember, like, Facebook was the kind of best facsimile that I could see. Not only did that take forever, it broke the entire market. So that's kind of one thing of caution that I'm going to kind of tell everyone on, is because I think there's going to be more volume on SpaceX on its IPO than like anything, maybe even in history. This is going to be absolutely insane, because everyone's talking about it. It's on all the mainstream medias and all this kind of stuff. So I think there's going to be just a huge surge of volume. And I don't know if there's a world in which, there is nothing breaks. Like, just, I don't trust the Nasdaq, I guess, for their computers to hold up. It's going to be an interesting day, regardless. Just be careful out there. But I'm excited for it. Hopefully, they give me my 1,000 shares.
I hope you get them, brother. It's going to be a little nerve-wracking, isn't it? But hey, I bet. You're a stats man. You're a numbers guy, right? So I'm sure you've grokked it and chat GPT'd it, and the risk, it's worth the reward there. So it's going to be fun. I think that we're going to have to be watching all of these space names post IPO too. So we get the SpaceX proper trade, but I'm really looking forward to rooting through the dumpsters on some of these names that I actually do want to invest in, but I don't want to hold through this, because Michael, you're talking about this being an event in every sense of the word, but liquidity is one of those. So I want this. So let me know when you sell your 1,000 shares, then I'll start looking short.
It will be on the open. But what's funny is I actually have. I did this presentation yesterday, but you weren't here, Steve. So let's go to this actual slide for you.
Nice.
This I thought was very interesting in my deep dive of IPOs, and the red line is the IPO. When something IPOs, right? The average kind of return you get in the first day of that IPO. Right? It's like 10%, give or take. The green bar is actually similar stocks in that area. So they actually generally outperform the IPO. So just exactly what you were saying is that SpaceX is going to be very interesting, but don't forget Rocket Lab, ASTS, SPCE, all of these different ones, because they generally have better performance. The similar assets generally do much better than even the asset itself. So you're right, this is going to be a whole theme. And then of course we've got ETFs that you can play, like there's UFO that's been around forever, and then there's that NASA one that's a little bit more new, but you can play these ones for, right, if you don't want to guess which one's going to go. I think you can just grab one of these. They're going to be, I think they're similar holdings anyway, so if space is hot, all these things are going to move.
Michael, I love that we're looking at the same basket here. I'll throw RDW into the mix there. I think they're actually going to be quality at some point, kind of in that inflection point this year, next year, where, are they a shitco? Are they not? Are they the real deal? Who knows? But either way, they're going to get torn up when everybody leaves the sector for a little bit. But it's going to be a fun trade. It's where the money's going to be. So when you get that volatility, you're going to get opportunity in both directions. So I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it. Because Michael, you mentioned this is the biggest one, right? You said the biggest for you, the biggest facsimile was what, Facebook? Was that fair?
Yeah, that was if you do like inflation adjusted, right, and all that kind of stuff. It's the largest, like closest to. The thing about these IPOs isn't anything other than the size, right? That's why the Nasdaq had to go and change the rules. And I know there's a whole bunch of people that are up in arms about that. It makes no sense to me why you're mad about that, because it's like they had a rule of, and then the world changed and people are mad that they updated the rule, right? Companies used to IPO very small when it was hard in the private markets to get access to money. They used to, you'd get an IPO of, like, SpaceX would have IPO'd not at $1 trillion, maybe at 10 billion or something like that, and then we would be able to kind of watch it rise. But when you're in this world now where there's just so much venture capital money throwing around, why go public and have the scrutiny of reporting and all of the metric pains in the ass that come with being a publicly traded company, where you can just kind of take a step back and go IPO later? So it's kind of like, of course you have to update the rules, because those things aren't even inflation adjusted. It's like I make a tax argument all the time that no one's probably interested or wants to hear, that like the minimum tax bracket before you pay taxes, that shouldn't adjust with inflation. It should, it should go up. And it's the same with this. Allowance into the exchanges should adjust as well. Now, I've heard a lot of crap out there that people think that on day one this is going to be in the Nasdaq and everything. Again, that's one of those unfollow the person who told you that, because it's not true. It's 15 days. So 15 days later, I think trading days, so essentially almost like a month, give or take, is going to be that. But that's going to be a big deal. And like we talked about, even if you're sick of SpaceX talk, and you're not going to participate in the IPO, and you're not even going to watch the IPO, and you don't care, you still care, because it's going to move literally everything else in the entire market. Because, like we talk about, the market seems to have like this TikTok brain in which it can only focus on one thing at a time. And we saw like a breakout of a war last night, and the market just doesn't really seem to care, because it's SpaceX Eve. So we only care about SpaceX Eve now, for now.
You can't ruin our good time. You can't ruin our sugar rush with a few terrible things happening, across the sea. That sounds like somebody else's problem, Michael. You can't stop this train.
I wanted to also let you guys know, I'm looking at those stats. Obviously, once it goes into the Nasdaq, you're going to have all of those ETFs giving it a lift, and that's not due to happen until 15 days post IPO. So it's 15 days that we're going to see that lift of volume coming into it. So even if we have a move to the upside, you're going to get a bigger push at that 15 trading day period. I don't know, we can put Chat GPT on that to figure out exactly what trading day that is. But if you wanted to get the boost directly from that, but for the S&P 500, that's been rejected at this time. It was rejected June 4th, and it's not going right into the S&P 500 until potentially 2027. So it's really just that Nasdaq push. And the other thing is that we've been saying, hey, so many people are in money market. We are going to see more money flowing into the market in this, and in 15 days, it will affect the Nasdaq. So is this really a Nasdaq related move? No, it's just the IPO for SpaceX. And what's interesting, I find, Michael, is that when I was working at the brokerages, that the night before we did the allocation. So it's really interesting now that time's changing and they're not doing it until the morning of, because you are supposed to allocate that the night before at the, at the brokerages where they are putting it into your account. So you have it there to sell that next day.
Yeah, and I'll let you guys know when I come in. But yeah, I chatted with my rep and I said, can I get this now? And he said, no, it's going to be the morning of, and they're doing like a raffle thing. And again, I even pulled the, look at my account, like one of those. Don't you know who I am? Kind of, which is hilarious.
I can put my money elsewhere.
They're like, yeah, we know. Get in the line,
they're like, no,
you.
you're in Canada. You've got like 2 brokers that are viable, and that's it. You're not going anywhere, man. But what's interesting too is, talking about different things about this IPO, is that the lockup periods are actually they're usually 6 months. Some of these lockup periods are way earlier in this one. So they've changed though. He said you can start to sell a little bit earlier, but there's actually a performance-based lockup period. So if the stock is 30% above its IPO price, I think after that first 2 weeks, people are allowed to sell a certain percentage of it. And I have never seen that before as well. So, again, I know there's people in this stream who are more tinfoil hat than I am, but I'll you take the tinfoil hat and you put it on. If you wanted to make all your investor buddies happy and have them be able to sell that extra bit, then you would want this thing up 30% from its IPO price in that period of time. That's going to be hard to do because, like we mentioned, with so much volume going on, and that's right before the inclusion in the Nasdaq, there's just going to have to be a hype machine like going on. And yeah, again, I'll put a video in the chat of some guy that I watched who did a whole breakdown of it. It was super interesting that like the way they rolled in the AI to juice the valuation, even though that's the only thing that doesn't make money. Like the launches are like a wash. Whether they make money or lose money, that whole launching satellites thing, that it's breaks even. Space or Starlink makes a ton of money, so that's doing well. And then they threw in this AI thing, and the AI is the one, just like all AI companies out there, that they're just spending in CapEx for essentially no return yet. So they have the ability at any point to flip a switch and say, okay, we're a profitable company now. But that's really hard to do. So so again, we're going to watch the markets. I think it's super interesting, just to go into the markets and get your guys' opinion on this. Like if we take a look at the SPY, sold off pretty dramatically yesterday. And I'm anchoring everything when I'm talking about relative strength weakness, just FYI, I'm anchoring everything to kind of this yesterday's candle right now, right? Like what happened versus yesterday's, that big kind of dip we had there. We closed right at the low there. We bounced just a little bit, but IWM, the small caps, right? A, that candle wasn't that bad. And then B, if you look at where we are right now at 284, we're up in this area. So IWM, this strength in IWM is insanely strong. I hope it continues as someone who trades a lot of small caps. I don't know why it's happening. Is this like an interest rate thing? What are you guys thinking there?
It's a good question. Jane, you want to take a stab at this first while I bide for time and take a look around my bucket
Yeah,
full
no,
of
for sure.
NVIDIA?
What I'm seeing is I have seen that really with the Mag 7, you guys know I check, thanks to you, Michael, I look at the RSP to see the broader market and also the Mag 7. Right now with the Mag 7, I'm seeing that they sold the Mag 7 at 66.57. So they are taking that down at the present moment. That is going to, in my opinion, give us a small glimpse as to why the market is moving down. RSP, seeing that they're moving it to the upside. SPY M, moving it to the upside. When we look at the SPY and the Qs overall, the bigger money levels, we are still, we're below temporarily with the drawdown by the Mag 7, but you're seeing the Dow still moving up. You're seeing that 2,000 stocks are still moving up. You're seeing them buy the dollar. You're seeing a lot of still upward momentum. And I think this drawdown, in my opinion, is related to the SpaceX IPO. We're going to see a lift going into Friday. A lot of things are lifting today as well. So I'm not seeing any fear come into the market, i.e. put buying, right? So without that sort of icing on the cake, the cherry on top of the sundae, this is a temporary drawdown of 7 stocks that is pulling down the 2 ETFs, right? And the index is based off of 7 stocks. Looking at NVIDIA, if we can get back above that 212.38 level, yeehaw. For the past 2 days, for Tuesday and today, we're seeing 4 out of the 7 to the upside. I'm now looking at the statistics of that daily to see what is that likelihood that we're going to have a continued move to the upside, because it is these 7 stocks that rock those ETFs. It doesn't mean that those are the only ones moving up. The broader market is moving up. They are buying the broader market. And right now, there's not a clear decision across the board that they're selling. So I can't say it's time to freak out in the market like I did in February. I said, hey, guys, I'm seeing this. There's a good likelihood the market's going down. This to me is a drawdown based off of potential positioning, all that money in money markets, potentially going into SpaceX IPO, getting in on the lift off of that, potentially seeing the S&P 500 move up into 800, 900 next year, right? The hedge fund guys want to make money. If they're in cash right now, they're not looking to take the market down. They're looking to put it in to continue to grind it higher to get their bonuses at the end of the year.
Jane, I love everything you said there, but I just wanted to just tag in there and talk about, hey, I mean, the pain trade. What is a pain trade, right? If most of the money, not most, but if there's a lot of money on the sidelines like you're talking about, pain trade's up, baby. We've had the 2 most hated rallies. This next leg is going to be the most hated by far, I promise you, and everyone after that. So it's the golden age of buying the dip still. I'm still a firm believer. The other thing you mentioned, we're not seeing selling, we're seeing rotation in my book. We're seeing this kind of churning of all of these things that are moving the markets up. You made a great point, 4 out of 7 up on the Mag 7. It really is the name of the game. It's not just going down. Like you said, Dow's over 50,000, right? You know, I mean, how can things be bad? The last thing I wanted to put on your guys' radar while you were talking, I was looking at the IWM, or actually QQQ over IWM chart. And that's really nice because as the market needs to kind of reach into its back pocket and find some liquidity to keep rotating and churning its way up, it can't always just be the same couple semiconductors, you know. Well, as it needs to do that, well, it can reach in its back pocket, juice these small cap trades. And, you know, maybe that does mean that they're selling Qs a little bit here. But that volatility is going to provide room for QQQ to go up. And really, you just long IWM so you can short it later to buy more Qs. Am I right? Or am I right, Michael? Is that still a fair correlation trade there?
It's so hard because I was like grown up to I was always taught, and it existed for ages. And this is why you have to be very loose in your brain about correlations and just understand that shit changes and then get it out of your head. Because I was always raised to believe that small caps should have some type of premium because they're riskier assets. So they should trade at a premium to large caps because, you know, you've got way more risk in a, you know, XYZ, who knows, mom, pa company down the road than you do an Apple, right? You know, Apple's not going anywhere. You know, if Apple ceases to exist, it's going to be like a 10, 20 year long bleed, like a BlackBerry, or, you know, you're going to know it,
Right.
you're going to see it. You know, a lot of these companies can just come and go. I don't know if that'll ever come back, but that's supposed to be the way it works. What I'm interested in is the, like you mentioned, it's rotation, right? And rotation, you got to have it. It's the lifeblood of a bull market. You know, this is the quote from the guy who invented the chartered market technician, right? He was in Congress testifying about this stuff a couple times, and like, yeah, this should be what you're happy to see, and this is why, you know, there was one gentleman I know in the chat that was giving us a lot of pushback for just not saying, hey, we should just buy MU when it's at 1,000, right? This thing's going up forever. Like, this is what you want to do as traders. So if you found yourself caught up in that wave where everyone's like, oh man, this thing's amazing, it's going to be wicked, everything's going to be awesome, that's the moment where you have to kind of switch your brain and say, okay, what's next, right? So this is why,
Yep.
you know, I most of my holdings are things like XLV and XLF. Like, they're the most kind of boring-ish names, but they're where I think the money's going to flow into. So the question I'm interested in, you know, your guys' feedback from is it, are we just going to flip right back? Is this like a 6-month rotation, or is this, you know, SpaceX goes live, everyone's drunk and happy again, and we just whip right back into semis? Because I'm just like I talked about before, when I was in semis and I was selling those semis to buy boring stocks. It's not like I hate exciting stocks, right? I you know, that rotation is something that you always have to keep in mind. When you're making a bunch of money, you got to go, okay, what's next? What's next? And eventually that next thing will be like bonds and the
Goodness.
dollar, right? When the market
No.
actually starts to, you know, if we start to get a decline in the economy and stuff, yeah, eventually that world is, okay, I want to be in safe haven assets. I don't think that's it. I just wonder if it's more of this kind of, is it like industrials next? Is it materials again? Is it oil again? Or do we just go right back into semis and just take off like we've always been doing?
Michael, don't overthink it. Just pile into semis again is probably the answer that everybody's going to hate. I'm not saying it's definitely going to happen, but that's kind of where my heart is. Like, if you put a gun to my head and said, hey, buy something on this dip, probably still semis, to be honest. Maybe
and that's what's
you-
on my list today too.
Yeah.
You know, that's what's on my list, because those are the ones that are having that rebound. They are moving to the upside. I'm actually going to go through SMH right now, check out where those bigger money levels are on all of them to see, because that is going to tell us, that's going to give us a bigger picture. Where are these guys positioned? Have they sold at the top and they have reallocated down at the bottom? And this is just hey, guess what? We want to make everybody fearful so we can buy it at a discount and then take it higher. It's that classic Elliott wave theory. Move it up. Okay, we sell here, pull it back down, and then surge it higher and get those shorts feeling the pain, and then the longs get in above the resistance zone, and boom, it moves up and it has that impulse move to the upside. So a lot of the technical sort of analysis has to do with that momentum of the retracement done by the big guys, and then they take it higher, squeeze the shorts, and everybody jumps on board. So I agree with you, Steve, that this is going to be something where I think it's a great buying opportunity. I will wait until it is confirmed that it is back up above the level, because I don't want to get my hands chopped off knowing that the big guys sold. But that's why I'm going to go through SMH right now. So I'm going to do a little bit of work while you guys are chatting, and I'll let you know what I see.
That's awesome. Jane, just because why make it harder than it needs to be? This is not an easy game, so to speak. We may have learned a few things around the block, but one of those things is to not make it any harder than it has to be. And if the leader's still leading, why am I going to... I'm literally just saying this to myself, guys. Why are you trying to buy the laggard? Why are you trying to play smarter than the market and outthink everything? Why don't you just tag in with the big liquidity? And the amount of times I've watched I mean, not recently, but I remember just every day NVIDIA would go up. They'd sell an AMD that was going up with the semis, but they'd sell it to buy more NVIDIA. You know, the bifurcation was getting bigger and bigger for a long time. And that was really hard to watch as somebody who wanted to be smarter than the market and try to get that edge there. Sometimes the edge is being smart enough to listen to the market and what they're saying, and they're not telling me that semis are done. So I'm liking that our heads are in the same place. I'll let you calculate those levels. I'm also doing a little bit.
Yeah, just to piggyback what you're saying, a great example. One of the best traders that I know is a surfer, and you know, I was chatting with him a bunch, and he just says the same kind of thing you're saying, is that you just never fight the waves. He's like, you know, it's the same thing. It's like, we don't know where the wave is going to hit next, and we don't know what it is, but you just got to have a plan to be on it and then have a plan to be off of it, you know, when it happens. And he's like, there's not, you know, there's a couple things in the world you can't win a fight on, and that's like your wife, the market, and that's about it. So it's like, yeah, if they are going to keep ripping, let everyone scream bubble and it makes no sense and blah blah, and just remind yourself that if it is a bubble and the bubble will pop, it doesn't happen in one day. Like, it's not, you don't wake up and Micron's is zero. You know, you wake up and Micron's down 10%. You go, oh shit, that sucks. I'm 10% poorer than I was yesterday. But did you make 100% in the meantime? Like, that's the goal, right? Eventually,
Right, and then you wake up the next day and you're up 20% because these things just keep going. You blink and they're back to all-time highs.
AOI right now. That to me on the longer term chart looks like it's got 150 point potential move when it breaks out of the downward trend. If you look at a weekly chart, oh my gosh, it is spectacular to me.
It's beautiful,
I'm like,
right?
just grind higher, please. It's going to, you see that nice little pullback, consolidation, bull flag. Yes, I want to see this continue up 150 points.
Jane, I love that you're talking AOI. This is one of the top watches on my list because it, believe it or not, has room to catch up. It has been trading sideways and everybody's like, is it broken? Is it dead? No, it's resting. Let it sleep. It's a sleeping giant. This thing is going much higher in my book. I think it's a $500 stock. There's the bell. Oof. Oh, look at this.
All right.
The battle of the vegetables.
Oh,
it's so much fun.
My calculations.
We're getting all kinds of stuff here. So I'm going to grab in here to the SPY right off the bat. I didn't even look if we have, I'm so caught up on SpaceX. I don't even know if there's like any more economic stuff today.
No. Yeah, nothing.
There is. I got
natty gas. That's about it. Who cares about natty gas, really? So a little bit of a down off the open. So because we have such a huge day tomorrow, I would not be surprised for a little bit of a chill one today. But you always have to, you know, caveat that with what there could be a tweet. And then the tweet comes out, and then all of a sudden, it's, you know, we get a 10-point up or a 10-point down move in the market. So, you know, the fact that we're now bouncing again, I think the real levels to just watch are the low of this crazy candle. This was a pretty wild candle. If we break down under that low, that's when I think things get a little bit ugly. And if we start to bounce significantly from that, that's where people could pop in. So yeah, this is where I'm looking with everything. And then again, just comparing the small cap versus large cap thing again to see if there's anything that's going to show up there.
Awesome, love it. I'm getting our gamma exposure rig all set up and ready to go here. It'll be more valuable as the session goes on, but I'll be starting to get some information out for us in regards to that as well. In general though, looking for SPX to why do I always try to talk before I have the data actually loaded? I'll get right back to you on that.
Well, I wanted to answer a question. Somebody had asked about Tesla this morning. And they were looking to see, hey, I've got to go back to it. It's not Nigel, the student. I did respond, and I feel bad that I didn't get right back to him. So in any event, he was looking at Tesla. Now, Tesla, they have moved their bigger money level to 392.37. So I am seeing selling at this time across the board. If we bring that back to a daily chart, we're still seeing that we are below. So looking at this, I cannot in good conscience say, yes, I think this is going to move higher right at the moment. If we have a close above 392.50, okay, there's a good chance. But right now, that momentum is moving to the downside, like we're seeing the selling with the other Mag 7. When I also looked at Mags right here, the Mags level is 66.57, sorry, 66.65. We are well below that at the present time. That's not giving, look at this volume right here on the 3rd. This is not giving me the confidence to say, I want to get in hard and heavy into these Mag 7s at the moment. If they flip it back down here, they go, okay, 64.50. Yeah, this looks like a pretty strong resistance support area. They move their level. I'm going to let you guys know. But right now, breaks to me on the Mag 7. Tesla is one of them. NVIDIA as well, 212.38. I didn't update that at the moment, but we are 12 points below. And so that to me is also giving us a hold on. This is the biggest heavy hitter at the moment, and they are selling this. We could see it move back up, but we are breaking that trend. You could draw a little trend line as well. Ooh, beautiful. We've got this moving average here. We've broken a 33-day exponential moving average. That is not giving me confidence to say, yes, I truly want to get in at this time. That did not hold. To me, that is a big signal. So looking at those, I would say caution on Tesla going long at this time, in my opinion. Do what you will. Your own risk, but I am seeing that it's not the best long at the moment. There are others. There are the semiconductors that are up today. We've got AMD that's up, and the bigger money is down below at 445. So why not go with ones that show that these big guys are buying it, right? We've also got Intel and Micron, where that bigger money is below. That's where those semis are there. And why not? Let's follow the big money to the upside. Let's profit with them. We don't need to fight them. We will not.
Jane, sorry to step on you there, but I was, following along with all the charts you mentioned. Intel looks phenomenal here. It looks like a textbook high-end type flag. It looks absolutely pristine. Oh, sorry. Well, we have some other stuff here. That we can talk.
Yes.
Socialism. You pull up my screen and it's socialism time. Michael, am I being outed live?
Well, no, because it's a running joke because I own a bunch of
Intel.
Intel because I bought it when Trump decided socialism was good. I bought a couple of those MP materials. There was a couple of them that he's like, yeah, we're doing socialism here.
For
so
Intel
I'm like,
right there. They're selling it.
Give me.
Watching the price.
I took out most of my Intel because look at the thing. It like tripled.
Yeah.
It's been an insane return. The only return that I've had this year that's been better, Steve, is Oscar.
I know where we're going with this.
This thing.
Tell me the money.
Holy smokes. I was gonna come to your house. I was gonna break your legs. Everything was bad. I took one last shot at it I took one last shot at it at 12 and then blinked, and the CEO bought $11 million or something worth of his own money. And I say it all the time. Insiders can sell for a number of reasons, right? Maybe it's the only way they get paid. Maybe they're going through divorce. They want to buy a house, whatever it is. If you're buying, you're taking after-tax money that you have, that you've paid tax on, and you're putting it back in your company. And now it's at 28. So it just ripped. And I had of course, I had the OSCX because YOLO. And this thing has just it's gone from 18 to 99 in that meantime.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So we're friends again, basically. we're friends again, bud.
I'm invited to the cookout again. I'm glad to hear.
Yeah. I won't poison anything.
Competition. That was it.
Sorry, I got to jump in real quick. There's a strong candle brewing here on SPY. I'm just keeping a note of it, watching if it can break that opening 5-minute range. That's also a 2-day VWAP. It's also a little bit of a confluence there with that 7,300 SPX strike. So watching and waiting for that to break. Probably going to be looking to play a 15-minute orb opening range break there. But what was I just saying, guys? We got some interesting stuff going on here, brewing under the surface that I'd love to talk about whenever's convenient. But just brewing. Cool. So we got some gamma exposure stuff that's been popping. Well, what I like to look for, like, I kind of look for just this. It's just something that I kind of add to the tool belt. So Jane, like you look like looking for those big levels, big money levels, big prints, so to speak. You talked about on Mag 7, the mags. There was a big print. I think it was like 3 days ago, on the third, I believe, maybe. So I'm losing a week here. That's not 3 days ago. On the third, there was a big print, and it did end up.
Trading days, it's all good.
Yeah, it's business days, close enough. It really does show that following these things can give you a big edge. I didn't follow that one isolated signal. I'm sure Jane was more locked in on that, but it really does go to show that they can be worth following. So for me, my little edge here that I'm trying to develop a little more is gamma exposure. We've got a live dashboard that I've been building here. I've been vibe coding my little heart out. So my new thing that I want to show you guys is the weekly heat map here. Everybody's got these on their chart or on their radars now, these intraday gamma exposure charts. So what we're watching here, by the way, is essentially the 1 day till expiry call and puts kind of playing out in the battle place of ideas here. We're seeing the bars move live because this is live data, and then we have the options inventory here as well, just the overall amount sold. So we can kind of get an idea of the the overall speculative positioning. We can see a lot of these strikes, they're a lot higher than the current strike because a lot of these options this week were traded up here. A lot of people were more bullish. And then we have the actual meat and potatoes of what we're seeing on the tape on the left here. This is the same thing extrapolated out through the week. So next week it'll be a little bit cooler because we'll see the full week stretched ahead of us. But here what we can kind of see is this solid floor holding at the 272.65 area for 3 days in a row, and then starting to boost today. And we're starting to see those liquidity draws at the higher levels up here, these yellow, a little bit puke goldy here, but it'll imagine it's bright, shining, gold star yellow. Exactly. The next version will be. But I'm just looking to see if we can start climbing up this wall of worry, so to speak, if we've found a structural floor in all these puts, and the puts floor kind of rising here could be a sign that, hey, we're ready to start marking up again, which I would love to see. The last thing I'll mention, Michael, you talked about this. It looked kind of terrible yesterday at close. We opened up higher, and I'm not seeing us giving it all back yet. It looks like, okay, maybe we did give it all back as I was talking, but we're still kind of up on the day. We still have potential to make that higher low and push higher. So I guess for me, I'll be watching those mags here, and I'll be continuing to watch the development of these calls and puts to see if we can see if we're going to hold this level. 7,300 is the make or break point for me so far, but I'll be getting more data for you, especially in 20 minutes when we get that kind of first half hour block of options data in.
Well, look at the difference. Again, now we've got the SPY is grinding lower all day. It's almost negative on the day. IWM's up 1% and actually holding up really well. So it's continuing to be this kind of rotation out of these large cap names, right? The Qs holding on up 0.4%, but about to hit lows here, maybe pre-market lows as well. And then, IWM, it's going to get dragged down eventually with everything else, but I'd much rather be in these small caps than in anything else. So it's just one of those worlds in which the rotation had to happen at some point. It's happening now. Someone's
what I
mentioning,
want you to look at, though, too, at the same time, Michael, is look at RSP versus MAGs. RSP is up. MAGs are down. It's really the MAG 7 that is the move that is to the downside at the moment. It's not the broader market, which is, you're also seeing it with the Russell, and you're seeing it with the Dow.
And that's another way to look at large cap versus mega cap, right? So, the MAG 7 are your mega caps. That's why they're MAG. But so you've got your mega caps that are getting pulled down, and then the large caps, mid caps. I haven't looked at MDY today, but that's another one you can look at, which are, the redheaded stepchild that everyone forgets about in the middle. Yeah, they're doing great as well. And then you have the small caps. So it's like the further you go down the cap scale, the better things are. And the higher you go up the cap scale, it's not even so much a sector rotation, which I think people are normally used to. Okay, they're selling financials and they're buying healthcare. Oh, they're selling semiconductors and they're buying materials or whatever. So it's not, I don't even see that as prominent as just, if you are a large company right now, you're getting clapped. And if you're a smaller company, even a smaller, you're a large cap, but you're a smaller large cap, then you're getting that kind of reversal through. So I don't know how long this is going to continue. You just have to keep your finger on it, right?
What can you say? Socialism's in right now. You know, we're taking from the rich, we're redistributing to the
Mm-hmm.
poor. We're progressively taxing our Teslas. You know, we only need to take 2% of a Tesla and redistribute it amongst all of the small caps and all of these poor traders' portfolios that they're stuck in. We can liberate the Robinhood traders. That's there we go. That's what's
We have a socialism like sound bite. Is that what that was? Well, there
that
you
was
go.
Marx himself. That was Marx rolling over in his grave and you guys solved it yet? I always think it's funny.
Well,
People are like, what would Marx say right now? He'd be like, you guys went to space? Are you serious? That's rad. Who even cares?
Yeah.
Who even cares about politics? You guys were in space?
That's so cool. Space is a thing.
Yeah. Even the most jaded ever, he'd still be like, guys, wait, hold on. Maybe I was wrong. We're kind of cooking here. I think we should let us cook.
Well, and I think
Oh, man.
to talk about the mechanics of why this happens every now and then is important for new traders. Is this isn't magic. What's going on? What happens is, let's say you were a multimillionaire and you had someone who was a hedge fund manager, and he gives you his books, and it's like 40% semiconductors. You're like, what are you doing? I could have gone out and bought the SMH myself. You're supposed to be actively trading. That's your job. Find some good deals. So periodically, there's that side of it. And it also could just be, hey, I've got a lot of risk in the semis at this point. I want to de-risk that a bit. So every time this will happen, if you're going to be trading for a while, just note that this is going to happen every time. There will be high flyer sectors. Those will get sold in order to de-risk or in order to diversify, to prove your worth, that career risk thing that's very important. You have to kind of go, and then what do they do with that money? So they made a bunch of money in semis. What do they then go and do with that money? That's the only thing that matters. Is it bonds and cash? Well, people are starting to get worried. Is it IWM? Great. And then even seeing SMH rocking just shows it's not even like I'm going to sell all semis. I'm just going to sell. I'm going to sell the big guys, and then I'm going to go into the other guys. I'm going to start selling my Tesla and going from there. And this might even just be Tesla might be a separate phenomenon that I was thinking about. Like, what do you do if you're like you're an Elon glazer? Like that's your thing. Like those guys who just comment and they just at Elon all day. Like, what do you do? Either you have the money to buy both, or you've got to sell some of one to buy the other. So I wonder if there's some of that going on today where it's like, oh, I really love Elon. He has 2 children and I have to, like them both equally. I can't like one more than another. So again, just a lot of rotation going on.
You're telling me? All right. Sorry.
And yeah, the rotation feels wild, but you just have to have a plan for it, right? And just stick and move, right? It will be back. Don't worry.
Absolutely. I love it. Oh, sorry.
Tomorrow
Really quick.
there's a clack split, and that one is rising today as well. It's a 1 for 10 for clack. I just noted that as well and doing my little research here. So just want to give you guys.
Would this be considered semi-cap? Like a producer?
It is in SMH. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I know it's an SMH. I'm wondering a little more specific. I know I'm such a nerd. I'm like, are they one of this in the subsector that actually makes the equipment to make the chips, like lithography, the kind of cool laser stuff? Because they look similar to those other charts, and I think that I'll do a little more research behind the scenes. There's so many of them. So these ones I think do have a lot of room here. The ASMLs, the AMATs, the LRCXs. So these are where I'm looking for the money to rotate into.
ALAC engages in the supply process and control yield management for solutions for the semiconductor and related nanotechnology indices. So process control, PCB, display component inspection, semiconductor process control provides inspection. They're the auditors, I guess.
Now
Deloitte of that.
So this is kind of like where the money is going. If we're kind of past Moore's law. Moore's law is so last decade. It's less about how much we can fit on smaller and smaller chips. It's more about how we can squeeze more efficiency with better packaging methods, better connectivity, so to speak. And this is where a lot of the other winners or new winners that are starting to accelerate in the semi space are in this connectivity kind of stuff. So I'm starting to look at a lot of these other data center places that you'd think are way extended, but really not so much. So you mentioned AAOI. I think that's a beautiful chart. Clack, probably still room. I played Click in the same space. Those are fun. The click clack patty whack there.
It's like
That was
TikTok, click clack.
yeah. Let's see. If it's easy, can I switch my screen? I'm so bad. I always forget what I'm sharing. There it is.
That's dangerous.
I'm a good boy, Michael. What do
I was
you're
about to
gonna
say
see
that.
my you're gonna see the
Dangerous
website
there,
with
bud.
my tribute. I have like an altar to Oscar, in my
There
closet.
you go. Then we'll really know what's going on.
No, what I was gonna say, Michael, was that no, this is just a beautiful long-term chart. This was a beautiful, really easy trade. Sometimes the easiest trades are the ones that literally you're just like, oh man, this monthly looks really good. Buying the break of this 2-month consolidation, this big neckline reclaim, right?
Is that
That there.
AOI? Because I love it if it is.
AOI looks great too, but this is Kulik and Sofa
Click.
Industries. So they're going to be in that PCB packaging space as well. But there's a lot of ones that are really, really primed in this area. SHMD. I haven't seen what it did in the past month. It's a long-term holding for me, so don't hate me if it's down. Okay, it is down a little, but I still see the same structure for this cup and handle. This is advanced PCB manufacturing type stuff as well. But the big boys, this is where I'm just kind of tucking money away. Yeah, ASML. These ones aren't so extended, and that's what I'm looking for in semiconductors right now. So you take the last year's price action. This thing's got a ton of room.
The
It's a 2000.
inverted cup and handle. That always makes a smiley face for me. You got to complete it with a smile at the bottom.
Oh wait,
You
what
see
am I?
that?
Oh, okay. All right. So wait, hold on. For me, these are the eyes, and then I got my happy little mouth down here. What are you
Okay.
seeing? Do I need a bigger mouth? Oh, is this the
Yeah,
nose?
I use the nose as the head, the inverted head. And
Jane,
then
do you?
I do a bigger smiley face. It just makes me happy to see them because there you go. You
Oh,
got an invert. See?
Wait,
Now look at
I
that.
got a
oh,
T-shirt
Now you're always going to see them with
relevant for this. I'll be
smiles.
right back.
oh no. Now I'm worried. Hold on. We can. Jane, ironically, want to do like a happy little charting segment, just like DC.
Happy little charts. Sometimes there's a little mistake, but it's okay. It's a happy little chart.
Exactly. Maybe I've been thinking about rebranding. Maybe that's it. Happy little fibs. Just like it's
Happy
it's
little
all meant
data.
to be. Exactly.
Exactly.
So what I'm seeing, Jane, on a lot of these is just the potential. Oh no, what do we got, Michael?
There we go. Look
Hold
at
on.
Michael.
There he is.
Yeah,
Buy
I
the
this
got a.
smile.
Beautiful.
All
good.
right. Who
Is
made
that
that?
is
I
that
love
a
it.
is that a Vol
That's
Traders nerd thing? Is that a Volatility smile thing, Ivy Scott? Or is
No, it's just a common technical analysis saying, right? I've been trained to buy smiley faces and sell frowny faces. So it's
I
one of
love
those. It's so that's from our boy
Buy the
JC at
smile.
All Star Charts. Got all
yeah,
kinds of.
JC. He's
Yeah, I
amazing.
love JC.
Yeah.
He's got all
Wait,
kinds of.
You guys actually
Fit-
know JC, huh? Right? Or at least Michael, you've known
Oh,
him for a while, right?
We hang out a
me
bunch.
too.
I'm
He
jealous. Fangirl out.
quick funny story, but me, him, and Jane were drinking in San
Sandy.
Diego, I think,
Whoa.
There you go.
and I was getting approached by
That was 9 years ago.
a homeless person,
Whoa.
I think, with maybe
Oh, yeah.
hostile intentions, and JC,
Yeah.
I didn't even notice, like I wasn't paying attention to him at all. And JC just walks up. He's bigger than he looks that when he's on camera, right? He walks up and he just grabs him on the shoulder and just like gives him a 2-point stare and says, "What's up, buddy?" And the guy just kind of turned around, and just thought better of himself and walked away. So that's our.
Peace out.
The guy did
I
some
think that
quick
was one of
technical
those.
analysis. The guy
That was
did
one
some
of those
quick tech-
moments. I think Jane had to fly out. It was one of those. It's like I got to fly out early, so I might as well just stay up drinking all night. No sense going to sleep now. Let's stay up until my plane, and I'll just sleep then. And
Exactly.
yeah, things that there's no way in hell I'm doing anymore.
Oh, yeah.
Too
Well,
old
that's
for
when
that
we were
now.
used to staying up anyways. I just had, that was in September, I want to say. I'd given birth in February. So my daughter was 7 months old.
Oh yeah,
And
so you're
I
not
was used
sleeping
to
anyway.
staying up. I'm like, why not? I'm used to staying up all night with the newborn pretty much at that time. My kids never slept. So, yeah.
Q's pop here. Every market's lifting. We just broke that news low that we had there. at that pre-market level. So we're up into the 730s, still being led by IWM. It's outperforming everything, but just across the board here, we're getting a nice little lift for everybody. So everyone's getting all hyped up for their SpaceX Eve. And yeah, so geez, semiconductors up almost 4% now, very close to yesterday's high. Insane performance there.
And we knew that. I knew it all along, guys. I've been not. When they finally give a dip, if we look at like I don't know, SMH, if you zoom out a little bit on the daily, you look. This is like the first chance that we've gotten a 20-day moving average tap in like literally freaking forever, literally since they bottomed. So like on the very first. Oh, nice. Let me pull that up. On the Michael, you charlatan without your 20-day moving average on there. I don't know how you can see anything, but I got you guys. Don't worry.
Get them all off. Get all those moving averages away from me.
Come on, I'm collecting like Pokemon
I got my
over
spaghetti.
here.
I like my spaghetti,
Exactly.
and I don't like when I get stuck in the muck.
It's so easy, and that's why I love my moving averages as well. Because I think about you, Jane, when I'm just in that band, like trying. It's like, why don't I wait for some directionality? Why don't I wait for those to start expanding out and upwards? Those fanning moving averages that you see in the beginning of a trend, just like that. Speaking of which, yellow moving average right here. That's our 20-day. That represents equilibrium of the trend. We didn't even get it here on this pullback, the last pullback. This is where I panic sold. Guys. No, I told my girlfriend, hey, you're up over 100% in a month. Maybe sell half. You know, of course, I'm me. So I said, you could buy these degenerate small cap semis instead, you know, just roll those profits a little bit, you know. So, but now we're getting another chance. And here's what I say. They'll scare you the first test very often. Because here's the thing. Every furu on your timeline, they're going to say, why didn't you buy the 20-day bounce, guys? Look at all these charts where it bounced on the 20-day. They're not going to show you all the ones that failed. There's going to be plenty that fail this, you know, but they won't buy those. They'll only buy the right ones. I only bought the right ones. Jane, Michael, you guys only bought the right ones, right? So we're all good. But just want to put this on your radar. It's they always make it a little tough, right? It was too hard to just buy it right there at the end of the day. They wicked you out again, stopped you out again. But here we are forming a base. And if I've seen semiconductors do one thing dependably, it is shake out bears and then give them a real tight hug, you know, as they get squeezed in the market.
Well, and I think it really all comes down to like the vibes are going to be completely different if the SpaceX IPO does wicked or if it fails. Like those are going to be, that's going to change, I think, all of this. You're either going to get a huge rip and continuation, everything's going to look amazing and awesome. Or if the SpaceX IPO opens up and just dumps, which I hope not. Well, I might not even care. I might not get any of my allocation. So in that case, I hope it goes to zero if I don't get any of it. That's going to really sour people. You know, if they're just, you're going to go, okay, this is the hyped moment we were all waiting for, and it doesn't do anything. It doesn't, it doesn't show us that there's an amazing amount there. I listened to a podcast that was interesting, basically debating, is it 1997 or 1999? And
I love that
basically
question.
In 1997, IPOs were on fire, and you would buy an IPO, or an IPO would open and it would rip. And then in 1999, IPOs were the first kind of tell, looking back, of course. No one knew this at the time, but looking back, you were getting just less IPO there, because there were thousands of IPOs during the dot-com. It was insanity. It wasn't just a couple that we're seeing now, but they just stopped getting their luster, right? They would, and you saw the same thing in the early 2021 with SPACs. Something would de-SPAC and just rip to the moon. It was crazy. And then later you would get, things de-SPAC and they would just bump a little bit and then fall apart. And then you got like Rivian, and Rivian was like, oh crap, right? This thing like IPO'd and just boom. And that was
like
kind
chickens
of
coming
everyone,
home to roost, right? Like
yeah,
the
that
end
was
of a
like,
regime.
that's
we're
Robin
done with
Hood
it.
was the same way. There was a whole bunch of these. They just IPO'd and just dumped. And that just shows that there's not that same faith in the market that there was before. And that's why I think a lot of people, on top of everything else we talked about, are really looking to see what happens with the SpaceX IPO, because it's going to need, if it rips, you got to think of the size of this thing. It's like one of the largest companies in the world already. If it
Mhm.
rips, there's a lot of buying power behind that. There's a lot of hype. There's billions of dollars of people that are thinking that, yeah, we should put stuff in space. And if it's not, if this thing just gaps up and then kind of craps, I think that's like a whole market kind of vibe shift. So again, it's not just about SpaceX. It's not just even about space stocks. It's about what is the appetite for risk that's given out there based off of this thing. That's what I'm more interested than anything else.
I love cutting through the brass tacks. That's literally all it is. It's like how much of a premium price tag can you slap on the hottest thing right now and still get that bid to inch higher? You know, what are they willing to pay for that 10% diluted stake of Anthropic's second cousin, whatever the heck, you know, something that Dario looked at one time. It's like, all right, sure, that's worth 500%. You know, the valuations are getting crazy. What was that ETF that held a representation of, it was like SpaceX, Anthropic, and a few others, like
DXYZ, is that it? Yeah, DXYZ.
no,
I think was one of them.
That was the SpaceX SPAC IPO speculative one. This one was something with a V. Somebody's gonna yell at me in chat. They know what it is.
I was about to say,
was it
What's the name? What are you looking for? What is the
Crow will give us that, and then the
perimeter
leverage version
it?
of that
I can do
at
an
the same
ETF
time.
screener right now. What is the
So,
title of it? It's
I forget the title, but it held Databricks, it held Anthropic, and it held SpaceX, and like proxies for that. Like they had some private shares, and they were like doing like a 10 times valuation increase on top of that crazy valuation and releasing those shares. It was a lockup period. It was at $20 for a long time, for multiple years. Then it finally unlocked, and it shot up to $500 before I think it started turning around. It started with a V. People are playing the scream at your television screen right now. Sorry, guys.
VCX, is that what?
That sounds correct.
Chat.
Yes. Fundrise Innovation.
Fundrise Growth Tech Fund.
Yes. So this one it unlocked at a valuation of $22. It gapped up like many IPOs do. 30% or so to 31. Never looked back.
Just thank you.
Yeah, awesome. I appreciate you. Yeah, that's exactly what I knew somebody would have my back.
Nice,
but this thing shot up to
guys. Thank you.
That doesn't look good. I don't like that. If that's going to be my SpaceX thing, I want the other way.
Wait, what if we do? I got you.
I like DXYZ better. That made me feel better because at least that was ripping today. So I'm going to use that one because it helps my confirmation bias a little bit. So
okay,
I don't like to feel bad feelings. So.
You're hitting me with the silence quantitative trader, vibes trader is speaking. You're hitting me with one of those. I respect that, especially coming from you. So
just give me that makes me feel good inside. You know, that's exactly it. Is because I know all of these biases, and I know I suffer from all of these biases. So that's why I outsource everything else to the mathematics, because I tried to be the Zen Buddhist monk thing that could just ignore them all, and it just did not work for me. So, yeah, I'm gonna look at this one because it's a green candle and not the other one because it's a red one. I'm gonna blame it on volume because that's when I looked at. Right, be careful trading this if you had that idea at VCX. There's just no volume in it, so I'll just blame it on that instead of having this forebode what's going to happen to my account tomorrow. Because
I wanted to give you guys my follow-up on SMH before I head out.
Yep.
So looking at the top 25, right now we have 8 that are below their bigger money area.
Out of 25, sorry? There was 8?
Out of 25, there's 8 that they were selling.
Seems good.
And a lot of those are not that big of a drop. We've got not $9.50, $17, that's pretty big, $14, pretty big, $1.84, that one is going to be ADI, $15, $31 on Monolithic Power Systems, $6 on MCHP, Microchip Technology Incorporations, and $1.84 on Skyworks. So overall, I mean, $1, that's not that big. NVIDIA is $9.50. So right now, because NVIDIA is such a large name, but if you're looking at that 60% are below, and that's a pretty good indication that we are going to see the semiconductors continue to move higher when we have 60% of the big money below us for SMH. So I think that we are really going to see a positive end to the year based off of all this information. Now, it could change, but at the present moment, to me, this drawdown in the market was simply, hey, let's panic sell these people so that we can get them to buy, so that we can buy those shares. We know that Musk is releasing it directly to the public. We know in 15 days, which I looked it up, is July 1st trading day. That's when it's going to be added into the queues, and that's likely going to create a lift. In looking at the NVIDIA daily chart, we're also pretty much at the bottom of we're at the bottom trend line of an upward channel, and we have a bull flag setting up. So there's a lot of components that, yes, we have to wait for it to follow through, but it looks like it's simply just a drawdown for a bigger move to the upside.
I love it.
I'm here for it.
And
I love it.
With all that going on, like someone mentioned in chat, is we got new highs on Qs, we got new highs on IWM, we got new highs in the SPY. So far, everyone's loving life. Don't mess
Speaking
us
of
up,
which,
SpaceX.
I hate to be a bummer, especially we got a guest. Hey,
And
what's
new
up?
highs on INTC. Good morning. Great, excellent analysis there by Jane.
Good stuff. Yeah, I really liked that look this morning. I wish I took the trade because look at that, just continuation.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
That's the one I did mention in my server here this morning. It looked like a high and tight flag breakout on Intel. I should just shut up and buy the darn thing when I say that. But Jesse, how you doing this morning? You got any spicy trades on the board or anything you want to bring to the mix?
Yeah, actually, I have been trading INTC. I've been watching the other it's good to see the semis back up again today. That's for sure, because we've had some down days. But INTC's up over 11% right now. Marvell up over 5%, AMD over 5%, and MU's finally back in the $900 range and up at about 4%. So happy to see that finally come back a little bit. That's been really good.
Want to give a quick shout out right now. I saw that they were selling in the past roughly at 119 here. So this could be an inflection point, a great place to take some profit. Looking back, they did sell on the 29th of May at the 119 zone. So we'll see if it can continue and break it, which it looks like it's doing right now. But just a heads up, this could be where they're going to try to take out some shorts. However, just a heads up on that. But other than that, I see that the bigger money is down at 108.75 for a longer term swing trade to the upside.
That is good to know. That's great to know.
Yeah. Have a great one, guys. Bye. Gotta go pack.
Take care, Jen. Good to see you.
Have fun moving. It's never fun to move. Never fun. We moved 6 years ago, and after that, I said we're never moving again. It is the craziest experience, man. It's
Can I commandeer the screen? Be a little greedy, real quick, just because it might be time sensitive here. Awesome.
Yeah, anytime.
Well, I just updated my old Gexaruni levels, my old Gex chart here, and just a few things to note here. We got the nice surge through the newly developing. This is tracking data through tomorrow, so not a huge time frame here, but we traded up through the magnet. We're testing zero gamma. We did double top into it. We're having some trouble here. I note that over the course of the next couple of days, there's a lot of gamma down south. Does that mean that we have to go revisit it? No, it could roll off as we spend time over the magnet, but really we are going to need to spend time over this zero gamma to get going. So just put it on your radar. We are at a pivot where we could see some mean reversion back to this 7,300 SPX level. That's sitting at what? We're about 15 points above that right now. That's about 1/3% under us. That's the area where I'd really like to see if we can hold this. And if we lose this, we might see these lower strikes starting to pick up strength, and we might be seeing the beginning of another dead cat bounce here. How do you guys feel about this being a dead cat bounce versus a potential just carve out of the bottom?
Just think all that matters is what happens tomorrow, right? I know you're beating a dead horse on this one. People are probably getting stop talking about SpaceX, but I don't think
Everybody's talking
I
about it though. That's what everybody's talking about.
I'm leaving this. I'm looking at the thread here for of Walter, right? And he's talking about, oh, there's missiles flying over here, and CNN says Iran prepares defenses on Craig Island. All this stuff is going on out there. Market's ripping. So I just look at it as like everyone is just so hyped up about SpaceX, and if this just becomes a complete and utter debacle, I think we'll look back and we'll say, well, that was the top. Or if it goes amazingly and this thing closes up, 30%, again, not from the price that the plebs get it, but the price that the rich people who invested in it get it. So above 135, then I think it's game on. And then if it closes above, where everyone got it, so where the rich people got it, and then the opening price, and then closes up on the day, then I think the market's just gonna slingshot higher, and I think we'll be at all-time highs in like a day or two, just because I really do think it matters that much. Facebook, again, you can go back and look. Facebook got cut in half in its first like 6 days of trading or something like that. It opened and just boom, and that was everybody was worried about the market when that happened. And that's the biggest, closest one that I can remember. And it was nothing in comparison to what we're seeing right now. So again, it's a big deal. So I think today bouncing is nice, but I don't think anything matters until tomorrow. Right?
It is a deal. And then tomorrow we do have our special SpaceX IPO broadcast that we're going to be doing in the morning. 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, right? So I think I'll be on. Michael, I believe you'll be on as well. You're coming on early in the morning for the show.
I am, and I was thinking of this broker that I'm a part of. I was thinking of emailing them back and say, listen, I'm going to be on stream with a couple hundred people. You want me to say the name of the broker a bunch? I haven't said the name of the broker yet. You want me to say the name? I'll say it a bunch. Just give me the shares. So I'm going to be here anyway, because it's there's a world in which if I don't get the shares, I probably won't be here as long. If I do get the shares, I gotta sit here the entire day and see what happens. But yeah, it'll be fun to hang out anyway. Like Steve was saying, it's going to be a spectacle. I want to see the impact of the market, all of that kind of stuff. But yeah, I'm thinking of that'd be like the douchiest email I ever wrote, because it would be.
I don't know if you know who I am.
I told you the size of my account, but I didn't tell you that I'm famous on the internet. So
I also do live streams.
Reviewer energy there. It's like, I don't know if you know this, but I have the power. You could try it. It wouldn't necessarily hurt.
Now, the interesting thing is, you had mentioned, Michael, a little bit earlier. I was watching the show, and yes, good morning, the Crow Trades. Nigel, good to see you guys. I see you guys mentioned my name in chat. Good to see you guys this morning. Michael, you had mentioned that there were that some brokers, essentially, we have to hold. Right? If we buy SpaceX, I talked to my broker and they said you have to hold this for 15 days. You cannot sell. So just make sure you're really interested in buying these shares. Is that rather unprecedented, or is that something you've seen before with other IPOs?
Sometimes it's common that there can be a lockup. I didn't read that, but now I need to go back and read that, because I'm less interested in it if I have to do that. But sometimes that's common, in which it depends on where the shares came from. So if the shares were allocated to the broker, and then they had a lockup period. So if I allocate it to the broker, then the broker just pushes that lockup period down. But that can happen for sure. And then I don't think it's a coincidence that 15 days is the same amount of days that takes place until the Nasdaq starts putting it in its index. So I think it's all to line up again to hold it higher, because like I mentioned, there is a whole bunch of incentives locked into this SpaceX IPO being higher in that couple, I think 2 months or something. I'll have to look at, I'll get the exact date for you guys tomorrow. But yeah, basically they're allowed to sell only if the price is up, essentially. So there's a lot of very rich people very interested in getting as well, right? So
right. Does
Guys,
that
real
leave?
quick.
Oh, go ahead, Steve. Go ahead.
I'm just bragging over here. I'm just literally.
Brag
I'm
on.
like,
Brag
I'm
on.
Leo DiCaprio pop. Like I'm looking at my screen, like pointing, going, "Oh, it's doing the thing. Zero gamma. It's gonna try to reject here. It's gonna go to the magnet, and now we're gonna see. And if it's good, this is the dip buy, I think, because it's coming back into support, retesting the highs, retesting this high magnet, retesting VWAP. If it fails, then we can start looking at this nice juicy short. But until then, I think that this thing wants to go higher. And I'm really excited to see if we can start kind of wearing this zero gamma level down. Because the whole thing is that under this, at least intraday, it changes based on the time frame. But this is showing the next 2 days of data. It's saying that under this point, dealers have to lean into sells, and you can see them kind of saying, "Oh, we're selling a little. Okay, we're piling in," and that creates this kind of reaction where you can accelerate through levels. So these aren't necessarily supports so much as accelerants. They're kind of like Mario Kart speed boosters down here that could get us down. You know what I'm saying, Jesse?
Good reference. I know that reference. Yes, Mario Kart. Yep. Very good. Good reference.
I'm a simple man, so I like to think like what makes sense to me. Well, that blue shells, don't like those, but in general, I like the speed boost if I'm looking for short, and that's how negative gamma acts. So you see that kind of fuel on the fire type scenario. The easiest trades are in positive gamma over the zero gamma, where you have nice supportive, basically volume and options volume below you that creates this buy the dip mentality. So you get above this yellow line, and then here you're more likely to buy the dip and the volatility gets faded. Below this, it can just ramp, and that's kind of what we see. We try to hold a level. A few days ago, this was zero gamma, this yellow zone right here. We tried to break above. When we failed hard. So that's what I'm looking for as the rubber meets the road here at our magnet, at our large 7,300 level. So far, not finding that buyer. So, hey, we got to be ready. If this thing starts rocking and rolling, maybe a backtest of VWAP gets us in the short, maybe a rejection of the 7,300 level proper. But keep an eye on this, guys, because it's potential to get a little bit spooky. That's why I wanted to let you guys go up here.
INTC, I'm watching. I'm actually just I got in a trade with INTC going short. It looks like the 119 mark may have been the top for the day. We'll see. Of course, it could recover and come back, but we are flirting below VWAP now and below the 9 and 20 EMA. So I'm watching that just kind of slide on down. Here we're at 116 with INTC.
I like that. I like it because I want to get long, and I don't have any right now.
Exactly.
Bring it back down. Fill this gap
back
up.
down so we can go back up. Yeah, it's perfect.
Where do we do the baton trade-off, the baton pass here, Jesse? Where do you want out at? Where do I want in? That's the question. Think you can get it down to 112 for me?
Hey, I'd love to get it to. Oh, baby, I'd love to get it to 112. Right now, we're dropping 116.50 or so right now, and some change. I'd like to see 115 soon-ish, but yeah, get down to 112 and then scale right on back up. That'd be beautiful.
Love it. I'm gonna check out the cam pivots here. Excuse the spaghetti, as Jane would say. Let's find out where our pivots are for today. Oh well, we're well above them, of course, because we're up 10%, 11% still. Okay, exactly. Beautiful. So it can come back down and still be very bullish. I would like to see maybe. Is 112 crazy? I kind of want to see the 112. So we'll see what we can get. Maybe I throw a fib on this, take some of the spaghetti off, throw a fib on this range. Now that we've got a nice topping candle, that's a really nice 5-minute topping candle to feel good about being short in, though. If it loses this, it's going to squeeze pretty significantly, and you got in over VWAP. Now we're starting to lose that VWAP. I think keep fading pops above VWAP till we get the crack down to 113. That's totally doable.
There we go. It's falling. It's falling. Come on down.
Nice. Yeah, let's zoom on in. Beautiful little
the
crack.
market too, right? Again, we're now like doji kind of day for just chopping sideways here, where we gapped up, we ran up a bit, we came down a bit. We're now below the opening price, and we're just kind of hanging out.
Just hanging out.
Absolutely. And we're seeing
Still
the
No
leaders.
restrictions on day
Yes.
one
Wow, it's
SpaceX
falling.
purchase. I'm checking. I'm checking to see if there's a, because I've got my order out here.
It is still dropping 115.30 now for INTC.
Oh, nice trade there. So we are under the equilibrium again, 115.67. That's the range that it's been flagging in. That's the equilibrium of that. So it tried to break out, wasn't quite ready. The next fib down, if it is just playing fib to fib, that's a 111.63 there. So some room down.
Nice. I am out of the trade. That was a pretty good trade.
It was a really nice trade, dude. If you get a rejection somewhere in the 15.50 to 16, perhaps that dead cat, you could consider juicing it, getting back in a little. If you're just looking for continuation, I think you just crushed the top. That
was enormous. Yeah, that was an enormous downtrend there. We'll see if we get some continuation, though. The pre-market low is 113. So, yeah, like you said, Steve, you're looking maybe for 112 to be a buyer going back long. So, pre-market low is 113.41.
Yeah, I like it. And we could bring in the Josh Aroni, the bounce plays off of this kind of prior area of, well, it was resistance. We pop through, we back test it, and power up from there. So, hey, I'd love to see this. You also see the Qs coming back down to about there, opening range break there. And that's where I'm kind of wanting to see the rubber meet the road in general. So, love seeing the leaders continue to lead here. I know Jane was talking about AOI, and me and Jane, we're a little, we can take our time. We're looking at the weekly charts on these and really liking those. I always say, like, the weekly shows me what I want to trade, and then the daily shows me, like, how I want to trade it. The hourly is going to give me the actual entry. But this looks really constructive once it's ready to finally go. It's been hanging out sideways for a while. Another one in the same kind of vibe as that is, look at Credo. Credo is just barely over its November highs. So that's got a lot of room. Just had good earnings there. So I'm loving this one as well for the swing. And one more for you if we get the next leg. This one, having trouble, but it's just back testing its weekly 9 moving average. And if HIMAX, HIMX, if this one can get going here, just testing the base breakout from a multi-year base here. So I'd love to see the continuation kind of wash through the rest of semis. Just keep on ripping. Maybe I'm a little optimistic, but I think there's still room in this trade.
So
go ahead, Michael. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I just read everything that I can see on the page of my broker, and I don't see a mention of a lockup period. I know TAC was asking, you said they were as well.
Sure.
So I emailed my rep. He's usually pretty quick, so we'll see. Maybe we'll get back to us by the time the stream's done. Because you got me.
No, we called ours and they said, hey, yeah, you gotta if you're interested in the shares, that's great, but you're gonna need to hold for 15 days. Which I just thought that seemed to be a bit of an anomaly or kind of odd.
I remember that for the Coinbase IPO, and I also remember that being more of a suggestion. And I remember selling very quickly.
I like suggestions more than rules. That's for certain.
Well, what I will say,
Jesus. There's
what
Pro.
I will say is I wasn't very
Dextron
attached
is
to that
launching
Robin
LOFF 2X SpaceX use. It doesn't even exist yet. It's going to be like the
He's
most
ahead of the
volatile
trend.
stock in the market, and it doesn't exist yet. And they're like, you know what we need? Leverage. Do you know what we need? We need to be able to buy this leverage instrument on margin. Just why not? Because again, my game plan is I want the quick hit. I want the allocation. If the way I look at it is give me my 1,000 shares at 135, that was the max I could allocate for. So that's what, $135,000. And then let's have this open at double. Let me make it a 6-figure trade. I sell off the open, I walk away, and I have a good really good weekend. I drink heavily all weekend long. But now if I got to hold it for 15 days, now I'm like, ooh, this is a little bit. Because I figure there's 2 scenarios. One where it opens like 10% down. Like, okay, I lost 13 grand. That kind of sucks. The other is it goes haywire and the thing just rips all day and like doubles and closes at like $400 or something. I've like, it's been a big one. But yeah, I'm a little worried now. So anyway, I've got my eyes on my email, and I've just asked him. So if he gets back to me, I'll let you know. See if it's
Yeah,
if it's
yeah. Tell me what
genuine,
they say, because maybe I'll maybe I'll reallocate some resources and put them somewhere else.
Yeah, well, you
potentially.
can't come up here with
No,
this one, but yeah,
I
you
don't plan.
could,
I don't plan on coming to Canada. That's for certain. I do love
oh,
hockey,
you
but
should.
and I do
should.
like you a lot, Michael. But I'm not sure if I would enjoy Canada as
We're
much.
nice.
Make no
A
bones
lot of
about
woods.
it.
A lot of woods. A lot of
A little bit
nothingness.
colder,
you know?
a little bit more maple syrup,
A lot
and
colder. A lot colder.
a
That's the
lot
thing.
colder.
I
Although the
love
Midwest
everything
gets
about it
crazy.
except that. Except that, you know.
I do have a really cool announcement, though. Get this. Did you guys know this? So today for earnings, we're giving away 2 free 25K eval accounts. 2 of them
Nice.
today. So make sure you come back. Steve and I are going to be doing earnings later on. Check out the link in the description below and check it out. Check it out because we're giving away 2, not just 1. We're giving away 2 free 25K evals. Me and Steve will be back 3:30 Eastern Standard, and I believe we have Adobe. Is that correct, Steve? I believe.
That's Adobe, and Adobe's having a hard day, Jesse. So we're gonna have to be there for Adobe. It's not liking this tape so far. It's not a semiconductor up 5%. It is testing these range lows, and that's a little bit ominous. It's a little bit ominous breaking a range like that into earnings. So we'll see if this is a canary in the coal mine or if this was the ultimate trap here.
The canary in
We
the
know
coal
the
mine. I like that.
expected move. Did you all ask perplexity here?
I will have the expected move once they unchain me from this trading desk and I get an hour to to generate the report. To be completely honest, Michael, I don't have it for you now. Probably pretty decent though. Yeah, that's a job for the clankers, you know.
The clankers.
You know,
9%.
9%. Okay.
Coal
9 to
mine,
10%.
clankers. You got all the C alliterations today, Steve. It's great.
It's funny because like clankers is the first like slur we have against robots, which I just find is hilarious. Like we hate them so much, we just like, okay.
Michael, I'm such a humanitarian that I don't even feel bad saying it. They're not human. You can't convince me they're human. I got nothing in my love, but love in my heart for people, but robots. Sorry, that felt like I was attacking you, Michael. Nothing against systemic traders.
Are you saying Michael's a robot?
Well, I've definitely been on record saying that in the past, but
That whole system trader thing.
beep boop boop.
10%. So I think I'm gonna do a put. I'm gonna sell a put spread. I think now
That sounds very logical. That was a very robotic response.
Well, it's
Sorry.
down a lot. Everyone hates it. 10% move. So that's what, like 200. So what can I get for like a 200? I might even do them naked.
210.
That's another shirt I've got. Again, JC makes the best shirts with these things. I just got one that says "Sell puts naked" on it, and you just walk around. And there's one that's Fibonacci's my homeboy, and it's got like just a picture of him on
I see that.
But yeah,
I
it's
need
like
to
everyone
get these
hates it, so I keep telling
He's
them I
got
should
good
sell them. I'm like, it's going to be
He's
a
also-
very
I'm gonna buy some for my
niche-
kids too.
very niche group of nerds that will buy them. But I'm like, someone will buy them. Like, they're really, really cool.
Michael, it's a niche group of
$1.
nerds with a lot of disposable income, though. You know, if you're thinking about target addressable markets, we got some money to throw around.
The Crow Trade says, watch the movie Ex Machina, Steve. Have you seen that?
Oh, Ex Machina,
Or
yeah.
Ex Machina. Pardon me. Yes, Ex Machina. As soon as I said that, I'm like, I did not. I flubbed that one.
No,
Ex
Jesse,
Machina, and I've seen it too. So
All right,
I did
so
one of my
this is an
biggest pet
interesting.
peeves, which is
Hold on,
if you think someone says something wrong, you just instantly correct them. I'm like, oh, that guy's an asshole. Sorry, Jesse, that was not good.
no. I totally. As soon as it came out, I'm like, I gotta correct myself before Steve does. Otherwise, I'm really gonna look like an idiot.
At least
So I got an email
at least
back
you didn't-
from the guy. He
Oh, yeah.
says, so this is the exact quote. He says, more than happy to help. The holding period requested by the underwriter is 90 days.
so it's more of a guideline. It's like, please don't tell me.
So I'm just going to
So
put
no
back,
rules.
I'm just writing back, define
Yeah.
requested.
Define the word requested, please.
Yeah.
Let's get out Merriam-Webster's dictionary. Yeah, so ours also said that you need to hold for 15 days, and essentially the penalty for not doing so would be you're revoked from trading in further IPOs,
Oh,
Which
I would
is
take that.
future
yeah,
IPOs.
exactly. That's what it
Which
used
is
to be
like,
for
this is the biggest
Coinbase.
one in history. Fine, I'll just do one. I will literally
just-
do this one, and that's it.
I'll do this one and move
Exactly.
to another broker. If I'll
Right.
move some money over somewhere else for someone else.
Literally
So
what I did with the Coinbase IPO. I scalped it. I made $12 and then blew my chances to trade any IPOs on Robinhood forever, I think.
Beautiful.
No skin off my back. I'm doing just fine. So
That's good. You were able to buy exactly 1 gallon of gas from San Francisco. That's beautiful.
literally, yeah. Accounting for inflation, I'm almost break even, Jesse.
You're
so
about break
you know,
even with that.
Oh man, so yeah, Adobe, it's gonna be fun. That's the biggest one, but we have some others on deck too. Restoration Hardware, this is a big swingy one. When this one starts moving, it gets moving. Moves with home inventory numbers and what else? I don't know. Boring stuff, consumer discretionary. I don't know. Somebody smarter than me tell me what moves Restoration Hardware. What I do know is that it's flagging tightly at this kind of key zone right under our weekly trigger, held up by the daily trigger. So if it can hold this trend, if earnings are good, this thing's probably got a date with the 200-day moving average sitting at 171. We'll be keeping an eye on this, as well as, well, we talked tangentially about home sales. We also have Lennar. So home builder here. I forget, guys, are these the good ones or the bad ones? And are these the cardboard boxes or the decent ones?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
I'm so out of touch with the housing market. It's like that's
I mean, I go to Home Depot a lot, but usually it's not to buy boxes. Like I said, I moved for 6 years ago, and I'm never doing it again. So I don't even like to look at cardboard boxes because it gives me PTSD.
totally
I
understandable.
look at a box and I'm like, no. We're not doing that again.
Packaging
I
traumatic.
love where I live, and I don't want to move again.
I feel you there. Except for the,
Right.
I do love where I live. It's just easy to complain when rent is $8 billion.
$1 billion. That's right. That keeps you trading all the time.
It does, yeah. That's like just like when what was it? Oh shoot, I forget what it was. I can't even remember. Oh, it was probably when COVID came and just made all our stocks cheaper. I was like, bring it on. That just means I have to work extra hard. It's like it's like a weighted vest. Once I finally get this stuff off me, once I get this monkey off my back, we're gonna rip. And that is what happened with COVID. So I'm here for the adversity. Just makes us stronger.
Market
I
Lounge.
got-
I'm in St. Louis. You're asking me where I'm at. I'm not going to completely dox myself, but I have a nice little spot about 7 acres close to
Can
the
I have
Missouri
your
River.
address and the social
Address
insurance
on
number?
here. No, but
Yeah,
Josh
well.
will. AK-47 Knoxville. Good morning.
Let's say,
Can you hold up your
we're not-
license
hey,
into
we're
the
dodging.
camera for a little while? There.
What's
I
the
did
address?
that
We all
Adobe put spread, Steve, just FYI.
Nice.
I-
Oh, what
yeah,
strikes
I
did you go there?
I sold the
What?
200 because
Yeah.
that's roughly 10% away. And then
Yeah.
I buy something just way out of the money. I think I bought like the 170 just in case everything implodes. And
Yeah.
I got about $2 contract on
that's
that. So
Free money, not bad.
it's
free money,
$2
right?
is
You
a
know,
buck.
options into earnings. Could go
Well,
happen.
I've been doing this I got to go back. I'm going to do like at the end of the quarter, I think. I'm going to go back and I got to pull all these out because the way my broker reports them is really dumb. It doesn't do it as a spread. It does the individual. So like I'll be scrolling
right.
through and it's like, oh, you made, $50,000 on this one. Oh, and then you lost like 49,000. It's like, just show me the net of the two. It's like I made a grant. I didn't make the 50 kind of thing, but I'm going to go through and I think I've won on every single one.
Beautiful.
And I know that's going to be the strategy is you're going to win 80 to 90% of the time. And then every now and then I'm going to get, kicked in the arse and I'm going to own some Adobe at a crappy price and try to figure out what to do with it. But
Yeah.
it's
Every
I'm okay with that.
every once in a while the market sinks your battleship, right, with a random B4. It's the worst feeling in the world because you're literally like green for 2 months in a row, and then you're like, well, there goes 3 weeks of profit. All right,
Yeah,
that's
and
the
then
name of the game.
you're going to spend the next 3 months getting it back, and then. But I just know in the numbers, it's a good strategy in the long run. But you have to know the profile, the potential equity curve of the style you're trading, which is, slow grinds higher, and then every now and then a crack lower. And if you're okay with that, I always talk about it as like I am selling insurance to people who are worried about their Adobe trade. 9 times out of 10, your house doesn't burn down. Every now and then, the house burns down. You got to pay out the insurance. So if you kind of look at it like that, and you don't do anything really dumb, like these are relatively small positions. But what I like about them, I mentioned before, is every other strategy I run is directionally betting. This is kind of the opposite. I only did the puts instead of the calls just because the chart has gotten kind of killed. But I just look at this and say, if we just don't, and it's a 1 day, it expires on Friday, right? So it will, if at the end of Friday we're above 200, I make $2 a contract, and then if it's below 200, then I'll have to worry. What's below 198, then I have to kind of worry. And again, I like it as a style, but it's not something that I would do as like a primary trading style. I would do it as a, I have my normal trading styles, and I kind of sprinkle these in for funsies, and most of the time you're going to make a couple bucks doing it. Every now and then it's going to suck a bit.
Yeah, I kind of think of it like building like a playbook, like if we were John Maddening it up, it's like we wouldn't, this isn't, running the rock for 3, 4, 5 yards. This is going to be like a specialty playbook kind of that maybe you whip out every couple games or something, it's not necessarily something you're doing all the time, but if it's working, I mean, hey, it could become a regular part of your repertoire there. Just looking at the high time frame charts, which I think you kind of have to do into earnings prints like this, especially selling insurance like you're doing, which I do love the strat here, by the way. It's something we don't talk about enough, I think, on these kind of shorter term streams. But this is a short term trade, guys. Michael's making a short term options bet. And it doesn't have to just be completely degenerate. It can be a little degenerate like this, where, you've got Josh's big wick bottom area on the monthly here coming across. You have the monthly 200. I'm just looking at the last time it had a hard time coming back from 270 down to 205 before making another parabolic leg there. Well, it formed a big bottom wick, showed there were buyers, formed another one, but actually did sweep out that wick, then a nice and easy green candle for long-term investors after that on the monthly before starting the grind up. So I wouldn't be surprised to see something similar. We showed 2 bottom wicks, 2 nice monthly candles for a bottoming process off of this 200-month moving average. Now into earnings, we're shaking the tree again. I think Michael might have sniped this, to be honest. Maybe it goes down to 200 after hours and then whips back up. Maybe it never does. Maybe it just goes up. But either way, all right, a few minutes ago, it looked like he might have literally bottom ticked. Either way, I'm riding with Mike here in spirit. I think this one's going to work.
Well, so and I'll be with the kids, but just know I'll have that earnings stream on in the background. I'll do the one AirPod thing. I'll be listening to you guys. So, just give me a little play-by-play. This will be the time where I'll be just screaming at them to eat their supper, which is it's always fun. Just it's pizza, eat it. Just
at least they get to eat.
I wish someone told me.
Thanks to Josh, at least they get to eat.
You like that video, Josh? I said,
yeah. Eat now.
You said everybody in the video. It's great.
That was so cute. I showed my girlfriend that. She rolled her eyes. She's like, I don't understand you people. But cute kids. Cute kids, but you guys are all animals.
For those, I guess I'll explain because I didn't send it to the world. But yeah, I sent after we had that crazy dip and rip day, and I gave Josh the job of keeping the market up. When I picked up the kids from daycare, I had him say, thanks for supper, Josh, because looked like a second ago I was going to have to let him loose in the woods and say, all right, there's probably acorns and snails and stuff out there. Just go and just Michael, find something.
I like to think of you every morning before you send him off. Like, all right, you make sure to say your prayers to Uncle Josh, and if all is well, I will be here to pick you up. And they're like, who the hell is Josh? They don't even.
That's the Josh guy.
I'm just letting you know I'm teasing him now. They're getting scraps, but I'm gonna come in exactly like a halo at the end of this month, and I'm gonna come in. We're gonna see 770s, and your kids will be eating lobster again.
That's old 770s.
Watch out!
What's going
Jerry.
on? That's huge. What's going on in microcap world there, Josh? What do you any crazy
Yeah, it's
stuff
been
going
today.
on? Or you just,
Well, no, it's been slow but surely. We have that phase of going crazy in the last few days, from MNTSs of the world to ASTCs. Just a lot. Today, I told everyone that trend is finally going to end, and it's going to get a little wonkier. Now, we had EDHL and pre-market go, a good 500 or 600%, which was a really nice move. In pre-market, but since then it's been choppy. There's a lot of halts. There's really been nothing moving. We've had one good mover in PPCB, but it's been a little lackluster. Well, I mean, again, you have plays like INHD that gets T12'd on Monday. Plays like PAVS the other day that goes from 0 to 27 back to 30 cents or whatever it went to. It's been nuts. It's been nasty, and so you get this crazy overextended crazy moves, right? You're getting all these massive gaps and halts up, and no, all these plays have no news. There's no news on any of these tickers. They're all 500K float, 1 mil float, and so that rotation over and over and over. So it gets eaten up to the top side, and then of course you got your holding hopers, and I can't imagine how many people are stuck, say T12 to 9 HD till for however long, or they're in PAVs at 18, and they think one day they'll get back. They'll get back to 18. I'm like, yeah, good luck. You're not going to ever see 18 again, buddy.
That is a wild chart. Josh, whenever you say something and I just have to keep zooming out just to get it on my screen, that is rough stuff. And so you're saying there's no chance for my 18 cost basis up buying up here? All right. Okay.
Yeah. Well, after a reverse split, and then it'll say 18 again. But for your shares will be at now 1,800 instead of 18 a share, and then you got to get back up to 1,800. That then will never happen. So yeah. Well, I'll give you what is she saying? Dumb and Dumber, and he says, so you're saying there's a chance? I'll give you 0.0000001. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9% chance. I don't know. There's a lot of zeros before I said 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But that's your chance. Very, very slim that you'll ever see 18 or 20 plus ever again.
Michael, he said there's a chance. That's all I heard.
I know.
So
I like it.
I'm holding.
So I got my rep came back again. So it was that no flipping. So this is a general practice of policy for IPOs called 90-day no flipping. After the IPO, you'll have full control of your shares. But if you decide them to sell before the 90-day window, you can get excluded from receiving any future IPO shares. Also, so basically, you can damage our relationship with the underwriters and decrease the amount of shares. I don't care about your relationship as a broker with the underwriters.
Underwriters, those poor IPO underwriters, they're having such a hard time in this market. You got to think about them. I'll think about them after I think about those poor data centers, those poor thirsty data centers. We're taking up all their water. What I heard there was, please be our exit liquidity. Otherwise, we will not let you be our exit liquidity in the future. That's the long and short of it? Okay.
I'm leaving my order out, and you better believe I'm selling this thing. Yeah. I was half tempted to send them back the stream and just been like, you want to watch me hit the sell button right on the open?
No publicity is bad publicity.
I'll see. But yeah, so I'm going to take it. I'll move brokers if it becomes it. Because like, what else do I care about? Or Anthropic, maybe. I don't think it matters as much, though. I think this is the hype one. And then the rest of them, because they come after, people are going to care just a little bit less about.
Okay, I'll take the other side of that little trade. I think that what we're going to see is everybody's assuming this is going to be the big juiced one, and it's gonna take the market down with it. By the way, I do think that we're seeing some pushing off of this magnet on SPY. I think we're going to try to crack this zero gamma again. Keep a close look, about 20 points up. I do think we get a nice scalp up there. My whole thing, I think that we're just kind of going to keep reloading off of these IPOs and keep the ball going on this most hated rally extension through all-time highs, which I do think is coming. I think everybody's going to be so mad, guys. It's going to be awesome. But
770s by end of month then, huh?
770 end of month? That's what we're doing? 20 days to save the world?
Well, I gotta save some kids. I gotta save some kids, okay? There's a lot of kids out there starving, and especially some kids in Canada. I don't want
a lot of hungry kids in Canada.
Poor Canadian children.
Can't be starving
First off,
kids.
they have to live in Canada. No, I'm kidding.
That's my first campaign
Hey.
as president. I'm running in 2028. Vote for me. Save the kids for Canada. That's my slogan. Save the kids for Canada. Forget the kids here in the States. Save the kids for Canada. I'll win over all the Canadian votes. They're like, who is he? Canadian votes? Is he?
If
Who's
Josh
this
wins
40?
if Josh wins the presidency, we thought we had an entertainer as president. It would be unprecedented if AK-47 becomes president, which would just be too much fun. Be too much
Look at
fun.
that wordplay.
Hey.
Look at that wordplay.
We'll
That
start with
was
saving
nice.
the Canadian kids, and then we'll come back down to the States. We got to save Michael and all the kids up north first, for sure.
Michael's so
They
done with
need
that.
it. They're hungry, right? Did you see the size of that kid? That guy's 4. The amount he eats, like, come on.
Hey, what do you feed him there? Moose?
You should see my 1.5-year-old. All he does is eat. Barely can crawl around. He stands up for 2 seconds, gets hungry, and wants to eat again. It's crazy.
Hamid, that's what chart I'm looking at. I'm looking at PPCB for the squeeze. PPCB for the squeeze, the crack coming up soon. And then I think, PPCB. Yeah, Panama City Beach. It's double Panama. Panama City Beach. Nice squeeze pattern. Like that ascending triangle and wedge right there. Looking for the squeeze up over 680 to get in maybe for a long or back up off that area if we squeeze. I'm not going to get in for the breakout. I've already 4 trades in for the day. I am over trading here for myself. And then you had a question yourself from Big Me to Fit Me. I think it was directed to you, Mr. Steve-O. Anyone want to chime in, but Big Me to Fit Me says, Steve, I am long Google with the L. Google. Swing trading plan stops around 320. So he's swing trading, it stops around 329, looking for 1R. What's your view? So are you short or long? Duh, hell, it says short. Long, he says. So long. Stop around 329.
I think that's what he's looking at there. The gap fill.
Yeah, gap fill for sure. Sorry, say the stop again. 339?
329, 329.
329 for the swing. Okay, very nice. So a few things to talk about here. The gap fill first. Let's go to the daily. I think that'll tell the story. So a few things of note. I like this. Look, we're testing this previous high here as well. We have the gap fill here. This is kind of, we're going to go like, this is the area where we could see a tap, where we could also see a test if it goes deeper. I do see this high volume shelf here. What I will say, last line of defense, I think, would be to wick down at this 326, this little imbalance, low volume node. This would be like a deep retest of this high volume launch pad. We could very well just see a quick tap into it at 340 and then go. We could also say, hey, we don't even need to get back that far. This is the low volume node right now that we're reaching for. And then you have this kind of bifurcated action. I'll pull the John Madden X's and O's markers up here. He used pink, right?
Boom. Bam!
That's John Madden.
See this here? Boom! He goes
So we got some of these.
right there, up the field, touchdown, throw some X's. He goes to the right, sweet play to the left, and then the quarterback says, oh, don't fake you, I'll play action here. He bootlegs out, he hits Steve-O for the touchdown. Yeah, score, trade the ball.
Brett Favre.
There we go. All right. I have trouble keeping up with.
It's like I have no idea what the heck American football stuff you guys are talking about here.
And
That's Josh Madden right there for you.
We put bucks in the net.
handbag stuff, huh?
That's what I was thinking too. Josh Madden definitely does shoes or something, right? Purses.
That's right, Steve Madden. It's Steve. That's Steve.
Yeah.
Madden.
Steve Madden.
But you knew. But you knew what we were talking about.
Hey, that's
One of us.
I used to sell ladies' shoes at Dillard's, so that was I sold
Did
ladies'
you
shoes.
really?
Yeah, for about 2
Wow.
years.
Wow.
That'd be
Nice.
some good, like, 2 truths and a lie trivia about you, Josh. I would not have expected that. Like, race car driver?
Suited up every day because you had to wear suit and tie there, dress shoes. Yep. That's how they do it at Dillard's. And I liked it and didn't like it. It was cool to be dressed up every day. You kind of felt GQ and going to Dillard's and smelling all good and looking good. But then you'd run into those ladies that wanted you to get about 30 pair out, not buy one of them, and you have to get on there. Oh, honey, where you put that? And then it got bunions all. Yeah, you know. So it had its perks, but it also had its unperks.
I don't know any lady who wouldn't get out at least 30 pairs. I'm sure it was every lady coming in just about.
You know what I mean. You know what I mean.
I know what you mean, brother. I know what you mean.
You love the ones that come in and say, I want the UGG, size 9, that right there, want it, check me out now. And I'm like, yes, ma'am, here we go. Thank you, easy sell, I love you.
Boom.
I love a woman who knows what she's after. That's just because that's like me. I'm a simple guy. I'm like, white Air Forces, yes. Okay.
Nice
Boots
10.5.
otherwise, yes. All right. You know, I have my sneakers and I have my adult shoes, and I'm good. You know.
All right, back to Steve Madden. Truly on the X's and O's. What do we got here? What do we got?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Big me, fit me. Yeah. So we're doing Google here. Essentially, I think it's going up. The question is, where is the dip to buy? Is it this previous high? Is it going to cut you a little deeper into this daily trigger? I have the real support starting at 330, but I like the gap fill. I don't think it's bad per se. And what I usually look for is if you're dip buying something that's lost momentum, so it's lost this 20-day moving average, we got to have a good reason. Usually, that good reason is going to be because it's trading into an important weekly level. So for me, we're kind of in no man's land here. I still like the 340. I see the top of the volume shelf. I think you might do best averaging in a little bit to this. Not financial advice, but that's how I would look to handle it. For the stop, I like the stop, but do a daily or at the very least hourly close on that, in my opinion. Don't just let it tag you and turn around, because that could be a little liquidity grab to this rising higher time frame support. Yeah, just to show you what it did last time. Even these daily closes under it, they can be yeehaw, oops, U-turn reversals. So just an area of interest to watch into this 330 pivot. That's what I got there on Google.
Love it. And how about this one? Because I know Michael's already talked about getting the SpaceX shares. So Pops Mafia asks, so who on here is buying shares of SpaceX IPO? Correct me if I'm wrong. We tomorrow on our fun accounts that we have created, can we get into the IPO plays tomorrow from Trade the Pool? Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's what I heard, both long and short.
I am going long, baby. Then I got it to the moon. So as soon as that thing goes live here on the live stream, which tomorrow. You see the beautiful faces above me and below me, wherever the heck I'm at on this little ladder here. We're all going to be here tomorrow. Depends on how long. Some is longer than others, but we will have you covered, not only from the opening bell onward till finally when the SpaceX rockets. And we're seeing 157 open price is what I got. We're going to run up to about 457. So get ready for Skyrocket City tomorrow.
457. Okay. So if I get my allocation, I'm holding. And if I get that full allocation and we go up to 457, then I'll let Josh off the hook for holding up the market forever at that point, because that will be a large trade. And I know this no flipping policy, the suggestion, but sorry, Rep, I'm going to be flipping the heck out of this thing. So my thing is, I'm not buying it when it gets on the market. I don't have anything to trade against there. I am only trading it if I get that allocation, and that's my game plan. Is if I wake up and they're in my account, great. Well, I have it, because I think there's like only a 10% chance this thing opens up below 135, which is the allocation price. That's very unlikely. There'll be enough hype to get it there. What it does when it opens up, I don't know. Benefit of trading with us is that you can long and short it, just like there's some places out there like Hyperliquid and places like that where they are allowing some amount of trading offside of it, but with us you can just trade the thing. You're not trading a derivative, you're trading the thing, and you can buy and sell it right off the open. So it's gonna be interesting. I think if everything falls out and the thing just collapses, great, right? It's going to be one of the only places that you're going to be able to live off the carnage. And not just SpaceX. I think we're probably going to be watching all of them, right? Virgin Galactic and Rocket Lab and ASTS and all these things I think are going to be huge. And try to find
Virgin Galactic going to drop the most, I think.
You think?
Because it's the biggest pile of crap. It's my screen's up. I'll pull it up.
I was going to say, if it's the biggest pile of crap, it's probably going to rip the most.
Well, it kind of did though, Michael. What is this? If not, oh god, it looks good again. Okay, fine. Yeah,
I was going to say that nice little rounded cup there is looking nice. I think our boy Mitch, I don't know if he still has it, but he bought some yesterday in his swing account there. So it doesn't.
Oh, it's disgusting. Bad. It's going to go up a lot.
I thought they were bankrupt.
They should be. They were until everything.
Yeah, that'd be American Rebel. Where is AREB these days?
He's gone.
He's gone. Steve-O.
Bye, Steve.
Steve-O, the crowbar has left the building.
I think he's back. Right? He might
be.
What's it? Branson? Is Branson space?
Yeah, he DDoSed me though. He did not like what I had to say. Sorry about that.
Get out of here.
Come on, man. I'm just trying to I was trying to short it, but now I'm trying to long it, Mr. Branson. So please, what do you do with any of these? What do you do with any of these guys? It's over the base. It looks like it wants to go up. It just reminds me of everything else that was supposed to be a piece of crap that turned out to be a triple. You know. So,
well,
I don't know,
that's
man.
right. I would love to see a trading platform. Maybe I should ask Michael for this. I want to not know the name of the ticker. I just want to know what like sector it's in. Like just remove,
Yeah.
give me the chart and then say, right, this is in space or this is in quantum or this is a biotech or this is, and just remove that and give it to people. I bet you they trade better.
Wait, so you kind of want like a dating show, like behind door number 3, we have
like
the most eligible fintech bachelor, something like that.
Yeah, like I look at this and I look at the chart and I don't know it's Virgin Galactic. All I know is this is the chart and they're in the space industry. And I'm like, okay. And that's it.
Yeah.
And I bet you people start, because those, like, this is the worst one, this is the best one, all of that goes away. Like, oh, I like AMD because my gaming PC is powered by AMD. Like all of those attachments, I think kind of, and you're just seeing the chart and the sector. So okay, this is a sector I want to be in. That chart looks nice. I'll buy it, even though it's like, again, I thought they were bankrupt. So
once we get bigger, we're gonna have segments sponsored by bigger companies. You know, this segment brought to you by Procter and Gamble. That's right, it's trading. That's right, it's trading. And today we have a beautiful space sector play. We have a U shape. It's a cup and handle. Mike, would you like to choose this? Or we have behind door number B. Yeah, see, we could do something like that. That would be a pretty fun segment. You don't even.
What about like Home Shopping Network, but for stocks? Home Stocking Network.
That could be another segment right there.
It's like the new version of Boiler Room. You know, we're just hosting our Boiler Room live and just being a lot nicer about it and selling to your mom instead of your uncle.
Yeah.
You know, it's the same thing. We're still talking about it at Thanksgiving. You know. I don't know what I'm talking about.
The Crow Trade says there's a bet on Kalshi. Will a human land on Mars before California starts high-speed rail?
Ooh, good one.
Yes. 100% yes, as a resident of California.
Yes.
Not a doubt in my mind. We're gonna cure cancer. We're gonna put men on on a new Earth's moon.
Don't dox yourself, Steve. Well, where are you in Cali? I'm going to San Francisco in the end of July.
We'll have to get a beer or something, man.
Conference.
It'll be really good to.
Oh.
Yeah,
I
I'm
know.
in San Francisco proper. I'll dox myself. I'm in the Sunset. Come at me. I'm the one guy in the state strapped. So I won't feel too bad about doxing myself. But yeah, please let's hang out, dude.
I'm speaking at Is it Golden Gate University?
Oh, nice.
Okay. Very awesome. I don't know. I don't go to school, so
the thing. I just didn't even know if it's a thing.
You're gonna get lured into a warehouse.
I had some guy call and he's like, "Here's your tickets. You're speaking," and I go, "Okay."
There's somebody who failed vibe coding some quantitative project, and they're just gonna lure you into a basement, and you're the code now. So yeah, I think that's what's happening. But no, I'm sure it's gonna be a great speaking event. I'm gonna be looking forward to it because we got to do more in-person meetups. I know Josh has been mentioning about it, but there's something to just like connecting with people in real life who do this. A lot of people out there, like they've never actually talked to another trader in person. Probably this could be really isolating. So did you just even if it's not a trade the pool event, which we should have some coming around the corner, eventually we're going to get something going. But go find your local traders, guys. Go find your people, your tribe. Because I think one of the things that really just kills you faster than anything, it's kind of like those studies, like if you're single, you're going to die like 20 years, like if you don't have friends, you're going to die 20 years earlier. You're going to blow up 20 times faster if you don't have a good support system to trade with. So go find your people. I got mine right here and there, and they keep me sane. So
don't forget your cats over there. Don't forget your cats.
And the kitty cats.
So Nava, I just saw that there. Nava Sings asked, look at ASTC one time. What do you want us to know? What do you want to know about that, Nav? Do you want to know long, short, or thought process is overall on ASTC overall as a company and just the chart. Just to follow up on that question, we can look at it for sure.
That's a decent looking chart there.
It's not bad. It's like a high and tight flag kind of thing, still setting up. Do you think it needs more time? That's my only question. I think it's a little underdeveloped.
In space? What do they do?
Yes,
that's the big thing. Oh,
Astrotech Corporation. So it's right there in the name. That's always a good sign.
Okay.
Yeah, it's right on the tin. You know what you're getting.
Well, you got the sector right, and this is maybe one of the most degenerate ones in the sector. Market cap 48 million shares in the float 1.1 million shares. So if this could be a good SpaceX proxy, if SpaceX starts ripping, this thing's probably going to do really well.
Yeah, I mean, somebody's going to get hurt on this. This is what in one direction or the other. I'm seeing a massive downtrend line on the monthly too, and I was just laughing, not at what you're saying, Michael, but just that my volume profile is just like one monolithic block. So if that's a base, okay, moon. But that monolithic block spreads from 230 to 265. So that's the kind of range that I would like to see break and flip for this thing to get started. We're trading at $25. So what the heck do you do with that? I think we got to look, granularly and just say, hey, this thing has the potential to get a little bit silly if it can hold these moving average ribbons that we got on the daily here. It's responding nicely to this 21 and this 9, but it's such a crazy move that I would probably look for a pullback to overshoot that into the weekly moving average at 1850. Much more reasonable volume shelf there. You can play the back off there. That'd be high level. If it holds over 17, 1850 to 20, then I think it's probably a good dip buy there. Not a blind buy. I don't know what the heck it's going to do. What do you guys think?
Was it just my?
Okay, no, you was cutting out a little bit there at the end. You were cutting out just a little bit right at there. Yeah.
Well, no, I just think it looks great. If I'd say if SpaceX is bullish, then I'd say this looks like a great one. If SpaceX kind of falls apart, then this thing's probably going to just collapse back down. And anytime you get a big move like that.
Well, it had news. So it had news on the 27th. This is a day trade for me. Like, I actually, of course, the small cap sector. So I didn't, like, I never care what I'm trading. It could say literally the ticker could spell POOP and deal with the toiletry industry. I'd still trade it. I wouldn't care. I don't care what these tickers are, right? I don't care. But this had good news on the 27th. It is in that sector. And I day traded this a couple times on the way up to 68. So you got to think about what we've had recently. Look what INHD pulled this move in one day. INHD went from 1 to 67 in one day this last week on Monday. You're in the small cap space. So you're also messing kind of like in my galaxy over here, which is dark magic. You just never know what you're going to get with that dark magic. Very low float. You add in SpaceX now. This thing could rip still, in my opinion. So I like this ticker. I traded it there on that Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, probably even possibly after that. I have lines in on the Tuesday following as we moved into June there. I like this ticker. So I just wanted to mention, don't forget, this is kind of coming over to my territory in that weird low float. You just don't know what you're going to get. But it did have news. That was the original caveat on the 27th. So it's not like it's just up for no reason. And you're adding in the Astro area, yada, yada, yada. So I'm just I like this ticker, and this could definitely go, and I'll be on watch. This was kind of like my hidden gem. Not really too much anymore, but this was my hidden gem into tomorrow where everyone else would be looking at other space plays, but this was kind of one to go, what happens here? Does this start halting up and going parabolic again?
Steve, I wanted to mention that INTC was in a place of consolidation for a long while, and it has now broken down to that 112 mark that you were talking about, maybe looking at going long eventually. It is now at 112.13.
Dude,
the SPY goes red here, right? So.
I was about to say we have a Gex Watch update too. If I could show y'all real quick.
Well, while you pop over to Steve there, I gotta take off here, and I appreciate Steve. Just thanks for coming by, covering for Mitch. Remind everyone, tomorrow we usually don't have a stream, but we do, and it's gonna be a big one. It's gonna be a lot of fun. So make sure you guys are coming and hanging out, and I'll see you guys there.
Yes, thank you again, Michael. Tomorrow. Yeah. Right, I don't have to hold up the SPY or anything. I'm good. I'm off the hook today.
I was gonna give you the day off because I don't think any of this matters. But you got to now. You promise that the SpaceX IPO is gonna 4x. So that's your job. And I gotta get my allocation first. Other than that, if it doesn't, I don't care after that.
I'm pulling some of my dark magic from the small cap sector over to SpaceX because we've seen that. I think we're going over there tomorrow. I say SpaceX has 7 halts tomorrow.
Wow.
Okay.
Right, well,
Print it.
I'll see you guys there. I'm looking forward to it. It's gonna be fun.
All right.
See you, Michael.
See you, Mike.
Later.
Love it.
It's gonna be fun,
guys.
It's gonna be fun. Are you pushing all the way through, Steve? All the way to the call-in show?
Sure. Why not? I
Don't
could.
worry.
I
didn't
could.
know. Yeah,
They don't turn this off.
I love it.
And you're going to do earnings later.
Right.
Don't forget about earnings, Steve.
Straight.
J&J show. So yeah, if you want to take a break, or if you want to,
Hey, and show.
JJ and S baby, you do what you need. I was just saying, you do what you want. You do what you want is all I was saying, brother.
I appreciate this. How about this? I'll give a little quick Gex update, a little Gex watch, kind of like Baywatch, a little less. Okay, maybe I'm not as easy on the eyes, but we'll talk about it anyway. I just wanted to put it on your radar because it's been an ugly little what do you call it? Progression that we've seen here. We thought we could get the retest in the flip of zero gamma, but that bid got stuffed pretty hard. We lost what was our purple node. Let me see if I go back a few clicks. You can probably see my old. Can I show you my old levels? I wanted you to see the progression. All right, it's not working. That's okay. The important part, simply this prior level right here, this big chunky one, 7,300. We were talking about it before. It was the biggest one. It was purple. Now we've seen the purple magnet pulling way down, guys. We just got the tick below yesterday's low. So on the hourly here, oh, I'm sorry. Did we? Now I'm going crazy. We got to go to the daily. Okay, we are still in the range overall. Whipping you back and forth, back to a 5-minute here. Here's what matters, guys. If we can't do a failed breakdown through these pre-market lows here, well, it's going to be rough. And that is yesterday's lows. It was yesterday's lows. We're trying. I would be looking for a short opportunity somewhere in this gap, in this wick up here. Maybe into this 21 moving average, maybe into this 7,275 in particular is looking like a handle I would like to see interact and lose that to get short again. Essentially what we'll be looking for is this to kind of start to accelerate into the close, or into the second half of the day, I should say. We would be seeing these nodes building up, and we'd be expecting by tomorrow this 7,150 level to transact. That's a big one across a lot of expiries too. So now is the name of the game when we are going to be looking to see when this is going to fade. There is still the possibility of them messing with everybody, running these stops and trying to push higher. So to be really bullish for like a swing, I still need to see us over this intraday high, that zero gamma. And I see a lot of room to the downside, guys. So just putting it on your radar, be a little careful. It might be a bear day. And if you just lose this little bit of a bounce that we've just had, it could get bad fast. That's the Gamma Report with Steve.
Gamma Report.
Okay. Gamma Report from Steve by Gillette. Where this weekend.
Exactly. Yeah, hopefully we'll be sponsored by Coinbase or something soon. But until then, guys, I'm gonna let you get a break. I don't care what SPY does, but like Michael said, SpaceX got a 4x. That's on you guys now. Got it from here?
Beautiful.
Oh, God, yeah. 100%. I love it. Yeah. Awesome. He's coming back for the Power Hour. Steve will be back for the call-in show, Snowman. So Steve will be back for the call-in show. So that's why I was giving him a break, because he's got to come back. Here in about an hour, we got the call-in show and a great topic today. And Jesse, if you want to stick around at least for a couple of minutes when we first start that, or if you want to give your thoughts before we start the call-in shows at the end of this hour, give your thoughts. But what will SpaceX's print price be tomorrow? Which will you guys also get a chance to give cast your vote. So we'll have that. That's our next predict the earnings we typically do. Well, this is going to be predict the IPO print price, not only tomorrow for the open, but also the close price. That also leads me into Friday Night Live, where we also have that. That was the question of the week on last Friday Night Live. What is the close on Friday for for SpaceX and the IPO? So it's going to be a lot of fun tomorrow. Don't forget to join our live stream. But that is today's call-in show question. What is tomorrow's open price? What is tomorrow's open price for SpaceX? First time callers, you get a $5,000 eval for free. Also, you can then vote what you think it'll be. We have the links in the description as well. So, Steve, until I see you in about an hour, get you a little break in, pet the cat, rest the eyes. What's up?
Real quick, I was just checking my messages. Yes, I would love to join the stream tomorrow morning, bright and early. So I will be on from the open there as well, just helping the crew out.
Jesse? Yeah, we'll have Dave from the Fivers on. We'll have Steve on. We'll have Jesse on. We'll have Michael Noss on. I have my own live stream that I'll get up and going. And eventually, about like the same time as the day, probably a little bit earlier, I will be joining. And then, you know, I know Noss at some point, and maybe even Jesse will have to hop off the live stream. That's fine. I'm pretty sure. I think Dave's sticking around the whole time. I'll stick around the whole time. Steve will stick around the whole time, I would imagine. And Joe Angelo, Florida Joe's going to come over tomorrow and join us as well. So we'll have you
Nice.
yeah, so we'll have you covered tomorrow, and I'll have fun. I'm going to trade it tomorrow. I'm going to get in 10 shares. I'm going to wait for a dip if we get it, but I'm going to trade those halts up because I'm telling you right now, we're halting up tomorrow. It's going to be nuts.
Love it.
So
Love
much
it.
fun. So much fun.
I will leave the market in good hands here with y'all and see you in just a little bit. Take care, guys. Have a good one.
See you, Steve.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Sounds good. PPCB, Panama City Beach. Have you ever been to the, you know, just a big thing for people in Missouri too as well. Have you, I would imagine y'all have ventured down. I know we talked about this, to the Florida beaches, the coastline, Destin, Gulf Shores, something like that, somewhere in there.
My parents are currently at Gulf Shores right now, actually. So yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. How crazy is that? I ask and I shall receive.
You asked, and I got family there right now.
Yeah. That is awesome, awesome, awesome. Snowman asked for RKDA. Sure, yeah, RKDA. We'll go back to this real quickly. RKDA. Oh, whoa, nice good squeeze here for RKD. Got this little W shape going back on here. I would be coming in off of this area and putting in a support line right off this pre-market high. Failed at an end market, so this is our dip buy opportunity. Probably off this lower shadow at 155.7 area down to around 150. This is going to be the dip potential there for RKDA. Not a huge move, but she is up for the day. And just small caps overall generally have been a little more missed for the day. I chopped myself around. I was up more, then down, then up, then down again. As far as I started down for the day, then got back up on EDHL. So we'll go over this real quickly. EDHL and my trades for the day. If we can get EDHL typed up in, there we go. So, and now it's finally, finally cracked down, you piece of crap. And I should have stuck with my original, or my second short. So my original short, I thought we were going to sell off. There was no news on this. I thought today the trend was going to end. We were going to be done. This play has already gone from 3 almost up to 20 handle. I'm thinking it's about done for the day. We're going to see a sell off. And I was right. We did sell off pretty much from the bell, and that's it. So I go for the halt down, my halt strategy, looking for more movement. Well, no, we go up straight into a halt up. Well, I got out of my short immediately for a small loss, got in long around the 15.5 mark, went into a halt up. I'm looking juicy, and I'm like, here we go. And let's at least take it back up to pre-market high. I did take profit, as I always do, right as it's halting up right there at the 1664, I think was my exit. Well, it gaps down. As soon as I see a gap down, I cut it. Well, luckily it flies right into a halt down. So I'm like, all right, here we go. This is a sell-off. I wanted to get here. I'm getting it now. I get in, but small. Well, I was right, and we sold off, and then I averaged into it as we halted down here. I'm like, all right, I'm going to get into it some more. No, and then it stops me out. So, and it was like I added in here again. I think I got in here again for it to pop up, and then there was another loss here. So I lost here. So I won here, lost here, and I lost here. Overall now to be up 184 for the day. So I was down about 300 here, got back up about 600 or so on this trade. So now I'm up 300. Went in small, and I wish I would own in big again, another 500 or 1,000 shares, and I would have. I probably would have been done trading after this because 500 or 1,000 shares, 1430s entry, and you're all the way down in the 11s. There's your day. There's a 2-3 point trade. Well, I only went in 100 shares, so I scale out into this candle, then add back into it and make some profit, but only averaged in 100 more shares. And then I'm going, yeah, and then it starts to halt down here. I'm like, okay, because I got out of it, and I'm like, all right, I'm going to go in big here again. This is it. This is really going to sell off now. Well, no, then it barely gaps down, pops straight on up, take another loss there as it essentially did the same thing it did here, works its way back up. Did just come back down, and now it's coming back down. And it's just been that day with this ticker. A lot of halts. It's really hard to trade. Kind of reminds me of C-Pop yesterday. That was one, if you guys remember here on the live stream with Steve here in Power Hour, or not Power Hour, but almost in Power Hour. But yesterday in the lunch recap that we did, this play was all over the place. If you do remember this play yesterday, C-Pop was all over the place, and actually in the in and after hours here made its way back up. And that's what look at. I mean, all over the place here in the end. Today a little bit more linear and more chill, and that's why I like today. Now that we're moving toward the end of the day, well, for my trading, this is more of the end of the day for my trading. Was PPCB. This was Panama City Beach, and this has a nice, good ascending wedge to it. It didn't squeeze. We have 1, 2, 3 fails, nasty wicks there. Well, what that usually leads to a good reversal, a trend line crack. I trade these typically. From 2020 to 2025 was the last time I traded these sometime last year because we got bullish and these weren't working as well. And when you did get them, you'd get a huge red death candle and your entry wouldn't. And so candlestick confirmation is what? It's when the first 2 candles close outside your trend line. And so this would be when the candlesticks actually confirm is in this candle, right? There's the first candle to close and open outside said trend. So this is your entry candle. Right, and your stop loss is if we candlestick confirm, which would be closing and opening back over the trend line, which we don't. We fell at it, and then boom shakalaka. So you thought, this gives you actually a great entry, pretty much right outside the trend line at 575, and you can work that on down. So it ends up becoming a pretty good short right there off of the move up. Do I want to predict the top or get in here? No. Now those are for traders that just put limit orders in or even start filling themselves market order wise. Very rarely do I do that. Very, very, very. Every once in a while, I'll take a double or, whatever into a certain area that I see there's a fill at. It's just usually not my go-to or cup of tea. I wanted this down, honestly, a little bit lower. We'll go back to at least a 5-minute time frame for now. I wanted this a little bit lower. Whoa. Now we're really getting juicy. I wanted to dip back down off this 475 mark. We're bouncing at the whole round number of 5. And again, if you know small caps, it's all about $1, $5, and $10. 1, 5, 10. Okay, cool. All right. I was like, what is that? I have no idea. So anyway, RKDA, got that though, boss. RKDA, boom, 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 boom. That would be your area. RKDA back on down for a bounce play right around this 150 area or so. But good move there. It's just been a little slower in the small cap sector and a little uglier. A lot of these plays are up on no news. And we're starting to finally get that pull, like that I would say kind of I wouldn't say a slowdown, but it is slowing down. But it's kind of like, to me, everyone is taking a breather almost. It's riding a crazy roller coaster. I mean, going back to these plays, I'll go back to the 15-minute time frame so we can just see your, see if we can scroll back far enough so we can see a lot of these plays. And we'll go back to the one that really started it all, was MNTS. So you have MNTSs of the world. And it goes from like 1 to 30, 2 to 30, whatever. Yeah, so, okay, 7 to about 25, which was a good, 2-day event or so, which was really nice. And then as we were just going over, ASTC decides to show its face. And then this one really gets the ramping going, and we go from 2 all the way up to around 65, 70. And that was a longer multi-day event, right? And so I'm just leading into other plays that have really started to spike after that. We have Mask of the World. Why is it Mask popping up? It's like, no, we don't want to show Mask off. There we go. I don't care. You can take your mask off because I'm going to show you. And it had some decent pops. You can see here, AZIs of the world. These are like the medium ones. These aren't even that big. These are just decent ones. This in pre-market went from 1 all the way up to 12. But you can see we're not holding our gains. There's no reason for these plays to be up. INHD did have a press release. And, of course, we know what happened with INHD. It got T12 and now, but again, crazy moves. So you have all these crazy moves, even in, and this is what happened. So we had this, what set it, MNTS was a couple weeks ago. ASTC was after that. We start the week after that hot, 7-day or so stretch with INHD to start the week. And we're going, oh my, did you see what we just saw today? And when we follow that up with, which, again, going back to PAVs here, with PAVs, when we go from 1 all the way to 27, but we're back down, and now that's scaring trader. Now we know the trends in it. These plays aren't holding. MNTS held up over multiple days. ASTC held up multiple days, still holding. HKD, I know, got T12, but it held up throughout all the way through the day into power hour and after hours, and was squeezing then. This is halfway through the day, and it's rut-row, not holding, nothing holding. Even going back to plays, which we can go back to and play that try to hold, and even squeeze in after hours yesterday, which I was just showing you guys, and C-pop. Rut-row. When you see that, that means that crazy parabolic trend that we are in, and we're getting these supernova moves that we're holding, it's done. The crazy sympathy, this one's spiking and halting now, this one's spiking and halting now, this one's spiking and halting now, that's coming to an end. Tomorrow, I'm hoping to get one solid good trade in. So think of that yourself. If you're trading in the way we've been trading recently, and if you have been liking it or trading that style, tomorrow look for that one solid trade, and that's probably going to be your money bag tomorrow. And that's what I even told my live stream earlier. I'm looking to get one trade in tomorrow, then go over and join the guys on the and for the fun on SpaceX. And I just hear you plugging away. Speaking of trading, what you trading over there, man?
I have been in INTC now for a little while. I've taken several trades here. I just got stopped out actually. Let's see if we can take a quick look here at the screen on my end. I guess we're looking at your screen right now. If we could switch over to mine, that would be cool for a sec. And so yeah, INTC. All right, sweet. There we go. Okay, so yeah, early on, I was trading it. The nice thing with INTC today, semis are back. They were back, at least. Opening today, INTC looked great in the pre-market, and we kind of took off, hit a high of 119.44 today. So I kind of plugged away. I kept thinking, okay, we're at the top. We're at the top, so I'm going to go ahead and short it. And there were times where it worked for me. There was times where it didn't work for me. I was negative to start the day like you, Josh. So up here at this opening, I had a couple of good trades, but overall I was red until we did this. So over here by VWAP, we were underneath the 9 EMA, and so I got in here. And at 116, I took a little bit off at 116.17. I took a little bit off at 115. I took the rest off at 115.24. This was a really good trade for me that helped me get back at least almost green for the day. And then we consolidated for a long time with INTC. We didn't do much until we hit the pre-market low of the day. I started getting interested at the 113 mark, took a short, got green for the day, and then I took a few more trades that got me red because I was going long when I should have went short. And yeah, it didn't work out. The last trade that I took, though, I went long, did well, and so I need to check my my P&L. But right now, things are looking like they're consolidating again. It seems like that's what's been happening, not just with INTC, but also AMD, Marvell. We're getting these moves, and then we're sort of settling for 10 minutes, 20 minutes, and then all of a sudden, boom, we're getting another leg up or another leg down. Lately for INTC, it's been a leg down. We were moving up a little bit, where again, we tapped that pre-market low, and it looks like we're heading back down into the 112s at the moment.
What a great group back in the day. 112, by the way. Let's give it up for 112. little peaches and cream, you know. Real quickly, too, Ayush. Let's go, Ayush, if we can. Let's talk that SpaceX tomorrow. Let's put that beautiful board up. Talking about tomorrow going to SpaceX. There's something else I want to mention besides SpaceX. And, of course, tomorrow. We talked about it for a while. We're going to make sure we cover it. There will probably be nothing like us tomorrow, though. And we'll see if, a lot of people don't stream live on Friday. So we said, man, no one's probably going to be streaming live. We got to cover this event. We got you covered. That's 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Same time as we always go live. Jesse will be here. Michael will be here. Steve will be here out of the gate. We'll have Dave from Fivers. We're going to be streaming live with the Fivers as well. So it'll be a really big event tomorrow. I'm going to come over and join. Joe's going to come over and join. We're going to have a lot of faces on the stream tomorrow covering the SpaceX. We're going to trade it too as well. We're going to be actually entering this for fun. And then even, Michael and some people want this, they're getting in it for real and they want it to go 4X. And I got you going. We got it going 4X. So we have that tomorrow. Join us tomorrow for the SpaceX because now let's talk about giveaways. In the description today, you can guess the opening print price tomorrow for SpaceX and the closing print price and win evaluations from us. Also, remember yesterday you guys joined in, had about 2,000 views. I know we got up again, lots of views again yesterday. Thank you for coming on over. I forgot, maybe it's up to 3,000. I forgot what we got up to. We got a lot. Thank you here on YouTube. Said we'd give away some 25K evals. That's right, in the description today. Please go enter. We're going to give away 2 of them, Ayush says. So 2 of these today in the earnings after our stream. Now, I know Steve always joins for Power Hour and get you prepped up for after hours and the actual earnings itself. Jesse will be there. Steve's going to be there. I may pop in for a moment for fun, but this afternoon, They will be announcing 2 25K evals. You can enter right now. Enter now. Enter now. Enter now.
Enter now. Yes.
Enter now. Enter now. If you in for free, right? The description. It's in the description. It's right there in the comments as well. It's a little. All you enter is your name and your email address. A chance to win 25.
Beautiful.
We're
Two
giving
of
away
them.
two of them tomorrow, or two of them tonight. Two of them tonight,
Two of
or
them.
this afternoon, however you want to word it. And then we're going to be giving away 2 evals when the SpaceX IPO print comes, whether it's open into the close. So we have a lot of giveaways that coming up this afternoon. Again, 2 25K evals. We're giving away those this afternoon in the after-hour stream covering earnings. Adobe, Jesse, and Steve will be here. Then you can also guess the opening and closing price tomorrow for SpaceX. And Jesse,
Beautiful.
Speaking of the call-in show topic, I thought it'd get a lot of people intrigued and may hopefully call it in. What do you feel the SpaceX open price tomorrow will be?
So what I've heard, what I've read on X and elsewhere is the price started or will start or whatever is 135. That's the number that I have seen thrown around X. That might be the starting point, but obviously it's going to go somewhere else than 135. So that's the number that has been floated around that I've seen online. So I'm going to go with 135 because I've seen that number now several times. But I do think, like you said, halts will happen, which is crazy to think about because, like, with, I've been trading large caps now for a few months. You don't really see halts with Tesla. You don't see halts right now with any of the large caps. I guess with this IPO being so large, such a potential parabolic moves happening, it really would be something to actually see, and I guess too the sheer volume of how much trading is going to be going on with this. I think you or perhaps Michael, Mitch, you guys could probably talk a little bit more about halts for IPOs than my experience lens. But yeah, I do think you're right. I do think we might see some halts just based on the volume and things that are going to be going on with it, because it's going to be such a parabolic morning or afternoon. I don't think we have a specific time. We obviously have our stream time. We'll be starting at 9 Eastern Standard. But, as far as when SpaceX is going to actually hit come out, hit bell for them, I don't know if we have a specific time when that IPO will be right there, ready to trade or not.
You're all over it. Cool. You gotta love Walmart has substitutions for you, and you know what, Walmart? I'm okay with these substitutions. I'm fine with it. We're cool. I'll take it. It's okay. I'll confirm them.
Oh man, we get that all the time with Walmart and the substitution thing. Happens all the time. I gotta go shop for my own groceries now.
Yeah,
come on, Walmart.
Come on. Well, you could
like the old days.
And
you couldn't find it. Now I gotta go look for it. That's how I always feel. Like I could have found it.
Yeah, and then I find it when I go in there. I'm like, oh, you weren't out of these, you liar. You
weren't
liar.
looking.
You liar. You just, come on, you just stopped looking. You gave up on my order. What are you doing giving up on my order like that? It's fight till the end. Come on. All right, yes, for tomorrow, back to halts. Yeah, CAR was one of the most recent ones when we saw CAR halting, right? The Avis group on that crazy move up when it was halting. I was like, wow, I can't believe this is halting. Because, yes, you do not see them halt much. With those IPOs, it can happen, though, I guess, because it's a fresh new play, and there's a lot of volume that pours into it. So I'm just going out there that I think tomorrow, just what I've seen here recently in the small cap sector, I think a lot of traders from that space that have seen the INHDs and the ASTCs and the MNTSs and that parabolic move, they trade into the 50s and the 100s. So that's not too far out of the realm is my point. Now, yes, if it was like 400, 500, 600, I would not predict what I'm predicting. The reason I'm saying this is I could see us open at 150, literally 157, a little bit bigger than, or a little bit higher than the minimum they should open at, which like we were talking about 135, 140, whatever.
Sure.
And it pulls back and then does slingshot effect, like I talked about. It has this quick sell off. Oh boy, here we're about to dump. Nope, people buy the dip, and then it just starts flying up, halts up at like, say 167, and then we gap up to 175, and we're flying to 200. Gaps up again, flies. And then I could see that sort of happening tomorrow. Does it happen? Maybe not, but I have seen IPOs do that. Again, going back to HKDs of the world, which I literally, and by the way, real quickly, the one day I don't have to hold the SPY up. Look at the move since they
Look at
right
it.
at the top of the hour on the dot.
Look at it. Beautiful.
Come on, what do you want from me? I guess just
what
more.
is your thought prediction as far as so many people are going to be trading the IPO. So many institutions are already in it or trying to get in it, whatever. What happens to the other stocks? What happens to this to the MUs and the AMDs while everyone's trading SpaceX, essentially? Do those maybe take a little bit of a dip themselves? Is that even going to be affected, do you think?
No,
during
if anything, what I say, we see sympathy. So you would see those plays if we do get especially parabolic movement, and what I would love to see and want, and we start moving through 200, 250, and especially if we start halting, I guarantee you will see ASTC halt and move. You might see other plays you don't expect maybe start to halt, and definitely if anything move and start spiking. If we get parabolic movement and you see SpaceX halted up, again, just throwing out numbers at like 189.50, whatever, we're halted up, and we're going, oh my God, we're halted up, and here we go. You better start looking at those other space plays. I guarantee you, they'll start spiking. If I could, what's that? Halsey, Falsey. What's this? What's the thing called? We can go bet on Mars versus California, whatever.
Kalshi. There you go. You can trade anything, which is really just betting.
But if I could do a prop bet, and I wish they would let you do prop bets on there, I would go up and say, hey, I'll make an open bet with you. You accept it, yes or no? And I would say tomorrow, if SpaceX starts to halt up and go parabolic, I put money, $100 down. All the other space plays start to go parabolic and start to move up too.
Yeah, and like we have touched on this comment from the Crow Trades. Yeah, there is a bet on Kalshi. Will a human land on Mars before California starts high-speed rail? And Steve says emphatically yes.
You're right, exactly. Love it.
That's funny.
Here's one thing I have seen before. Now, this didn't happen the day of IPO, no, but I've seen day of IPOs halt and go parabolic is my point. Obviously, usually it's what I'm looking for and what I love to trade. This is multiple 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, about 10 days in. And then look at this new IPO. Will never forget watching this. This day right here, the open is $70, the high is $198. The next day, the open is $170.50, the high is $482.70. The next day, the high is $559, the low is $290. On that day, the open is 340, but you got to imagine open 340, low 290 on the dot, high on the day is 599 on the dot, and closed at 599. We gap up, and this is where we start hitting round numbers. We gap up at 675 on the dot open. The low is 675. The high is 2,500 on the dot, and the close, you got to be effing kidding me, 1750 on the dot. Everything, market makers and manipulation, right? Yeah, okay, that's where that comes into play. So I have seen the HKDs of the world go from parabolic to nastyville. I have seen, and I need to come up with a speech. I said this the other day with Steve yesterday when we were talking about it. And I can go back and show you HKDs of the world and say, I've seen it. And like literally, look at the secondary run, and this is a real, this isn't reverse split. This is true. We open up at, this is, when we had and I'll never forget, I'll show you SHPH, because this started a trend, is my point. HKD, new IPO plays, start of August 2022, till about this died off about August 10th or 12th. IPO plays, if they came out, we were looking for them to go parabolic. Almost a month to the day to start later, it happened again in September. So much so that after other plays were doing it, one of the last ones to do it again was HKD round 2. And the open of this day, open was 50, the high is 248, the close is 180. The next day, we gap up from 180 to 255, the high is 372, the low is 119, close 124.
Woo!
Crazy.
That's crazy.
And I was so prepared for round 2, because when we started it, I forgot what the first one was, but I said, oh, here we go again. It's round 2. And SHPH, have we reverse split? We have reverse split. Well, this is what happens when you reverse split. Anyway.
Ooh, yeah.
It
kind of, what the chart you were just showing kind of put me in the mindset of SMX towards the end of last year when that thing took off. And I don't think it was an IPO, but there was like a couple of days of just massive halts parabolically going high, going long. It was huge.
Speaking of another S play, as you said, yes, SMX, and this is now, showing, the massive reverse split moves that, and then of course you go back in time, it used to cost more and more. Oh no, is this not showing the reverse split? I don't know if this is actually showing it. This looks.
Oh, interesting.
No, maybe it is. Maybe I can't. It's too many stocks. I don't know. I don't think SMX went to 400 because I think if I kept going back, it would show higher. But yeah, this is probably reverse split because I go back to this was reverse split. Yeah, this is anyway.
Yeah,
we've looked at so many here recently. I'm like lost on, of course, the TCGLs of the world, the QMs of the world. It's like you get so many here overall. Oh yeah, PCB. Oh my play. Did anyone get filled? T-Web, PPCB. When did we hit it? There
T-Web
she is.
calling it out.
There it is. There, right on my line. I called it out there, T. I don't know if you traded it, T-Web, but there you go. 475.40. Put your line in there off that area. Hamid, if you asked earlier, Hamid was around, was asking about it. Said, Josh for president. I wish. Well, I don't know how much I'd like it, or with people like me. But beautiful, right? This old consolidation area where we found the bottom reversal off that big pullback, right? Traders are going to take their profit, find the consolidation, one touch, two touch, squeeze back up the high of day area. Once you pull back, that's going to be definitely your demand. Once you crack it, then you look for a short underneath that. Thanks to Josh, he called it. Yeah, yes. Yeah, we got it. Hey, I just try to show you guys.
I was checking out the leaderboard for the Trading World Championship, and we've got no movement for the top 3 spots. It's the same guys from the last 2 days. And interestingly enough, I think we've already called this out, but they all traded INHD. So they're both still the top 3 traders right now for the Trading World Championship.
Well, and it's funny if you go over the overall top bracket, as in the top winners, they all traded, I think we looked up yesterday, is silver. It's a Forex silver short or something because they all had the exact same top trade. So it's funny when you go across the board, everyone's got the same top trade this week from whatever it may have been. I wanted to, just for fun, enter it, and say, put it as like, different name or whatever, and just to see how much because I'm just thinking I would have loved to known. Today would have been a little, maybe, I don't know, would have been maybe a sit back moment because we didn't have as much. But the movement we had from INHD throughout the rest of these tickers that I've been calling out the shorts on, and I've been, the trades, I've only had my, first losses of the day this week, which were 2. So today may have been, more of a flat day, but I really would have loved to know how much I would have made Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday going in, the same trades I took, which were crazy bangers, but going in like 100,000 shares, 200,000.
Yeah.
Whatever.
I'm going through the top. It shows the top 30. Number 25 is Ayush, and I'm wondering if that is our Ayush, who is number 25.
There we go.
Might be.
It is.
Congratulations.
Hey,
that's wonderful.
Right there. Hey.
Looking for names that I recognize, and I recognize yours. Beautiful. Good job.
Love when we make the the top the top of the top. Hey, we'll just let you know we know what we're doing here for sure.
Right.
Don't forget, guys, sign up. Link is in the description of the live stream today. We can put it back in the chat. We're giving away 2 25K evals this afternoon. Join Steve and Jesse for the trade after hours earnings stream. We've been covering those earnings. You guys have been loving it, so we're sticking around and covering those even now into the actual earnings call. Giving away 2 25K evals. So you have the rest of this stream. You have we have 2-3 more hours, 4 hours here to sign up to win 25K evals. We're going to give away 2 of them this afternoon. Jesse and Steve will be giving away 2 25K evals here on the live stream. You also can sign up for the predict the challenge, essentially. Predict the open print price and the closing print price for SpaceX. It's going to be a fun day tomorrow. We're going to cover it for you, have a live stream up. Fivers and ourselves doing a combined event. We're going to have a ton of people I know over on the live stream combined between the 2 of ours. Join us tomorrow. Myself, Steve, Jesse, Michael, Joe, Ayush. Maybe you coming in the background, Ayush. You going to be there?
That'd be fun.
Yeah.
Good.
We'll have all hands on deck tomorrow. It'll be fun to watch. So a lot of good times here over the next really 2 weeks. So we have today also all the stuff we have later today that I will also have on for sure. Try to join you guys for at least 10-15 minutes. Give a little play-by-play on the FIFA World Cup. We have Mexico and South Africa that you can go win up to $1 million in evaluations on. I can't stress this, guys, enough. It starts today. The World Cup starts today. And there you go. There's where you can go predict the print price tomorrow, the opening, SpaceX, the closing price for SpaceX for tomorrow. What are we doing? Listen, this is free to enter. Speaking of the Trading World Championships right here, we already entered this, but now we're about to enter this. An even more fun portion of our Trading World Championship. Do what?
Yeah, more fun's coming. Exactly.
Are we kidding you? Look, $1 million in evaluations were given away just for you to come over and enter right here to enter right here. This is it. Sign up. You'll get to log in. We'll probably see the winners board, who's predicting these soccer matches correctly. And speaking of, here are the matches. Mexico, South Africa. That is TODAY today. South Africa, Czechia. I just call it the Czech, baby. They are also later on this afternoon or tonight, depends on where you're at in this fine world. Could be the morning even for you, depends on if you're overseas or not. Regardless, tomorrow, Canada, Bosnia, also tomorrow. And you ready for Friday? Of course, they got to put USA on Friday. They know A2, Mexico. You got to think about populations. Mexico and South Africa, the time zone will be in. Mexico, that's prime for them. South Africa, that's essentially the evening for them. There are going to be a lot. You got to think about the population in Mexico City alone, right? Mexico itself. These people, listen, this is they're not. That's why I'm not gonna. This is what I went to school for, though, right? This is why it's hot, right? I know what they're doing. It's the demographics. You got to think about South Korea and Czech. When it's 9 o'clock my time locally, that's the next day for them. It's prime time. They can't wait to freaking turn their TVs on. Canada. Now I don't know exactly what time Bosnia is, but I guarantee it's night for them. Canada, perfect timing for us. Paraguay, we all know where that's at. If you do, it's just south of the USA, right? So you got two countries, right, that are going to be competing in the World Cup, and it's primetime Friday Night Live. Talking about Friday Night Live, I'll have this match on tomorrow night as we are having Friday Night Live, 9:30 Eastern Time. Join us. Myself, Joe probably, Steve, Caesar, Alejandro, right, Kevin definitely coming back and joining this week. Oh, he's had a big week, so of course Kevin wants to come back this week. Oh, I can only come back. Yeah, Kevin, we know you in battle. We know who you are. We see you,
Kevin in battle. That's great.
I still got to throw him under the bus for that one. But hey, I'm just looking at the first 4 matches there and just looking at how the time frames match up. I mean, okay, I see what they're doing here. Demographic. Hey, you can watch it. It's prime time, middle of the day for Mexico today, South Africa tonight. Blah, blah, all the way to tomorrow. Paraguay, however you want to say it, USA. Well, of course, it's nighttime for us here on Friday night. I can't wait for this tomorrow night. Oh, well, I got to get my goal down. Hold on, I got to get that goal down. We got to time that in a minute here. But I'm wearing I got some USA stuff. Of course, the women have always been really good at soccer. I say always, but for the last 20, 30 years have been really good at soccer. Whether it's the World Cup, it's the Olympics. So I got some gear back in like 2012. I think it was for the Olympics. And I've got some official USA soccer like match soccer. It's soccer. It's really nice. It's really yeah. So I'll be wearing I've got a collared shirt that they wore, like the kits. So I have a kit, like a soccer kit, as they call it. It's like a uniform. So I've got one that they wore in 2012, and then I've got like the polo that like the coaches would wear on the sideline from 2012. It's men's. Not women's, but yeah, I'll be wearing one of those tomorrow night, and of course, throughout the event. I'll probably, tomorrow, what I should do during the day, I need to remember this tomorrow. I'm actually going to write this on my hand right now. USA Uni tomorrow. There we go, and they're called unis as well. Yeah, I got some depth in the soccer football game. The Pentagon is locked down. What happened there? The Pentagon is locked down.
Yeah, exactly. Pops Mafia calls out the Pentagon is locked down, and I'm looking on Twitter right now to see if I can confirm that. Yeah, let us know if you know any more, Pops Mafia. We are looking at that right now. Also, in other.
Real quickly, my bad. We got units, including our hazardous materials teams. Our team are currently operating at the Pentagon in support of PFPA's hazmat team during a hazardous materials incident. So, don't know exactly what this incident is. Here we go on space, or I should say, here we go. So, boom, I don't know. Whatever right here, ACFD units here, including our hazardous material. So, hazmat incident. So, there we go. Look at some replies. Well, I don't want to log in, but whatever. So, that's what we got going on right now. I'll Google it. Well, yeah, if we get any more information on that. Thank you there for letting us know that there, boss.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Other news regarding the war, Trump says there will be more bombs coming shortly with the Iran war, that we'll be doing some more bombing. He was on about 2 hours ago saying that.
Yeah, so real quickly, the only thing I'm really seeing here, it says multiple floors and corridors inside the Pentagon have been locked down and others are being evacuated due to a hazardous materials incident. 3 sources familiar and the local fire department said. Pentagon spokesman confirmed Thursday that systems within the Pentagon have detected an air quality issue necessitating precautionary measures until we determine its significance. The department is executing standard protocol including a shelter-in-place order for the affected area. Response teams are in place and ready to support building occupants. So, real quickly, just to kind of sum all that up, there's something in the air systems. Hopefully it isn't a terrorist event, but something in the air system that says not good. We need to get people out of here. And so it says floors 2 through 5 and corridors 4 through 7 of the sprawling Pentagon have been locked down. 2 of the sources said. The third source told they're wearing gas masks and full chemical protective gear. People in the building are wearing gas masks and full chemical gear.
Wow. We'll have to keep looking through and see if we can find some updates on that.
Whatever the reason, you think maybe I might get some kind of crazy sell-off as the people might be scared for whatever maybe could be a terrorist event, but nothing yet. We just have that across the board. Lots and lots of reports on this, so it's a done deal. But a hazardous materials incident at the Pentagon causes hazmat suits and gas masks to get on people's faces and bodies.
Wow.
All right.
Interesting. We'll have to keep refreshing and see if we can get some new news on that too.
Chart drill win giveaway is going to happen. So chart drill, come back. Win giveaway going to happen this afternoon. So right now, enter in. So there's 2 ways to enter in for a giveaway, my man. It is first off where is it at? There it is. World Cup matches. It is boom earnings challenge. Click on the link for the earnings challenge. But it's really trade the pool prediction challenge for opening print price for SpaceX. What is the opening print? What does it open up at? That's also the call-in show question for the day. So you guys can start chiming in here. Steve will be coming back in about 15, 20 minutes. First-time callers get 5K eval for free. So if you've never called into the call-in show and you want to call in, you could just say, hey, what's up? I get a 5K eval. And I say, yeah, you do. Thanks. What's up? Hang up on me if you want to. That's fine. We'll have the link in chat. What you're going to do is join our EV Mucks. We'll put you in the green room. Make sure we can hear you. We can see you. If you want to be on the cam, we'll ask you that. Turn your camera on. You'll be on the cam. If not, we'll just put you in the background so you can chat it up with us. That link will be out soon. But first-time callers, again, you can just join to get the 5K eval. Of course, give me your input. What do you think the opening print price will be for SpaceX? Secondly, what's the closing print price for tomorrow for SpaceX?
That'll be interesting.
Giveaway that we'll be doing. So there's 2 giveaways right there. Of course, we will know that winner come Monday. It'll be all right. Come Monday, we will know the closing print price and announce it to you guys. So that's the first couple of ways you can enter giveaways, and we'll know that on Monday. Secondly, the 25K evals, 2 of them will be given away. That is in the description as well. Of course, we've had that in the chat all day long. That'll be announced this afternoon, right around 3 p.m. Eastern time, at 3 to 4, somewhere in there. It's up to Steve and Jesse when they want to announce it. Ayush, producer in the background, leading the way a little bit for those guys. Announce it whenever they want. It's up to them, but that's when we'll announce it. 2 25K evals, and I say what guys should do, because that's when the viewers really get to ramping and amping up. It's right before Adobe announces its earnings, whatever that is, right at the closing bell. Sometimes it's 5 minutes afterward. Somewhere right around there, right around 4 p.m., 3:55. I think that's where, because the viewers start to really ramp and amp up there. I say that's when you should do the 25K evals. Tease it to it first, empower. Say, hey, you got a little more time. It's almost time. You better sign up.
Nice. Yeah, that's a good idea. And I'm also taking a short in INTC as we speak.
And now we are getting a little bit of the reaction here from the spot. That's why I'm keeping it on the spot here for at least the last 15 minutes before we move into the call-in show. That's not good news overall, having to move into a hazardous situation there at the Pentagon that started about 40 minutes ago now. That's the furthest back report I'm getting is from CNN about 40 minutes ago. Everything else after that coming in. So right around 40 minutes ago is when this happened. We do know, again, floors 2 through 5 corridors 4 through 7 were placed on lockdown. So it's only floors 2 through 5. And within those floors, it's only corridors 4 through 7. They have a shelter in place, obviously mandated immediately. So we will see what is going on. We have CNN says reports are that police and emergency responders are wearing gas masks and full chemical protective gear. Though officials stated this was a of course, a standard precaution makes sense while testing the air. So there we go. Hopefully all is good. Nothing major going on there. We'll know more, I'm sure, on this in the next hour of the call-in show. But call-in show, yeah, print price. So you're going with 135 on the dot. What did you say, 135?
135 on the dot is open. So let's just say 135, 140.
Okay.
Let's say somewhere right there. The
All right.
closing price, though, now that will be interesting because that's the one that I'm more interested in the closing price of the day than I am honestly the open, because the open will be what it will be. If it's 120, if it's 134, I don't really care. What's it going to be when we close?
Yeah.
And oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. I was gonna just a little tease for the traders for Friday Night Live. Our guesses real quickly. Steve said 128. Alejandro said 289. Caesar said 350. Why do I have Jay?
I don't know. Why do you have Jay? Am I Jay?
I have no
Could
idea.
be.
Yeah, it could
Could
be.
be.
Could be.
It could be.
Could be.
I think the closing price, if I'm just guessing, because we all are, right? I'm going to say the closing price will be 375.
Okay, I'll throw that out there for fun. We'll go 375. We got 375 for Jesse, and it's J Trades. I was like, who joined me that I said just J? It's J Trades. So J Trades, remember he joined on Friday, longtime friend, longtime trader. He said 300. You said 375. So Steve's the only one going low at 128. Everyone else is right around 300 or higher. And my closing price, as I said, and I thought I was close to what I said on my live stream. I said 487.50. Whatever I said a little bit ago with Mike. So I said 487.50 closing price for SpaceX Friday.
The Crow Trade says 480.
He's right there with me.
He's right there with you.
With me. Hey, Crow knows what he's talking about.
Crow knows.
Crow knows. Crows don't talk the shit. You know, Crow speaks facts. He don't talk the crow, as they say. He doesn't talk that crow. Love it, love it, love it. So yeah, we'll have a tomorrow IPO all day long. I say all day long. We'll have you covered at the opening bell. I plan on, and I'm sure most, because eventually I will get exhausted. It's been a long week. We'll cover it till open. Open should be like, well, that's what we're talking about that a second ago. Usually, typically, it's 30 minutes after the opening bell or an hour and a half after the opening bell. So we're looking at maybe 10 a.m. or 11 a.m. Eastern time is when if I had to predict it, somewhere in that time frame, either between 10 a.m. and 11 a.m. Somewhere in there is what I'd bet. And so we'll go live, cover it for a good 30 minutes, if not an hour after it's open, and eventually, unless it just becomes barn burner. And if it's barn burner, I'll say we'll leave our stream up. We'll take a break, but we'll definitely leave the Trade the Pool stream up at least until power hour. It's because I'll have Steve, someone, myself as well, come back in and say, hey, where do we close? We got to cover this. Let's do a quick little power hour recap on SpaceX for the day. Maybe it's lackluster and just kind of fizzles out, really doesn't do much. Well, then we will just be like, hey, didn't do what we thought we were going to do, and a little bit slower here. We're going to close up shop. But the goal is to at least
I can't imagine with the hype. I can't imagine with the hype that it's just going to be boring or slow or whatever. I mean, you've got too much. You've got too many institutions involved. The volume's going to be is going to be massive. I almost said catastrophic. It's not going to be catastrophic, but it will be massive. Crazy though. Crazy.
Yeah. See, Pop says, what did Michael Noss think the open and close will be? I don't think he gave it yet. Michael Noss. We can do that tomorrow. He'll be here at the opening bell. Of course, there we go. There it is. There's our beautiful, look at that. I'm telling you, I think up and away, beautiful graphic that we have there for tomorrow. It's going to be fun. We'll ask Noss, of course, when I join tomorrow, and before everyone, I should say before it goes live, I'll ask everyone. I'll ask Dave. I'll even ask Steve, Jesse again. Joe will be on tomorrow, so we'll have a good little round table. I'll write it all down, and then, of course, for the close as well, just to keep up with what everyone thinks so we can hold everyone accountable. So he did not give it yet, Mr. Pops Mafia, at least that I did not hear. But yes, tomorrow, join us, 9 a.m. Eastern time. That's 30 minutes before the opening bell. Myself, Jesse, Joe, I mean, you're talking Michael Noss, Dave from Fivers, Steve from Fivers in here. I mean, we might even have more join us tomorrow. It's going to be an extravaganza. Giving away evals as well. So come join us tomorrow morning. We're going to get you all the way through the opening print price. And like I said, if it's a hot, spicy day, I'm going to make sure and say, hey, guys, we're leaving the stream up. I mean, just let's take a pause. You guys take a break. We'll come back in here later. AUS yourself, you'll be more than welcome to come back. Or if it's Friday, you just want to take the afternoon off. But I say we leave the stream up. because traders want to see it and say, hey, we, like a little tagline, hey, we will be back to cover SpaceX closing price, but we'll have you cover at least to the open 30 minutes or so, if not an hour afterward. Hopefully the earlier the better it opens for us, so we can get straight to, because I feel like it's going to be a kind of like a King of the Hill, where Hank and the boys are outside just going, yep, yep, and we're just all kicking rocks, drinking our beer, waiting for SpaceX to open, and just keep saying, yep, yep.
It's going to be fun. It's going to be so exciting. I'm really looking forward to it. I'm going to see if Grok knows what time the SpaceX IPO will start. Of course, no one exactly knows the time, but I want to see what Grok
we should.
said.
Props Mafia, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. Make a graphic. So Ayush, I don't know how fast we can get a graphic together. At least, if anything, put the lettering up. Like where it says Josh Smith. Small to large cap, like that little box. Have a little caption up there that has AK Josh. And then have all the open. And then we can just keep it at open. And then once it opens, well, now we know we can get rid of that box and then have a closing price. So then we can have like a closing price and say experts closing prediction price on SpaceX. And then Nas and myself and Dave and Steve and Jesse. And that would be cool if we get that going tomorrow. That would be really cool. Yeah, Joe, 550. All right, let's mark Joe down for 550. He says, hey, I'm all for it. I mean, like I said, I'm looking to go long. So again, nothing where I'm like actually trying to make long-term money off of this, like this. Hold on, Nas's of the world. Because hey, listen, if it does go up that high, I'm telling you right now.
Yeah. Well, let's just talk numbers. So the expected the night of June 11th, as of today, is 135 per share. And as far as the being the largest IPO in history, it's by a wide margin. It's they've raised $75 billion at 1.77 to 1.8 trillion dollar valuation. So that is for the SpaceX IPO for tomorrow. So yeah, that's gonna be crazy.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a lot of fun. So that's why we're definitely covering this, and we'll even we're gonna back it up back-to-back Fridays for the first time ever, and the Friday after. So next Friday, right? We're doing this Friday. So Friday, come join us. That's right, a great movie. Then next Friday, it was a pretty good movie too. Next Friday, come join us. We'll be covering Juneteenth. No one's gonna be going live, but we will be 10% off all of our evaluations. That's next Friday, Juneteenth. We'll have another live stream then. Jesse, Steve, of course, I'll ask all you guys, and whoever can join it. It isn't hey, you got to stick around. It's just to keep. Get a live stream going, promote here, trade the pool, and the 10% discount that we'll have going. Maybe get a live trade in too, which will be fun to do. So we'll have back-to-back Fridays coming up for you guys, and a lot, of course, here during the Trading World Championships, a lot of giveaways. We have the World Cup. You can predict the matches on it. You can predict opening print prices, closing prices on SpaceX, the other earnings we've been doing. So we have a lot of different ways for you guys to get the evals and win cash, even with the Trading World Championship that you guys have entered. There's cash to be given away there. So this month, millions upon millions of awesomeness and giveaways essentially coming your way. Millions and millions of dollars.
So much awesomeness.
Awesomeness, dude. It's gnarly. Yeah, Joe, nice. Yes, we got it. Said I'm going to screenshot it. Yeah, that'd be good. Get a little leaderboard or whatever, little caption up tomorrow. Shows everyone's open price, and then if we're right or wrong, and then of course, after that, the closing price. And we're coming down to a key pivot area. We already bounced off of. This is after I put the line in. You can see we came down here right around 620 or 727. 727 is key. Now, if we crack that, there's only one thing that's holding us up before we hit lows again, and it's going to be right there potentially at 2650, and we didn't hold it earlier. So I'd imagine we go straight down to 25s, 100%. So again, we're trying to hold this 27 corridor, resistance up top at 2970, pretty much at the 30 handle. Then again here at 3150, 3140 area. Those would be my three lines to trade and or have in. Now, if you want one off that low area, I'm waiting. I wait to decide where I want to put one in. Why? Because I want to see if we do crack, where do we bounce at? I don't have a trust and faith that we bounce at pre-market low. Do we go a little lower and really into this wick and this wick, or do we fully go to the low of day here at 2450? So that's when I'll let this, again, show me the chart. I'll show you the money. So when the traders show me the chart, aka they come down and it gets the bounce at whatever it is. Maybe it's here. Maybe it's there. Maybe it's middle of nowhere. I have no idea. That's when I can then, okay, here's where we're bouncing again. This makes a little more sense now. That's where I'm going to put my bottom line in. I don't always just go, And you're, well, I have on a high of day. Well, I have on a high of day because it also was resistance in pre-market. If I extend that line, this isn't just like throwing it at high of day. I don't need that. I need it because I know this is now a great, crazy, strong supply area resistance from pre-market into the opening bell. I don't know where the bottom demand is. Could it be here? Could it be here? Could it be there? I know where it is currently, and it's at 6 or 727. So again, if it cracks here, we'll watch for some more pullback. We are getting a little reaction there. Thank you in chat. Again, who was that mentioned that? Was it Pops Mafia? Been a regular here recently to join in with all the others. T-Web, Tack, Crow, Nigel, when D-Rider joins. Right now, almost an hour ago, though, we've got floors 2 through 5, corridors 4 through 7 on lockdown. Unfortunately, we have some gassy, nasty, some weird air flowing through the system at the Pentagon. Nothing right now that says this has terrorist related. I wish half the time if I was dealing with PRs when it came to them, I wouldn't even mention that it was. Even if it was, I would say we're not going to tell the world. I'm not going to let them know.
Yeah.
I'm just going to keep it down because I don't want the SPY to collapse and the people to freak out, and we'll figure out who did this. Then about 2 months from now, when I figure out who did this and I capture them and we send a cool unit over and we do what we do, and I don't want to mention words that we do to people, but we did our thing. Then we go, yes, back on June the 11th, we will announce that we were attacked by terrorists from this country and this blah, 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 blah. We have now attained such terrorists, and they're dead. And then that's how you announce it.
That's how you do that.
If
you were the president, I like that. I like it.
I don't want you to be scared. I want you to know that afterward, that where you could have been scared, I didn't get you scared. I actually came back afterward and said, no, don't be scared. Why? I got your back. Okay? I don't want you to be scared of scaring those kids. Listen, no. We want the market to stay stable. I don't want you guys to think you got in here. You know, that's how like the Michael Jordans and the Dennis Rodmans were so mentally. I don't want you thinking you got me shook. You think you got me shook? Do you think you shaking me over here, putting some gas in the Pentagon? Please, please. My dogs fart worse than this. Okay, come on.
Oh my gosh. Woo! And you heard it here from AK-47 Josh. There you go.
Oh, to a false alarm. But hey, it says CNN is saying Pentagon lockdown was due to a false alarm. Okay. Cool. So when I refresh the page, I'm not seeing anything new unless, of course, that's right, you click on it. Usually they'll show you like an update or something. Like it'll be update from then, and we'll be okay. Yeah. So that could be it. Maybe it was a false alarm. They still want to like they have to the precautionary measures, etc. So. Could be good to go. Good to go. Right now, seeing the SPY actually come back. Look at this. Come back off our 620 or 727 handle here. Popping right back off. This is what I've said for the longest time. Put your lines in and trade them. This is exactly what I mean by that. And it makes it a lot easier for you to trade so you don't have to go, well, this is it or this is it. Wait for the chart to build. And when the chart builds this support resistance areas that we do, now you can come through here and start to trade them. Still overall, relatively a little bit more flat for the day for the SPY as of recently, as we've seen some bigger movement. And it does seem like today, if I had to say, hey, what's today look like? Well, today reminds me a lot finally of yesterday. We're slowing down. Well, even obviously slower than yesterday, but we're finally slowing down. Big move last Friday. Big move Tuesday. Again, like the small cap space, I feel like everyone's just kind of catching their breath. I was like, woof, man, that was a lot of movement. That's crazy, right? And you can tell, like when I just zoom out, especially when I zoom out to a larger time frame and start to soak in former days on the SPY here. We'll go back to auto, right? And we start to look at former days. Let's just take back the last 3 here, especially. Big range, a little bit less. And now look how tight today's range looks compared to the last 2 days, right? And so we're just getting a little bit more of that range-bound movement here and a little bit less movement. I think that's fine. I like that. I'd rather we get a little bit more of this. Stop getting the nasty pull because we're due for 770 by the end of this month. I got to feed the kids of Canada.
You do. A lot of kids are depending upon you.
Yeah, Rufio. Rufio! That's true, man. I agree with you 100%. Yeah, it's been that way, though, for months now, unfortunately. A market that drops on every tweet is not stable. Yeah. I don't know that we ever... Maybe we put Mr. Josh Smith, AK-47, in for president. I think maybe then we would get more of a stable market, but and because I wouldn't be tweeting stuff ever, and if I did, it would be Bulls win, Bulls win. Back when Michael Jordan was winning, I'd be more like Broncos were winning the Super Bowl. But yeah, it's.
Were you a Broncos guy? I've seen you with like a Broncos cup, a Broncos hat. Were you an Elway guy? Boom, there it is, dude. I was an Elway guy. Elway, Shannon Sharp, TD. Let's go, John Elway. Hey, Netflix did an awesome documentary just recently on it. Did you see it
Right back there. Do you see the number? You might barely see it. I'm pointing at it. Do you see the number 18?
I don't. I see a boxing bag. I see a
Oh,
dog.
well, right past that, you can try to zoom there and get a little bit right. Well, make it a little bit big. Right here. Well, right there. Right there it says 1A. Anyway, autograph Peyton Manning jersey.
Peyton Manning. Nice.
Yep.
Nice.
So yeah, it was. My brother was born in Colorado Springs, late '80s. Literally before I watched any specific sport, I'll never forget watching the Broncos and like the orange on the TV, and kind of like my brother and my dad were watching it, and they were yelling at the TV, and I was hooked. And so that was around the same time that I fell in love with Rolling with Nolan, the 40 Minutes of Hell. Nolan Richardson and the Arkansas Razorbacks basketball team, right? So that was like the early 90s when that got going. So those were my two favorites as a kid, but yeah, it was Broncos, and it was just Elway. Of course, he had the three amigos. Those were like, they called them the three amigos, but they were three wide receivers that were really good.
Yep.
Mark Smith, and I can remember all. But then finally getting Shannon Sharp, and we were good, but we weren't that good. And then finally, and what Elway always needed. He had a good defense, but he never had a great defense, and so he got probably one of his best defenses ever. But then he got a running game. He got a freaking running game. You got to think about it. John Elway's best wide receiver ever is not even a wide receiver. It's a tight end named Shannon Sharp. So imagine if John Elway or even the likes of Dan Marino had, I don't know, the San Francisco offense. And I know Joe Montana is good and all, but imagine the numbers that Dan Marino or John Elway would have put up in that offense. Like, it's listen, it ain't close. And so, point being, we finally get Terrell Davis, and of course, yes, oh my God, TD the GOAT.
TD, dude, so much fun.
Yeah, loved it. That was
so much fun.
Yeah, some of my favorite times as a kid. Yeah, and so that just continued on. Yeah, if there's
me too.
If there's a blood and if I bleed anything, it is not red and white or cardinal and white and Razorbacks. It is blue. And all my friends here in Arkansas,
orange, baby, orange all day. Yeah, Kazuki, you trade large caps. What did you? What are you trading today? Let me know. That's pretty cool.
Love it. Yeah, Apple big moves today. Yeah, Apple had some pretty good sized moves today. Yep. See, that's crazy. Here you are in Missouri, and not a St. Louis Rams fan. Not a change.
I was so before the Rams, when the Rams came to St. Louis in the mid '90s, they sucked. Like they were the worst team.
Yes.
You couldn't even go for them. They were just that bad. It wasn't until Kurt Warner. Yep. I'm sure you remember.
Marshall Falk,
but that was after. But that was after the Elway era. So it was like I went from the Broncos, watching him as quarterback, to, we don't really have anybody to go for. Elway just retired. Boom, Kurt Warner. Warner and the greatest show on turf. And then so it was like, boom. St. Louis had a lot of fun football for about 3 years.
Yeah,
and then
5 years. Yeah, 3. Yeah, well, he was older, and then by the time they got Falk, he was older from the Colts, but he wasn't that old. He wasn't. But yeah, they all had that, like, they were already like medium through their career, like Isaac Bruce, Horn. Yep. They were already somewhat through their career, but they still had it in them. So imagine, and thank God they didn't, but imagine if they were all like 95, 96. So my Broncos would have had a tough run from those guys, is what I'm thinking.
It would have been hard. Yeah, it would have been hard. Yeah, for sure.
It's good. Good to know, Broncos.
Steve was there, and then he decided, nah, forget it. I'm not doing this.
A little sneaky on you.
He says,
what's up, guys?
I don't want to talk.
Hey, I'm going to bounce, guys. I've got a couple of projects I got to work on, but it's great. And Steve, I'll be back on here with you a little later with the earnings. So good to see everybody in chat too. All right. Bye, guys.
Come on, let's get to it. It's the World Cup. First match is the day, Steve. We got Mexico, South Africa, and I can't wait for tomorrow night in the call and the Friday Night Live, because Friday Night Live will consist of us talking some awesomeness and SpaceX, but then we get America, USA versus Paraguay in their first U.S. Cup match. Or the World Cup match. I can't wait for that tomorrow night too. That'll be fun on a Friday night. So, brother, are you ready for it?
I'm so ready. You couldn't make me more ready if you built me in a lab made of ready things. I don't know where I'm going with that. I'm ready.
I love it, made of ready things. All right, so let's do this real quickly. Call-in show topic of the day, guys. First time callers, call in and listen. You get to be a part of us here at the call-in show, and you know how that is and what that's all about. We're doing the EV Mux thing. Are we doing that today, Ayush? Right? Okay, so we're going back to Google Meets. Okay, we just want to make sure. Okay. All right. Oh, now see, this is gonna be stuck in my head, Steve.
Dude, you were ripping that while the promo was going. That was just for us, and I that was a nice little treat for me to get me hyped. So I just appreciate you for being you. It's not fake, guys. He's like this 24/7.
Yeah, no, literally, unfortunately, so it's probably some. But oh, love you. To my beautiful assistant,
Oops.
my wife. All right.
My wife.
Yeah, so I'm on the Google Meets. Let me know when you join, and we'll get off of EV Mux, or I should say not get off of it, but at least mute it.
I did the classic click it in my computer, even though I know it works better through my phone. So getting where it should be.
While we still sound good here, I'm going to stay on EV Mux, and I want you to as well. All right, so hold on, Ayush, and we're going to do this real quickly. Let me get this back up here. Take a nice little breather. I'm going to time it over here. Let's do this in chat real quickly, and Steve, you can guess. Ayush, if you want to as well. How long do you think I can say gold? Thank you, love.
Oh, goodness. You got some lung capacity. $300. We're fighting for our right to party. And
Fight for
there's Josh Smith.
My internet went up for half a second. It was good. All right, cool. EV Mux.
Move to EV Mux.
Let's go. Yeah, there we go. Off the studio mode. Top left muted. All right, there's my top left. Now I'm good. Mute that top left, Steve-O.
Oh, sorry. There we go.
Love it. Speaking of Steve-O.
Oh, and now
the new
turn my
Jackass
sound on
movie's coming
here.
out. Steve-O, were you a Jackass fan growing up? Did you watch those movies?
I thought you just called me a jackass. Let's just turn my phone on. Was I a jackass? Yes. Was I a jackass fan? Yes. I was a jackass fan. I am a jackass fan. I will be a jackass fan. I think that they are some of the most genuine laughs you can have in the cinema, Josh. Nothing is realer than watching somebody get hit in the balls. It's just funny. What can you say, you know?
Or wrecking a golf cart, wrecking a shopping cart real hard. They go flying, you know. It is good stuff, you know. It's good guy humor. Now, and that's where I love the girls and the females that love to watch that, and they laugh at that kind of dumb humor. You know, the Adam Sandler, Jim Carrey kind of stuff.
It's so funny you said that. My girlfriend loves Jim Carrey. We make fun of her when she was younger. She had a crush on Jim Carrey, which was always so funny to me. Like that, there's Tom Cruise sitting there. There's Brad Pitt, and you went with Jim Eyebrows Carrey. Okay, I respect
ain't
the love
nothing
of the
wrong
game.
with having a good eyebrows. Look, you got some good thick eyebrows too over there. Come on now.
We got some strong brows. The Josh, you and me, we're holding down like the Neanderthal gene. You know, we got the strong brows, a decently strong chin. Maybe you got me beat there a little bit, but you know what? We look like we hit things with clubs and drag them back to you know, like I look like I'm dodging saber-tooth tigers out here. So I don't know. There's something to that.
Me caveman Josh like caveman Steve.
Exactly. Stonk go up. Me like stonk. That's all. That's all you need.
All right.
What do we got here? What's the question for today? SpaceX, right?
It's what traders can win a 20 or a 5K, right? I don't know if it's 5, maybe 20. I think we should up it to 20. Come on. Gil, I know she's taking off at a Dar. Guys in the background, Carlo. I say we up to 25K. If anything,
that's crazy.
Well, come on. The closing price should be, because if you predict the closing price or you're anywhere near it, On SpaceX tomorrow, you did good. That's hella work. So the opening print, okay, I get it. It's we know it's probably going to be 130, 140, 150, 160, somewhere in there. We'd be surprised if it's crazy high. But predicting that close price tomorrow. So we have eval giveaways coming out. We'll probably announce those on Monday, but you have till tomorrow, I would imagine, to enter those. That's in the description in chat right there, of course. Now the call-in show question. Back to that. What is the opening print price tomorrow for SpaceX? Now, we all see what is written and given to us online. I get that. But what say you? Because there's no way it's going to be right there on the dot. I see this throughout the years. Oh, it'll open at this price. Very rarely is it right there on the price on the dot.
Josh, did you just see me get assaulted? Sorry.
I did.
My cat just literally, she's messing with the curtains over there off screen, and she just came in like, and literally just stuck her claw in my arm. So I'm going to be bleeding nicely there. I am so sorry. SpaceX price. That's what we're talking about, not cat battles. I think that this range is going to be so wide that can I give two? Can I give two answers? Is that cheating?
Yeah.
All right, hell yeah. I think it's going to either close at 220.69 or at 120.69.
Well, you said 128 on remember Friday Night Live, so we're gonna hold you accountable. So
Okay,
Friday
all
Night Live, you said 128. So
okay, that's my low range then. 128 is fine, but I want the 220.69. Put me in for I got my sell order, my sell order there at 220.69.
love
Fill
it.
me.
And confirm 25K flex evals for the SpaceX. So we're giving two 25K flex evals this afternoon. Steve, you ready? Because we have in the chat, we have the description. That's right. You just go click on that link and you have a chance to win a 25K eval. We're giving away two of those today for our Power Hour earnings stream covering Adobe. Steve and Jesse will give those away. And then tomorrow, we have 25K evals given away for opening or guessing the opening print and the closing print price for SpaceX. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh. About like your cat taking off into your lap right there. I can't wait for SpaceX to take off because you probably do forget. And I'll remind you, my friend, listen to the other closing prices that we gave for SpaceX. You're the only one even close to 130. Alejandra gave 289. Caesar 350. J Trades 300. I went with 487.50. Jesse earlier said 375, and Joe, Florida Joe, saying 550. Crow in chat was kind of in the same area, said 480 is me as well.
It's you got to have such a big range on. I mean, it's the biggest IPO ever. Josh, my whole thing is anybody saying they know what's going to happen for SpaceX day of. Okay, sure, in a month, sure, it's probably going to go down. But day of, they're lying to you. They're lying to you. We don't know which way the wind blows. At least that's how I'm going to play it because I don't know what's going to happen, Josh, and I know something big is going to happen. So what do you think the max pain of the event is? What would hurt the most people if it was just flat? Or if it really tanked. I don't know.
I would go, yeah, if it tanks. I bet there's going to, well, that's the thing, though. People could jump in saying, I knew it. This is dumping away. I knew this was going to be a big sell off. So flat, I think, would be the one that would really be the one event where, like, and I was saying that, like, maybe somehow it just kind of doesn't do as much as whatever. I was like, I doubt that. But hey, I wouldn't, but I can't count on anything. You know, like if that happens tomorrow, I'm not going to be surprised. I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe this didn't move. Well, hey, I've seen about everything that can happen in the small cap, the large cap sector. It is what it is. You know, move on to the next. It's Friday. It's my weekend. Heck, I'm looking forward to my dinners I'm about to be cooking. It's pizza night. Friday night's pizza night. We're gonna cheat even more. Usually we'll do frozen pizzas, different ones across the board. Just so because there's so many frozen pizzas you can pick from these days. But we're gonna really cheat and get it from one of our favorite local places, U.S. Pizza. Speaking of U.S. Pizza, right? World Cup. I didn't think about that. Getting pizza at U.S. Pizza and USA plays them all. Is that not? Come on, we got to win. I even called us to have that one upset win. You remember when I was going through predictions of the World Cup matches, whenever it was last week on Thursday, I think it was the call-in show. I had us beating Paraguay. I got it. It's happening. We're getting U.S. Pizza tomorrow night, team. It's happening. So
wait, Josh, are you also located in the U.S. as well?
I am.
Whoa, triple confluence. You got a long bat. That's 3 levels right there.
That's it. That's 3, baby. That's 3. We know 3 knocks. That 4th one we're blowing through. You don't want me to find a 4th confluence because if so. telling him, me and the Saiyans, my friend. I don't know where they come from. I say that a little too often, and even when I say it, I'm like, "Well, who smacks Charlie Brown around? The guy's the sweetest kid around."
I
But
was just thinking, like, is there a secret like back to school episode where Charlie's just getting beaten? Like, I don't.
I love it. Not that I know of. Not that I know of. But definitely join us tomorrow. It's gonna be fun. SpaceX IPO. We'll have it live from the Fibers. Of course, Steve here from here and the Fibers. Michael Noss, Jesse, have you right from the get-go. Right from Jump Street, they'll have you covered. 30 minutes before the opening bell. Live stream starts. I will come in about 30 minutes after the opening bell. I know Florida Joe is going to join us tomorrow, too. It's going to be a full house. Some traders I know will have to step out, like Michael Noss can't cover it forever, maybe Jesse as well. But most of us will make sure we stay there through the extended event, at least through the opening. Like I was saying, Steve, at least 30 minutes or so after, just to see the chaos. What do we do? Maybe even an hour after it opens. I know I'll be exhausted from talking at that point from just the whole week. So I'll take a break, and I'll say to everyone too, hey, if you want to take a break, let's take a break. But if it is chaotic tomorrow, I say we leave the live stream up, and then we can do a one time. Since it's a one timer tomorrow, we're going live on a Friday. We can come back and do a power hour stream tomorrow to kind of recap SpaceX, recap the week, and I'll join you for that one. Is my point. Awesome. And then really, what is the closing price? So then that way we really know, and we can say, all right, yo, what's up?
We have a problem. We have a problem.
Oh, we got a call.
Welcome, welcome.
Ding, ding. Michael. Oh, what's up, Michael? Well, this isn't Michael D. Ryder, the usual caller. This is Michael who?
What, are you talking to me?
Yes,
Yes,
Michael.
sir. Welcome on.
What's your name in chat, bud?
Just Mike's 2026.
Oh,
Right
Mike's
on,
2026.
welcome.
Well, guess what? First off, you just won a 25K evaluation, or not 25. Man, I'm giving away. I'm turning
I'm
into
about to
Oprah.
say, whoa, that's a bit.
Yeah,
that's
you
a
won a
bit 5
5K.
times.
You won a 5K. You won a 5K. Sorry,
He's rich.
You just said 25.
I'll see if I can work it in. I'll see if I can work that one in.
You got him on the ropes already, Mike. I love it. I love it.
Hey, I can't see no one, but can you not see me?
We can see you. We're on a live stream.
Oh, I need
so
to do
we're
my
on
hair.
a live stream. So yeah, no one can see you. We can see your pretty face, but no, here, if you want to see me.
Yeah, there we go. You
There we
can you can see my hat brim here as I talk into the
Oh,
mic.
hello.
Hey,
You're
good
right.
to see you, man.
Yeah,
Hey.
so you're actually, so we have the live stream up right now, right? So we have the live stream up, and what the live stream looks like is this right there. So that's what we're here talking, and so no one sees you, but
Okay.
yeah. So yeah,
They're
hear you,
missing
though.
out.
They hear you.
You lot
though.
are like little celebrities. I've been watching you lot on YouTube for a while.
No way.
Who's that?
Us? Little
Yeah.
old us? Well, thank you, man. We really appreciate that.
Watching you do the small caps, I think it is, isn't it? You lot mainly do small caps, is that right?
Yes, you're talking about me, Michael?
Yeah,
Yeah,
this
you.
animal over here,
Yeah.
Josh.
Yeah, that's me. That's me. Yep.
The one I watched was the TCGL when it went to 100 and something.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah.
What a
That's
move.
the Josh, the infamous AK Josh trade. Yeah, that was fun. That was good. Hey, and do it on the live stream. Yeah, I'm glad. I love to hear that. To kind of have that. I don't think I'm ever gonna be like like we talk about the Tim Sykes and all those guys of the world. I'll never get to that level, but to just have that kind of like underground cult following, right? Like you talk about a certain movie, like, oh yeah, I've seen that movie, but has everyone probably not? But the ones that have, they love it and it's so good. So yeah, I love that to have you reach out and be like, man, I've been watching you for a while. Yeah, that it warms my heart and makes my day when you guys say that kind of stuff.
No, that's a good look. You're a good trader.
I appreciate it. No, I work my butt off. I mean, I even said for the longest time, I want to be the best charter ever. I know it's kind of goofy to say that. I know I would be the best trader ever.
The very best.
But
Okay.
watching like Brett the Hitman Hart back in the day. He's like, I'm the best there is, the best there was, best there ever will be. Like, well, I don't want to go with that tagline. But I was like, best charter ever. That sounds good. So that's me. I just want to be able to pull up a chart, whoever it is. You're on the street, man on the street. Pull up a Josh, pull up a chart, Josh, break it down. I'm in Antarctica freezing my butt off. And I'll break down a chart, I'll break it down wherever I'm at. What's that?
You're in Antarctica now?
No. I'm in Arkansas right now. I'm in Arkansas.
You're in
Basically the
America,
same
yeah?
thing.
Yeah. Where are you at? Where do you live at?
I'm in London.
London, love it. I got a lot of traders over in Europe, and especially over in the London area. Over you Brits over there. So how long have you been trading?
About 2 years coming up now.
Okay, are you still small cap based? We into the large cap sector? What do you like to trade?
So I was doing a bit of both in my broker account, but I had to pull the money out for like a personal thing. So I started doing this trade the poor thing.
Nice.
And how you liking it?
I think for the money, I think it's very good value. But
Right.
I'm still trying to get used to the interface, if that makes sense. 'Cause I do think the platform can throw out some random things sometimes that
It can. It's
seem
not
to
just
bring out behaviors in me that I didn't do in my live broker.
Right. Yes.
It is
exactly.
interesting. I always think it's funny how like broker interactions, they can change how you trade. So it takes a while to learn a new one. I know for me, Trader Revolution, it's so robust. It's got so many features I didn't know existed that
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm looking for something and I'm like, it doesn't have it. I can't find it. It's just buried in a menu or something, or it's just like something that's it doesn't click with my brain right off the bat. But if I fiddle with the settings, there's usually something that can help. So if there's anything in particular you don't like, I would be happy to
No,
help try to.
I think it's brilliant. It's just it's the random glitches it does that I think. Yeah, but again,
Yeah.
the service is so cheap. Let's be serious. Like,
Yeah.
it's about what you spend on an eval. I've burnt 10 times that on a trade.
Absolutely.
In real
And
money, do you know what I mean?
oh, absolutely. And I'll be the first to say, like, they found me when I was just a guy trading on their accounts, so I'll always give it to you honest. Yeah, there are some glitches sometimes, but I've been with a lot of prop firms. These guys actually want to make it right if something goes wrong, because we're out here in the arena, we're trying things, we're putting new stuff out there every week. There are going to be glitches, but our support team, they're so great, they always make it right on the back end. So I really appreciate you just taking the shot with us, Mike, because that's how I got into it too. I had to pull money out of my brokerage for I had a lot of health bills. I had a lot of troubles with my health 3-4 years ago, and I was going, I don't want to give up, and this is like a great way to say, hey, it's not giving up. Life's progress isn't linear. There's ups, there's downs. This is one way to stay in the game, even if right now, the money might need to go to something else first. So for me, it was a perfect kind of intermediary to keep my skills sharp. So it's a great use for it there.
This is the sort of inspiring thing people need to hear, really. That
I think so.
you pulled your money out, you hopefully sorted your health problems out, and you've smashed this trade the poor thing. I've seen quite a few of your trades. Like, you make some killer trades.
Oh, well, thank you. And again, always full transparency. I miss a lot too. I'm a 65% trader, but just those wins are bigger than the losses. And I appreciate you saying that, because us traders, we got to be resilient. It's not about even, I know Josh might be the best damn charter out there, but it's more about resilience. And like, I don't know. My mom always told me, if you're gonna be dumb, you better be tough. And so that's my mantra. And I don't know. I think I had something else to say. I don't know. I'm just vibing out. I'm having a good time with you guys. Josh, get me back on the rails. What are we talking about here?
Well, first off, I appreciate the charting business, but the resiliency is 100% the key, because you got to think, if I didn't have resiliency, it didn't matter how, like I literally was talking to a buddy, Detmar Sterling, who's joined us on the Friday Night Live. We were literally texting earlier, and he's like, you'd be surprised how low my levels are. And I'm like, no, actually, I'm not. I'm like, what have I said since 2020? I say, put your lines in and trade them. You can put your lines in and trade them. That's not the hard part. The hard part is trading them. As people have come back to me since then, Josh, I can put my lines in, I just can't trade them. And so there's that resiliency, back to Michael Jordan's of the world, right? Like I have all these figures that Optimus Primes of the world, MacGyvers of the world. I keep resorting back to these names that I've watched. You got to think hundreds, thousands of hours I've watched Optimus Prime, MacGyver, Michael Jordan. I've seen them have episodes where they lose, but ultimately in the end, they what? Michael Jordan, you know him as a winner. Optimus Prime, you know him as a winner. MacGyver, he somehow got his way and finagled out, and he won the episode, so to speak. In the end, he didn't die. But at some point in that episode, he was down. He lost something, right? He was down. He lost the game. He didn't lose the overall, say, series, right? Go Knicks, by the way. Let's beat the Spurs. But
yes, sir.
that you have, so I have that built in, seeing that over. But we've talked back to the Power Rangers and the Megazords, right? We could go through all of the we're down sometimes, but what do we ultimately do? We have the resiliency to get back up on our feet, fight with the Pink Ranger, even though she's kind of smoking. We got to stop looking at her for a minute, and we got to go beat the bad guys up, okay? Right. And so, but that's the resiliency. But if we didn't see that, and now if we don't have that, and you can't program that into your own brain. So I luckily have that. I think that's one of those things that it came naturally for me to have that. Some won't have that naturally. And so you have to build that resiliency of seeing red. Like there was a trader I used to work with. I loved his saying. He said, his saying was, you have to get used to seeing red, because guess what? You do, and you're going to see a lot of it at first, and most of those can't see red. It's almost like a lot of people when they see blood. Oh, blood! I'm that way with my
Right.
own blood. I think I'm a little better now, but with other people's blood, it's weird. I'm like, I can fix and help my dogs, or if it's Avery or whatever, my Asher or whatever, I can sew you up.
Yeah.
And so you have to get used to seeing that red and losing, and yeah, building that resiliency is so key. So I'm glad you said that.
Well, it's funny you mentioned blood and like fainting because it is kind of like that. I don't know about you, Michael, but like for my first big loss, I legitimately felt lightheaded. I started sweating. I had like a physiological response, and that was just like the first kind of taste of like, all right, if you can't take the heat, there's other ways to make a living, So you got to be able to first off, just withstand that on a regular basis.
Yeah.
Second off, keep things in perspective because even though we feel that physiological stress at the end of the day, we're blessed to be able to do this at all, and it's never as bad as any one trade might feel. But it's just it's that how do I even put it? I don't know. I think it really does just come down to resiliency and a little bit of hard-headedness. So, Michael, I had a question for you. Are you at the point in your trading career, 2 years in now? Do you feel a little dead inside, or does every trade still put you on the roller coaster? How are your emotions doing?
I'm not on the roller coaster anymore. Sometimes I think emotion comes into it sometimes, but now it's more about, it's like trying to accept it as a process. Like you said, it's just accepting a loss. And it's really refreshing to hear people talk about losing because I don't know if you notice in trading communities, there's not many chatter about losing, is there? It's more about everyone wants to post their winners and talk about winners. And I think coming to terms with losing is the most important thing.
Yeah.
And I think that's what you just said there, resilience and accepting it as it is what it is, sort of thing. You have to lose. You're not out, you can't go out here, and we're not a computer, we can't get 100%.
Absolutely. That goes back to one of my favorite things that I've worn this saying out so darn much, but it's not about being right. It's just about being wrong in the right ways. Because we're going to be wrong a lot, This Steph Curry, he misses, I actually don't know, some percentage of his shots, at least 1%, probably what, 30, 40, 50. I should have picked a sport I know about. The point is, even the best of the best, they're going to miss a lot, but they're using that to recalibrate. When Steph misses a three, he goes, oh, I need to change my arc a little bit. I need to change my release a little bit, And it's the same with us. If Steph, every time he missed a shot, he was going, I freaking hate basketball, man. This sucks. I want to go home, man. Screw that guy. Just all of this negative stuff. Well, that's the headspace he's living in. He's never even looking for that next shot, that next tweak, the way he can get open for the next shot. And I think that it's all just about managing that mental capital, what's going on in our heads.
Yeah.
So I think you're on the path to greatness here, Michael. If you're already, it took me 5 years to get there, to be honest. So 2 years, that's good timing. Josh, what about you? What was your timeline like there?
Oh man! First off, big B to fit me was agreeing with you, Steve. Took some once I got funded, took some payout, built a relationship with the team, and here he is. Good job there, Big B. And then we got
and that's a Yush, by the way. In case you forgot, Josh, that's our lovely friend of the show, producer, always helping in the back line. So guys, you can all do this, and we all have our ups and downs. Sometimes we gotta attend to other areas of our life, and the great thing about this is you can turn $50, $100, $150 into that $2,000 first payout. You get that payout, you feel great about yourself. You were responsible with your finances. Now you're getting rewarded. Now you can, hey, I don't know, maybe pay off a bill and buy another trade the pool account there, something like that.
Boom,
something like that.
Pops Mafia says losses are bigger than his wins. Got to work on that, Pops. You're working with 70, probably 80% of other traders out there, right there in the same boat as you, doing the same thing. It's not about, let's get straight to let's just say your R to R is your average is not even 1-to-1, right? Which you want to at least get it to. We'll just work on getting it to 1-to-1. Once I've worked with traders, it's not. Here's an example. I smoke 4 packs of cigarettes a day. I want to get back to 2 or 3 cigarettes a day. It ain't happening tomorrow. So how about we work from how many into that 4-pack we get? Well, usually I get about 10 into that 4th pack. Well, how about we end at 3? Okay, so you're barely getting through 4 packs. Let's just end at 3, right? So let's just say you smoke 3 packs a day. And then we start with that. We'll come back to me in a week. Hey, Josh, I did it. There's a couple of days I went to the 4th pack, but most days I stopped at the 3rd. All right, great. Now this week, when you come back next week, I want you to get to 3.5. Just get to where you're getting to 3.5. And then essentially a month to 2 months down the line, you're down to about maybe a pack a day, right? but it's a slow progression. It isn't like I've got to get it all tomorrow. So think about that overall in that as well for your ROR. Let's just get it back to 1-1. I got to get as close to 1-1 I can. And then from there, go to 1.2 to 1, 1.4 to 1, 1.5 to 1, slowly working it to 2 to 1s. That's the process, you know, and that's the key. It's about the grind. This is a marathon, and it's a very long marathon. You got to think about, I want to do this for 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. Well, if that's the case, this is not a sprint. There's no such sprint in this. And so take the time there. And then real quickly, my journey, it was about, I mean, again, we've talked about this. Yep, I see him. Yep, I got him. I have my stand up now, so I almost have like my little mini board down here.
Oh, you're monitoring the situation. Nice.
Yeah, right. So mine was off and honor. I was one of those ones that had tried to get to it, didn't work out, lost a little money, got more jobs. Okay, now I've got more jobs, so I got to make some money because I'm not making a lot of money for my first job, so I've got to get more. So I took E+ off, then I got back at it. And now I've kind of worked around my schedule where I have multiple jobs, but I can watch the market. But when I'm watching the market, I'm not doing things right. And so that was a process of at least me trying to watch the market when it wasn't working. I would say, I don't know, give or take, say 8 months. So 8 months of me just thinking I'm going to just sit around and pick up a remote control or a controller, essentially like, hey, I'm going to play a video game and I'm going to pick it up. Just playing a video game. And I finally realized that we've talked about taking that $1,000 loss on a $3,000 account in August 2017. I said, this isn't working. You can't just pick up this game control and you're going to figure it out, because you just haven't. And that's then I really put the pedal to the metal, started tracking, journaling, figure out who I was as a trader, and then finally became successful. That was another 6, 7, 8 months. So we'll say minimum 12 months up to about 14 months, I would say it took me. And then finally, oh, I'm a bounce trader, and I could trade every day and didn't really think about what I was trading. I could trade bounce plays consistently without that, the whole mental process getting in my way. So it's that for most traders. If you get it within less than 2 years, you've done a really good job. We'll put it at that. And we do have a new guest joining us, so I don't want to continue on and make sure we get to the second guest. So Michael, thank you for joining us for the first half. You do for sure get a 5K eval. And just here while you're at it, because it is a call and show topic of the day, what is your opening print price tomorrow for SpaceX? Which I know I better see you in chat tomorrow and joining us for that Friday live stream. And so what's the opening print price tomorrow, Michael?
I hope it's going to be crazy, but I think it's going to be around 165 to start with. But I think we're going to get some hold ups. I'm playing for the hold ups.
Look at him. Look at Michael.
I love it.
He's
saying
ready.
all the
He's got that AK juice, baby.
Yeah.
I want to see this hit 300 tomorrow. Let's see it. I want to see it happen. But I think 165 to start. Let's see.
You going to be in chat? You going to watch us tomorrow?
Yes, of course.
Awesome.
Love it. Thank you again, Michael, again for joining us first half of the call-in show. Always a pleasure. And hey, I know it's your first time. You really, I know, probably calling in for that 5K eval, or Josh just slip up and give it 25K. But call in more often. I love to get some regulars when it's slow and say, hey, no one's calling in. I got the comfortability. I know these guys now. Call in. You can see my face for sure. All right.
Yeah, thank you both.
Love you, brother. Have a good day. Have a good weekend, too. Have a good weekend.
And you, my friend.
Thanks. Love it. Love it. Love it.
Oh, what a guy.
Yep. And on to the next one. We got Hold on. Harsha.
Welcome.
Harsha, how we doing?
Very good.
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I could hear, but there is a small little interruption with the internet current.
See, I'm going to turn my volume up. It was a little hard for me to hear there, but I think it might have been on my side. Josh, did you catch that?
Yep. No, Harsha, how long have you been trading for? Tell us your journey, a little bit about your journey. When did you start trading? You trading small caps? You trading large caps? Tell us about yourself.
I'm thinking about just I'm the beginner. I can't guess a random number.
And what do you think? What do you think? We go up or go down? You going with Michael? We going with up? And you going with me? We going up? What do you think? What do we think? We go up or down tomorrow? Okay.
Oh, exactly. Maybe a little both.
I love it. All right. Hey. I know 5K. I know I was trying to give 25K evals, but Harsha, thank you again for calling on in. 5K eval to yourself as well. You're a first time caller, right, bud?
Yeah. It's been
awesome. Love it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So, what do you like trading most, Forex or the futures?
Pretty much with the futures.
Okay.
I'm with you. I'm with you. Forex scares me. I need to watch two different news feeds for different catalysts. You know, I like sticking with something a little simpler like futures myself. So I'm with you there. How about, do you like ES, or are you more of a Nasdaq trader, the NQs?
I'm just loyal with the gold. This is easy.
Okay, gotcha,
Okay.
gotcha. Very nice. Yeah, there's an instrument for everyone, right?
Hold on,
It's-
and let's just. This would be cool if we have back to backs, because of course we have a lot of clientele here in the United States, and we're always worried about clientele here in the United States. We have a lot of customers here. We just had someone from Europe call. Where are you located, Harsha?
I'm from India, Asia.
Love it.
Right
So
on.
there we go.
Welcome,
There,
welcome.
yeah, that's awesome. So I had to trade the pool. I'm just letting you know as much as you. And I think Fiverr's just helping out there as well. Of course, being on the Fivers and going back and forth. So that's awesome. That's awesome. I love to hear that. To have different people from different parts of the world. It's just crazy to think, where you're at right now and where I'm at, and I get to talk to you. So hold on. That must mean it's like
Yeah, what time
midnight
is
where you're
it?
at.
Here it's just the 9 p.m. I guess. Yeah,
Okay,
it's
9 p.m.
9.
Okay,
Yeah.
getting there.
And here you are still watching our live stream. How often are you watching the live stream? Are you watching this daily?
I think so. Just from this competition and the World Cup started. I'm also interested,
Awesome.
pretty much interested with the 5 years.
That's awesome,
Right
man. That's
on, right
awesome.
on.
That's awesome.
We love to
I'm
hear it,
just
man.
new to the trade the pool, and I just love the rules and that overall experience with the team.
Love it, dude. That's amazing. Thank you for calling in. So I'll ask this: are you calling in because you did want to chat, or was it also because you're trying to get that 5K eval?
To be honest, I came to experience the trusted pool where I'm new here, and I thought that I will get the chance.
Love
Or
it.
if I get,
Absolutely. It's a great answer. Yeah, well, welcome to the family.
Yes.
We're always looking for new members of the Trade the Pool team. So come on in. The water's fine. Thank you so much. Is there anything else that we should be, any stocks that you're really looking for here? Anything maybe that might move with SpaceX, or anything you wanna bring to the table here?
I think so. My suggestion, it won't be up to mark because I'm just a beginner and just experiencing the new things here.
Mhm. Right on, right on.
Well, hey, anytime, like I was saying, literally, like I was saying to Michael before, anytime, what do we have to call? And someone on the Discord's like, what do we have to call? And everyone's like, I want a 5K eval. I love it. But no, we appreciate you calling in. Anytime you want to call in that you're listening and you want to chime in on the topic, that's why we put that link out there. So don't feel, scared. Obviously, you've gotten the, like, hey, you know us, you know me, I'm Mr. Outgoing and Friendly. So anytime you want to join, Mr., come on in and give us give us a call, but click on the link and join us because you got good information. You've been trading for a while too, which is really good. Any
Yeah,
big
that's
plans this
very.
week? Are you big into the World Cup?
Have been, but I've been with the 5 years, and I take a stand nearby the around 100 and 150, I guess, and just ended up.
It's good. What about the World Cup? Are you watching the World Cup? Are you into soccer, football?
I usually don't go with the football and soccer that much. Here we are in India, we got hype for cricket.
That's why I was like, cricket. Cricket's huge for you
Yeah.
guys. Yeah, that's huge for you guys.
Yeah.
It looks like a lot of fun. I don't really know what I'm watching when I'm watching it, but it always looks like everybody's having a blast.
Yeah, and there's
Clearly there's a lot of skill involved.
Yeah, and there's a video game you can play. I'll be watching TikTok and guys will be playing this cricket game and I'm watching them and they're streaming live and I'm like, it looks so cool because it looks like a baseball stadium kind of. And I get so intrigued. I'm like trying to figure it out. And of course, then they're I can't, so I'm like, I just need to actually watch a true actual cricket event to actually get, and then look it up and Google it a little bit. Yeah, it's really intriguing. I love it for sure. I was like, that's huge for you guys over there, the cricket.
Maybe
Any
we'll
last
get
thoughts? What were you gonna say there? What were you saying, Steve?
I don't know. Just maybe we'll do a cricket tournament next. We're doing the soccer here. Hey, we can hit them all.
All right, let's do it. I'm down for some cricket. All right, last thoughts into the weekend, Harsha. Anything you want to tell new traders? Of course, that you may have struggled with that first. So we didn't ask Michael that, so I'll ask you that. Anything that you would say, hey, newer traders, this is what helped me earlier on. If you're having issues with this, I would advise do this.
Yeah, I think so. Making the trading as simple as possible, just controlling and just making the rules as simple as possible. First thing, never go with the gut feeling. Just we need to be logged with our rules and discipline and consistency as long as it's possible. Market gives losses and profits as well. We should be balanced as much as possible. I think that beginners would be rushed here for the huge profits and the lifestyle all we are showing on the social media. But as well as the trading as very tough game.
Mm.
Whereas the gold and Nasdaq just gets humbles them for sure.
You sound like I just asked AI to answer the question. Literally, I was like you just had
Sounded
like the
very
best
comprehensive.
answer.
Yeah,
like the
that's
best
covering,
answers.
covering all the bases there. Good stuff.
Yes,
Good
I
stuff.
love it. I'm like, yes, exactly. Yeah, so good stuff. I mean, it's true though. I mean, especially when you said make trading simple. Stop. It's already hard as can be. Make it as simple as possible for you. Like that. That was one of the big things I took away from there because I'm like, I thought about that at first too. I'm like, this is so hard, Josh. You got to think about the people that are doing it, you know. And so, anyway, good stuff there. Thank you, Harsha, for calling on in. You guys have a good weekend. Again, come over tomorrow, which I hope, just like Michael, I hope to see you even for this afternoon. Stephen, of course, Jesse with the Power Hour after hour stream, and then tomorrow the crazy event. SpaceX, you just said it yourself. Looking for the amazing open. You're right there with me and Michael. Forget Steve over here. We're going to the moon, baby. That SpaceX.
That's
it's going to the
fine.
moon.
You said closing price, so you can win too. We can all win, Josh. It can go up and down. Stocks go up and down. Remember that.
I love it. I love it. Harsha, thank you, man, for calling on in. Have a good weekend, brother.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, team. It's a pleasure and as well as a community pleasure as well. Because we are
Awesome. Yeah,
getting
like I said.
these interaction sessions, that's very awesome.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
To
do.
be here and be
And
part of it.
love it, dude. Keep
Awesome.
calling in. Like I said, anytime we're slow on the call-in show and there's something to talk about and you want to talk about it, call in.
Yeah, bro, I will just be logged in from today itself.
All right. Thank you, brother.
Awesome. Good
Have
stuff.
a good weekend. Woo, woo, woo.
We're
And there we
popping
go.
here.
All right. So hey. I love that you said stocks go up and down because we give my New Year's resolution and it's year-end confessional New Year's resolution, right? That I do the last day of trading every year. And I'm really working on this year's, which this year was scale out more. We can see I'm definitely working on that, which is awesome. But I go Stockalooya. So they're called Stockalooya. Instead of Hallelujah, say Stockalooya, right? And I always say stocks go up and down, not around. So stocks go up and down, not around.
What does that mean? Do you mean that we can't go back in time? Time doesn't time travel doesn't
It means
exist?
it just rhymed, and I just said it, and it stuck, and now I say it.
Josh, this is the pitfall of having too much charisma, too much aura. You can just get away with saying shit like that, and no one's gonna call you on it, except for good old Crowbar Steve here. Everybody's been like, "Man, that sounds really smart." I'm not even gonna think about it too much. I'm calling you on it, buddy. I don't know what the hell that means. I think I agree with you though. I think the aura is winning me over. I think that, God damn it, Josh is right. They do go up, they do go down, they don't go around. What checkmate.
They don't go in
What can you say?
circles, is all I'm trying to tell you. They go up and down. Figure it out which way they're going. I couldn't tell you, but they don't
Figure
go
it
in
out.
circles. I love those stocks going down, and it's part of your sermon on confession. It is. And they're like, yes, Pastor Smith is correct. He is right in his saying.
Yeah, the Sermon on the Mount there.
love
John
it.
is flipping tables.
All right.
Man.
Good calls there. Back-to-back 5K evals from Michael. Thank you for calling in, Harsha, both of you. I thought for a second that said Harvard because his name, you look at, it says Harsh, and it's a longer name, Harshavard. But I thought for a minute there, I'm like, is this guy from Harvard? Man, he's the smartest guy in the room because it says Harvard in his name there. He might have went to Harvard. If you did, Harsh, you're way smarter than either one of us combined. But thank you for calling on in, man. Hamid, Paula, how we doing? Let's see here. We have Nigel, Joe. What's up, brother?
What's up? Oh, did I just distract myself? I just distracted myself. Well, I'm going insane. I'm just messing with you. Apparently, I'm just a little mosquito in your ear. Just like, hey, were you doing a thing? I'm just gonna butt in, just say nothing. That's what I got for you there.
I love it. I love it. All right, don't
loopy.
forget tomorrow, SpaceX IPO, guys. We will be covering Wing House.
I was getting some echo there. I just exit out of that.
Yeah, we're back.
We're good. Okay, just making sure.
That was good stuff. But tomorrow, don't forget, guys. Tomorrow, SpaceX IPO is dropping. Dave from the Fivers. Steve from Fivers in here to trade the pool. We got Michael Noss, the Nossinator here from Trade the Pool. We got Big J Jesse from Trade the Pool. Myself, this little nerdette over here, Mr. Nerd Josh Smith. We got Big Joe, Florida Joe, One-Eyed Joe. He's got all kinds of names. Well, I don't know. Big Joe, Florida Joe, One-Eyed Joe. He can't be One-Eyed Joe anymore, but we'll still always call him One-Eyed Joe. It'll be all hands
Two-eyed
on deck.
Joe. That's good.
Yeah, Two-Eyed Joe. He's got two eyes. What the hell?
He's still got
Josh,
two.
get with the damn program. I graduated from Harvard of trolling. Oh, Hamid. Hamid says, I graduated from the Harvard of trolling. I love it. I love it. Hey, well, we got to have trolls out there because without trolls, there are no moles. That's right. You did not know that moles were created by trolls.
Wait, are you doing it again? Are we just saying things now? Are we just is that how the ecosystem works? It could be. I was gonna say like without
God was just out there rhyming. God was just out there rhyming one day and said,
you're in word association, like free association improv mode. I like improv, Josh. I was gonna say you must be having a really good week. If you think Harvard's calling you, the Harvard wants to know Josh Smith's location. It's like, all right, we get it, brother. You're making your money. That's what I was thinking when you.
It has been. It's been a good fun week. It's been a good fun week. PhD piled high, and there you go, piled high in debt. I love it. PhD piled high in debt. Yeah, it's got a PhD in. I got a PhD in bullshit, and we'll say that for sure. But man, what a fun day we have. SpaceX coming up like we talked about tomorrow. Don't forget to join us 9 a.m. Eastern. We'll have you covered through the opening bell until SpaceX does go live, drops their IPO. You guys can go predict the opening print price and win a 25K eval. Closest one wins that. Also, the closing print price for SpaceX tomorrow, which another 25K eval. It's going to be a fun day tomorrow. We'll probably keep the live stream up all day because we'll have the lunch recap that me and Steve do already. It's going to be a fun day tomorrow. Like I said, we might as well just keep that stream up until the lunch recap, in my opinion. We just go straight into that possibly, Steve, or maybe take a little break before it and get into that. Then we got Friday Night Live to recap that and the week, which has been madness. Kevin will come back. Of course, we got a lot of small caps to talk about tomorrow night on Friday Night Live. So tomorrow, even in this afternoon, we got two 25K evals that Jesse and Steve will be giving away. In the description, we have the links to not only SpaceX print price on the close and the open. You can go predict that there. We also have the link for you guys to just enter in your name and your email address to win a free 25K eval. Do that now. You have till this afternoon. And again, I haven't given mine. I think the opening print price, I think I have talked about it though. I've said that I'm going to go 157. I'll go 157 for SpaceX and the IPO. You said what was the opening price for you?
I think I said a lot of things, Josh. If I had to give an opening price right now, it would be 158. Oh, what a goober.
Yeah, just all of them.
Multiple
it's like
goobers.
dog on dog on dog. And then she's over here by herself. She's like, yeah, I get a bed by myself. I'm just cleaning over here.
Queen of the world. I love it. Man,
Yep.
so how big is your flock usually at any one given time, like just around you in your immediate vicinity?
I'd say usually no more than 10 to 12 back here will be in the office, like, that'll come kind of barding on in. Usually,
no more
I would
than.
say, yeah, usually it's about 7 to 8 that are back here on average at most, somewhere in there. Yeah, 7 to 8.
I love it.
Lots of dogs, my friend. Lots of dogs. All right, let's get to this for fun. Oh, we still have a minute, and I haven't talked a lot. Steve, real quickly, I'm going to take a breather.
Yeah.
Is there any stock that you want to go over to break down before you come back? Because we're about to be done for now. You come back here in about 2.5. Are you going to do start of power hour? When are you coming back? You doing 3 or 3:30?
I thought we talked about starting at the start of the hour. I'm down for whatever, brother.
That's fine. I'm just making sure you were doing that because I want to make sure.
Yeah.
So 3.
Awesome.
Steve will be back at 3, which is a little over, I should say, 2 hours from right now. So Steve, up until then. SPY's flat. I pretty much called that, saying it looks like it's going to be chopped around range. The event at the Pentagon, luckily, hopefully, is a false alarm. Not a lot going on there. Small cap space really has died off. I don't have a ticker to look after. I do have a long goal to come up with, and I'm going to say goal in a second, and see how long it really is. But I want to know, Steve, is there anything for traders on your end to look for over the next couple hours until you get back?
Over the next couple hours in particular, yeah. Do you want? I can pull up my chart if you want. Yeah, let's do it. Awesome.
You want to show a chart for just a minute here while we head out? Well, we got like 10 minutes here. Crow says, "What's my monthly pet food budget?" We usually spend, what is it? I've done the math on this. I think it's like 400. I think it's 400 to it's 400 to 500 a month, somewhere in there. I want to say, because I go every 2 weeks and I get so that's 150 every 2 weeks, so it's 300. So actually, it's probably 400 at most. 400 at most. It's not bad, not too bad. 400 is what we spend. That's crazy how many pounds they go through, but still, yeah, we go through. The large dogs do 40 pounds a week, so that's 4. We talked about that's a Steve a month, 40, 80, 160. That's 160 a month. So they go. The large breeds, the 4 Great Danes go through a Steve a month, 160 pounds, and then the 8. Yeah, and then the 8 other dogs, which is 3 medium-sized dogs, a lab, a shepherd, a pit bull, and then we have. So no, hold on, that's 3, and my bad. All the 11 others, so 11 other dogs. 10 other dogs. I can't do the math, but anyway, they go through. They go through, well, we have, I forgot how many, too many dang dogs. 14 dogs, 13, 12, I can't remember how many dogs we have anymore. I think it's 14. Yeah, 14 dogs. Yeah, 14. So the 10 other dogs, three mediums and 7 littles, they go through 40 a week, which is 80 a month. But then we also, for Einstein, for a couple, we actually make food. That isn't a lot of weight, but we will get like ground turkey, carrots, or sweet potato, or green beans, bell pepper. So Einstein, so anyway, so it's, relatively, yeah, they go through, what's that, 160, 200, 240, probably about 250 pounds of food a month.
That's a couple Steves, almost. So I just wanted to show you guys just a few things. We're in this kind of battle of two narratives. So we have the bulls who are saying, guys, we're in a higher low from yesterday. We're trying to bottom. We're on sale. We broke this downtrend line structure. This blue line came down. We broke it this morning. We back tested it. We swept out the lows. We stopped them out. We broke this downtrend line again. We're holding over it. That's what bulls are saying. Bears are saying, yeah, but what I'm seeing is just barely you guys are holding on to the open. Essentially, we have this bear flag contesting this kind of downward channel that we're trying to break out of. And most importantly for me, we double topped at this 0 gamma in the morning, and we have not been able to find traction since then. So what I'm looking for, it's pretty straightforward. We got our colored charts, our colored zones on the screen here. This is just updated just a minute ago for gamma exposure levels. Here's the name of the game, guys. We're trying to break down from this bear flag here. See what happens. We're under 7,300. This is the big zone. See what happens when we get to the 72.75. So that's going to be essentially if you look at where we flushed out at in those first 2 1-minute candles up, the top of that second 1-minute candle, that's our retesting area. That's where I would expect price to gravitate down to. If we get down there and find a strong buyer, we can look for a higher low and then a trade to rebase. But we don't get really bullish.
Steve Madden. See, here comes Steve Madden. Yeah, come on. We got the.
There we go. All right. Hold on. We got our offensive line. All right, there we go. Some O's. It's hard to draw O's with this thing. Okay.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it is. There we go. Love it. Yeah, that's what I see. The same thing right there. Honestly, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. So we are breaking down now, but Josh, this is the contingency that I want to talk about. This is the magnet. But the thing is, we are in negative gamma. Negative gamma you see here because we're under 0 gamma, which means that moves are accelerated by the dealers. So just because we get to this level doesn't mean we have to catch. We could accelerate through it. We could sweep these lows, and we could see these starting to build these big nodes down here. And this is 1 day till expiry gamma expiry. What am I saying? 1 DTE gamma here that we're tracking. So this is into tomorrow, what we're expecting to happen tomorrow. If we see these grow into the afternoon, really, if we see a loss of this purple level, watch out below because we could see this accelerate to the downside. So I'm looking to wait for a loss of this to play the acceleration down here. You could also assume that this is going to happen, take a little scalp up to that point by playing a short off of these moving averages as they start to come down here. I'm looking for that. I'm looking for a break of the lows to see that accelerate, or I'm looking for a higher low, which I probably won't play. I'll probably wait till we break out of this high zone and wait for a back test there for a swing play into tomorrow. That's what I got here for SPY SPX. We'll give you an update on these gamma levels and everything else when I come back in, just about 2 hours. Anything else I can touch on here before I head out, Josh?
Yes, real quickly. One last thing about Harsh says 11 pet. There we go. You know it, Har. You know it. We got that. We love the dogs. We love it. Steve's got ducks and cats. Yes. Pops Mafia, the last stock we'll break down for the day, unless someone real quickly wants to throw in one last one. I'll give you 1 minute to throw it out there. Otherwise, VXUS thoughts. Or it's not thoughts, but it says, can you look at VIXUS? I don't know what you want, Pops Mafia, on it. Overall, I'll give you my 2 quick thoughts on it. Just the day itself really stuck. Oh, obviously, since yesterday, not a lot of volume. I wouldn't even take a day trade on this. Now, swing wise, watch this back over 84. 84 sends it straight up to 84.70. Over that, we hit 85. Over 85, we run back up to 85.60. And over 85.60, in my opinion, is where we really start to take back off and get to 86.50 and onward. Now, down below, when I look at the chart, we have a lot of support, a lot of demand at that 82, 82.50 area. That's key for me. Now, if we crack that and Tuesday's low, we're definitely going to start to pull back on down. Essentially, we have a huge area of 82, 82.50. If we crack that, watch for move to 81, under that, then down to 80. So those would be some key areas. It doesn't move a lot overall, just generally speaking. So those would be your key main areas that I'd give you.
Josh, do you have any idea what this is? Pop quiz.
VIXUS, VXUS. His Val Venus, he used to be a wrestler in WWE.
Yes. How did you know? What shot? No, it's I was just saying because you're like, oh, I wouldn't day trade. You're saying all the right things, but it's just because it's a Vanguard international stock ETF there.
I'm now looking at that. Yeah, I'm now looking at what it is.
Yeah. So it's a little bit more boring for the day trade, but for long term, I think it's a great place to be. You can look at it like this. You gave the great short term levels there. For the little bit of a longer term approach on the weekly chart, we've just got a really strong uptrend that got ahead of itself. It reloaded. Now it's digesting near the top of the range. I think it wants to go higher. We do have kind of a bifurcated volume profile here on the right side. What that means is, hey, we've got this large node up here, but it's kind of hollowed until we get to this big bottom area. So what we could see, worst case, is a flush out down somewhere, maybe to this rising 50-day, and that would form a higher low from this. It would also form kind of like a channel like this. Then we'd be looking to play it up. So that's in general what I'd be looking for here. What bears would want to see is this drop and then a pop into kind of like a head and shoulders, right shoulder. What bulls want to see is basically, I mean, either hold right here, like Josh said, 82, 50, big pivot there. Then we can just rebase, start to kind of curl on upwards once we kind of do a little one of those, the little compression, consolidation. Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. So I think it's going up long term. I think it's an interesting place to be. It's also interesting considering China's been getting smacked. So China's very heavy, yet this international ETF is very strong. I like Latin America the most. It's going to be, what is the ETF? ILF. So ILF, quite similar. I'm a big fan of ILF long term. And that's just because look at this chart. What a beautiful. If this was an intraday chart, Josh, I'd be looking to get long here somewhere. So maybe it needs to come all the way back down to 28.50, whatever. It doesn't matter. It's really nice. It's a really nice trend break where we're going to go higher. I do believe. The last one I'll throw out here for you in the same space. Brazil. Again, big downtrend line break. We're coming back to back. There we go. Hit the Vuvuzela once for your boys in Brazil because I think they're on a very long-term, very big breakout that eventually is going to see this Brazilian ETF trade, I don't know, 5 times, 10 times higher in 5-10 years. Josh, are you sleepy now? Parsha says you're sleepy.
Oh my God, I've got energy for days. Oh my God, I'm ready to rock and roll. I'm like,
I was like, wait, this Josh? Oh, he's still going. Okay.
I was trying to. I was seeing if I could take a drink of water and still like it was like Leslie Nielsen type of comedy where I'm like, I'm gonna take a drink of water and still be able to yell. Like, nope, not working. I'm gonna choke on the water if I do it.
I was gonna say this is gonna go on some clip highlight reel of like the paramedics pulling you out and saving your life on camera. 18 dogs surrounding you. You can't even see. You just pop up. I'm okay. You pop up. Oh, still going.
Love it. I love it. Possible. Yeah, just got scared, but yeah, there we go. Yeah, I was gonna see how long I could go. I would say back to that question to start the show off. I don't know. It's around a minute. I have never been able to really officially time it. We'll do that though maybe tomorrow on the Friday Night Live so we can all know officially how long could Josh say go. It's long though. It's definitely long.
You scared Harsha here. Come on, man. Also, I don't want this to get lost in the chat. Ingrid, always good to see you, by the way. What tickers were those again? So right here we're looking at. Oh yeah, I messed up my thing. It was supposed to be on dark mode so you guys can see the ticker. So this is EWZ right now. Oh, it's not even showing there. Whoops. EWZ. This is the Brazilian ETF. Then we also went ILF. This is going to be the top 40. Latin America ETF. So the top 40 companies in the Latin America ETF. Very, very strong charts in both regards, especially this ILF. I'll give you one more. EWC, I believe it is. No. Ew, Canada? No. No, thank you. Sorry, I love my brothers up north, but not what I want to invest in right now. ECH, I want Chile. Chile. That's looking better.
I think Steve's just giving you all his favorite World Cup teams.
Well, yes. Yeah. Honestly, yeah. We throw in Mexico too. Mexico looking amazing as well. Long term, these are all going up. Josh, this is one of my biggest, longest term theses. That Latin America is in for the golden decade. It's just going to keep doing well. It's going to keep seeing inflows from U.S. Western money. You know, we saw it with Argentina, and all these other companies are going to follow. Colombia, another one there. COLO, you can trade that ETF as well. All of these, look at that there. Colombia, just buy this and forget about it. Come back in 3 years. We're going to have probably one of our guys running it. You know, it's kind of what we do to Latin American countries. But hey, we're bringing them into the fold. We're bringing them into this Western economy. That opens up a ton of business opportunities. These very distressed charts all of a sudden will look a whole lot less distressed. There's your giant launch pad. Yank it back on up to 150 there on COLO for Colombia. And this is my long-term set it and forget it stuff, Josh. You know, semiconductors, they're fun. I want to own them. But this is the stuff I don't even care what it does for the next year, because in 5, it's going to be a whole lot higher.
Oh, a lot higher. One last question, MTIM. I think that was Ingrid also was asking about the ticker MTEN, MTEN. Literally, if you would spell MTEN, it's dead for me. Honestly, I would say it's got support at 2 and 190, and we'll hold that for the rest of the day. And then I'd be looking for shorts off of yesterday's high, off of pre-market high, off of in-market high. So anywhere around 280 to 295 would be your main resistance for short. So
wait,
it's a little
hold on.
A little whippy. What's up?
Sorry, first off, what ticker am I supposed to be looking at?
M10, M, and then spell out the word 10, as in 10, the number 10.
See, okay, you keep saying tin, the number 10. I was like, you keep saying in tin. I'm like, the metal, 10. Metal, yes. M10.
10.
All right,
I say 10 and 10 the same way. There's no difference for me, I don't think. But maybe there sometimes I say, you know.
We got to work on our military phonetic alphabet here.
10.
It looks like it's setting up for a multi-day move to me. It's got that crazy squeeze type look. It's made the big move. Now it's coming back to earth, so to speak, right at this point of control. Watch for motion with volume away from 216. That should tell the story.
Motion in the ocean. Motion in the ocean. I will say if we get over 3, this thing will have a good bangarang move. So over 3, this thing will be on juice watch. But I just think today we've seen the small cap sector get real lackluster and kind of take a back seat now. I say a back seat, but it was in the driver's seat right there with me going as fast as it could. You know, now we're out of gas. So luckily it isn't a million. Well, hopefully it is here, unfortunately. But like Tex said, it's 90 degrees out. Anyway, we're out of gas, okay, on the side of the road, and it's hot outside. And so we're waiting for that next bit of fuel to get spicy ricey. Right now, I wouldn't trade a small cap ticker. I don't have anything on my watch list that looks good. It just is really a little bit, it's gotten uglier, and today and into the lunch has gotten even uglier. Usually, typically, Crow, Tax, someone's alerting something, small caps. Someone is, Joe, you didn't see it at all today since I. What you looking at?
Look at us. We're getting the push. We're getting the move here. Josh, this is nice. This is clean. This is cool. Look, okay, here we go. We're right. We're. Oh, this is a perfect little. I know we're a little over, but I just want to talk about this concept real quick because we're seeing it. What we just talked about. How this is the magnet. We can expect price to go to there. We were talking about entries off the 9-minute moving average. Looked like it maybe gave 1 or 2 there, but very weak. Now we're starting to see what I was talking about. Just because it's a big level to the downside, we're in negative gamma. It doesn't mean it's support. We can slice right through it. Now we could see if we engulf and form that higher low a little lower, but this slicing action is why you got to know whether you're in that negative gamma under that 0 gamma up top here where we rejected very cleanly, or in positive gamma when you can be buying dips, because I don't feel like I can buy this dip. If anything, I'm thinking we still are starting to accelerate down. And Josh, I'm gonna just live here real quick update the levels once for us so I can send the good people on their way with proper accurate zones. All right, I just reloaded and we can see the purple shifted from this zone that we're currently at, migrated on down. So they are monetizing some of their puts at this level. This bar is going down just a little bit, and they're rolling down lower here, another 50 points or so. So I think that we have the potential to drop another 2/3% here if we basically cannot reclaim this 276 level. So basically, if we don't engulf this big red candle that we just had, we should stair step on down to sweep out the lows, and then we could see very easily an acceleration through that gamma level to here. So really, really, really nice action on these gamma levels so far today and all week really. And so we can look and see if we get the stop run, or I'm sorry, the higher low here and a little bit of a squeeze action. That's the only way you could really look long. Otherwise, if you do see the rejection before this engulfs on this little bit of a pull up here, anywhere off this 5 minute, maybe off the 9, up another 5 points, 3-5 points, this is an area you could look to fade and get involved with a stop over, I would say, this 283 or so, right about there. That's what we got for the GEX update here. I think that it wants to try. It's going to have one good juiced attempt here to try, but if it can't reclaim this 21 moving average and really strongly reclaim this big red, then I think this is where you can start looking for the sellers to step in and shorter Rooney this bad boy down another 50 points. That's what I'm thinking. All right.
Speaking of big red, gotta love some big red. That goes on and on. All right, so Big Red, get you some of that gum this weekend. Gotta love some Big Red. Gotta go. We haven't really talked food, so stuffed peppers for me tonight. Had some last night. We're gonna finish those off tonight. Get a bell pepper, you hollow it out. Get some rice, we do turkey meat, some mozzarella. No, I forgot what cheese she puts in it, and then she does
good.
some. Oh man, dude, it is so good, brother. I'm telling you right now. I'm ready for another round tonight. And speaking of another round, oh baby. Don't forget, join us in about 2 hours. Steve will be back a little less than 2 hours from right now. It's the Steve Show today, baby. You got Steve all day long for the most part. He's going to have you covered in Power Hour and, of course, into earnings as we cover Adobe. Two things on top of that. We're going to give away 2 25K evals this afternoon. So you need to join that after-hour stream. Sign up right now. The link is in the description, and we've had it in the comments all day long. On top of the fact, join us tomorrow. The SpaceX IPO will be launching. I expect all of you to be here and get your family, your friends, your kids, your brothers, your sisters, your mothers. Get your aunties, get your uncles. Yeah, get your drunkle. Get Cousin Eddie over here. Come on, we need them all. It's going to be a fun day tomorrow as we host that event, the SpaceX IPO covering. And then more giveaways. What's the open print price tomorrow for SpaceX? That's going to be a 25 tomorrow. Another 25K eval. So lots of giveaways, lots of fun. World Cup starts here in just a bit over South Africa. We got a lot going on this week. Steve, get you a breather. I'll even join possibly here just to see, because I want to give a little play-by-play. Mexico, South Africa. Give everyone here on the live stream about a minute or two of a little Josh doing a little play-by-play of the World Cup. You ready for it?